The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to Raymond Oratory Gymnasium for Game 5 of the final day of the Washington Tournament of Champions. I'm Michael Savoy. Joined alongside me is Charlie Shermerhorn. And Charlie, we have Milwaukee Juneau versus Archbishop Hannan. It should be a great one. But this tournament, in general, this tournament has been fantastic.
Yeah, Michael, just want to say I'm absolutely excited to be here. Pleasure. It's my first game calling the Tournament of Champions. Say maybe start my career off a little bit, but no, you're certainly right on all of that. This tournament, has so many great players, so many great teams, lots of high-quality basketball, and I would not be surprised if this is just another high-quality game that we see here again today.
Yeah, certainly. You looking back to about a couple decades ago when this tournament first started back in Peoria High School. Since from that point forward till now, it has not disappointed in terms of the teams, but we all know it's for a bigger cause. Kevin Brown, someone that you know, Charlie, because you're from the great town of Washington, someone you know very well and someone that you can very much talk about.
Yeah, Kevin Brown, he was this great inspiration to me and my family, specifically my dad, who took over for him as head coach when he unfortunately passed away a few years ago. But Kevin Brown was just so much more than a basketball coach. I mean, I could talk about him for days of just the true character that he was. Very passionate for sports, but just as passionate for people too. He was just such a great quality individual who everybody looked up to.
Certainly, as we look at both of these teams, Milwaukee, Juneau, had a kind of a hard time in this tournament. Not the tournament that they would have wanted, but obviously, haven't won a game in this tournament. But even if you don't win a game in this tournament, you're still a very high quality team. A lot of these teams are very high quality, so you cannot be disappointed for going 0-2 in this tournament so far.
No, and this tournament obviously very high quality. I can think of a few teams maybe who haven't had the success that they're looking for, but can certainly bounce back. The Metamora Redbirds, Washington Panthers among a few of those teams. But just as soon as they're a great team. I'm sure wherever they go back to in Milwaukee, they're going to be able to just play good quality basketball also.
Here's God Bless America. It's a beautiful rendition of God Bless America, as it's been all week long. And Charlie, we already talked about Juneau. We can flip the script and talk about Archbishop Hannan, a team that's very good, and they've already are 5-0 in the season. A very talented team, a very well-rounded team. Drew Timmons has been the difference maker for this team, a really good athlete, and obviously a senior that lead this team pretty well.
Yeah, Timmons, you've seen him throughout the whole tournament, right? He can kind of do it all. I mean, standing at 6'6", he can shoot the ball too, which is just absolutely lethal. Maybe, could you call him a stretch power forward? I would call him a stretch forward.
He certainly has the chance to score on all 3 levels. He's shown it all tournament long. As we see Archbishop Hannan's starting lineup, gotta get that marked down. Really hard to see, but you can see the jerseys. They got really nice jerseys. I really like the Hannan jerseys. It's got the nice navy jerseys.
I do too.
So like it. As you see Timmons, number 11 right there. Also got Bryce Daniels, number 24. We'll get that star lineup out as soon as they reach the court. But now for Milwaukee Juneau, obviously their big guy is Juneau Johnson, the sophomore that has a lot of interest and offers from across all the Power 5 schools. Got him with Tykees Tyler, who's been introduced right now. Jaden Hardeman is out there as well. And then Cornelius Woodward, the sophomore, 5'9" sophomore, number 13. And then rounding it out for them is Sean Blaine Trotter. And that's the Milwaukee Juneau starting lineup. Milwaukee Juneau trying to beat Washington with their first win of the season against Archbishop Hannan. What do you think about this game going forward? All these games so far this afternoon and Saturday have been fantastic. This shouldn't really be any different.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that this could be a fantastic matchup. I think maybe if I were a betting man, Archbishop Hannan would have my bet. But you can't count Juneau out. I mean,
No.
Juneau Johnson, you mentioned him, 6'5" sophomore, all the Power 5 schools. I mean, he is just one of the best athletes I have ever seen. And I've seen a lot of them here at the TOC. So certainly Juneau cannot be knocked out and eliminated from this game.
Yeah, you've been involved in this tournament in any other way for a very long time. That's a very high praise from you. As we get ready to tip this game off, and Charlie, you have some keys to the game you want to tell us.
Yeah, well, I think for Archbishop Hannan, one of the main keys of the game is for both teams really, is to get out of the gate quick. You need to score quick, get on defense quick. Everything that they do starts at this tip-off. Same thing with Juneau, right? Both teams, obviously shooting's a big one, but in my personal opinion, the key to winning any game is defense. So lots of lockdown defense from both sides. I'm excited to see it.
Brenton Gordon for Hawks has the ball, and they won the tip, so Drew Timmons on the elbow. Gives it back to Anthony Thompson. Skip pass over. Here come the Hawks. Zach Lauro gives it to Timmons. Timmons driving in double team, kicks it out. Back to Timmons down low, and he misses the layup. And here comes Juneau. Here's Juneau Johnson.
And even with that missed layup, Michael, it's still just a great possession by the Hawks.
Juneau Johnson finesses the way to the rim and no good. The rebound goes to Bryson Daniels. Three-pointer attempt is good. That was Zach Lauro for 3. And he's got the first basket of the game for both teams.
That was a great skip-ahead pass by Brenton Gordon, though, and to point that out. Great assist there. He's able to push the ball quickly up in transition, which is very important.
Got Jaden Hardeman. Excuse me, that was not Jaden Hardeman. That was Braylon Jones for Juneau. Driving in and missing the layup.
Solid
take,
take,
Tykees Tyler. No good, but solid attempt, like you said. It's a very athletic team Juneau is.
Yeah, Tyler's got to keep attacking the rim like that if they want to be able to stay in this game.
Here's the Hawks. Archbishop Hannan. Foul called there. That was Bryce Daniels, and he'll head to the line for 2.
Michael, one thing I want to point out very early on that I'm seeing with Archbishop Hannan is that they are attacking the paint. They are getting the ball down to Timmons, down to Daniels. Just getting the ball inside of the paint starts getting some good opportunities there.
Juneau, not the biggest team, so it's a good idea Charlie, to attack the paint, get down low. Obviously, Juneau not the tallest team, like we just said. Daniels misses the second of 2. And here come the Pioneers. Pioneers looking for their first win of the season. 0-3. Looking to leave Washington with the win. Here comes Hardeman. Drops it back off. Tykees Tyler. Tyler attacking. Mid-range pull-up is good. Tykees Tyler.
Tyler, that's a great move there, able to reverse the ball screen, go against the grain there. Not seeing a whole lot, but left him for an open look.
There's a miss there by Zach LaRoe. 50% from downtown so far. As there's Dooney Johnson, had airballed and ended up actually getting tipped, and he ended up getting his own miss and putting it in.
And I'm not surprised.
Tyler,
not surprised there at all. Just very athletic move there by Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, he's been the highlight of this team. Obviously, you know, a team that doesn't have a whole lot as we've seen in terms of production outside of Johnson, but hopefully that's something that they know they have a problem with, and something they can fix. As there comes Tyler. As I say that, Tyler just gets to lay up the ball.
Juneau looks very aggressive and energetic right off the start here. Something
that I haven't really seen much out of Juneau. They've been the team that's been aggressed on, but yeah, they've struggled so far. And, you know, obviously the start of this game has been a little bit different, so that's a good side to see for this Juneau team. There's Timmons, and rejected by Hardiman, and he still tries, and it's an offensive foul on Timmons, so not a great sequence for the star player for Hannan.
Timmons maybe a little bit of a slow start, but I wouldn't expect that to continue. He'll get it going upwards, I would imagine.
He's one of those players that's definitely going to get his at some point. So is the guy with the ball, Dooney Johnson for the Pioneers. He's at the Tykees Tyler. Gets right to the rack again and scores. How about Tykees Tyler?
Tyler and Johnson look to be in control of this game so far, the duo going at it. Love to see it. Great opportunities for both players there to get some open looks and put the ball in the basket.
Here's Daniels, nice cut to the basket. And no good. It was Anthony Thompson, an offensive rebound by Timmons. And Timmons cleans it up for two, and we have an 8-4 ball game. No, excuse me, 8-6 ball game.
Michael, that's what we see out of Timmons a lot, and I expect it to continue.
Yeah, like we said, he's a talented senior. Very much the staple of this team, and Timmons, like we had said, just like with Dooney Johnson, going to get his points. It's just a matter of how much he's going to get and how it's going to affect the opposition. As you see Juneau rebound the ball. It's a three-pointer by Johnson, and it's good.
That's a great shot. I mean, to be able to get the pass and just put it up very quickly, I mean, that's impressive. Didn't bring the ball down at all, got the shot off quick, and he made it
turnover.
too.
That's a turnover by Hannan, and Hannan is struggling right now. And right now, Milwaukee Juneau has all the momentum. Or excuse me, not a turnover. That was a deflection out of bounds. That'll be Hannan basketball.
One thing I like that Hannan does consistently is they move off the ball. If you just watch his backside there, number 4, he just moves. They all move so quickly. Lots of open looks.
There's another turnover by Juneau, and oh my goodness, Jaden Hardiman. We had seen that all tournament long. He can definitely fly up there with the best of them. That time he doesn't convert, but he does get fouled, and he'd be the line for 2.
I mean, it's plays like that that make this tournament what it is. Just like 1 second, half a second even maybe, that they can just flip the floor just like that and almost go dunk. That was very, very impressive there.
Yeah, there's a lot of those teams here in this tournament that are just so athletic. They have a lot of great athletes, and a lot of teams that in a blink can just score. And you see Milwaukee Juneau is one of those examples of that team, one of those teams that can definitely do that, and so can Archbishop Hannan, and a lot of these teams can. Just they have great athletes, and Jaden Hardiman is one of the very best. No good, he hits 1 of 2 at the line.
Free throws are so important. You can point it out in so many different examples where free throws are the costly motive of the game.
Check again for Archbishop Hannan is Jay Dantzler, number 1 in Navy. He has the ball here, right by the Panther logo. Here's Bryson Daniels. Here's Woodard, giving it back to Dantzler. Timmons down low, nice spin move. But the shot clock expires, and the Pioneers will get that turnover.
So much energy on the Juneau sideline, though. I mean, look at that. Head coach Aaron Spearing just just getting that whole sideline energized. You love to see it. Right now, if I had to take a bet, which I'm not a betting man, but it looks like Juneau, the Pioneers, looked like to have the upper hand in the beginning of this game.
They certainly played better defense. Their first 2 games of the season, they allowed over 100 points in each of them. But here's Dooney Johnson right here, and no good. But he gets his own steal back, struggles for a second, and lays it up and in. How about that? Even though Dooney Johnson in his first attempt, he has the resiliency to get the ball back and score.
And that's just one of the many examples of his sheer athleticism. So he's able to just strip the ball and go up with it right away.
Dantzler had trouble with it and stolen again by Johnson. Euro steps his way in, and one, Dooney Johnson.
Right on cue. I mean, that might be one. I mean, I've said it so many times, but Dooney Johnson might just be one of the most athletic players in this tournament. I mean, just such a great Euro step move. Most players, I would say most of them, that's a hard skill move for them, but he just made that look easy.
Aaron Sparing definitely has his Pioneers on the right track, and it forces an Archbishop Hannan timeout, and this timeout is brought to you by Emercon. For nearly 50 years, Emercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions for industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and enter your future with us. Yeah, we didn't really see this out of Juneau. The Pioneers they've struggled so far in this tournament. They haven't really played a whole lot of great defense, but right now it's a whole different Juneau team. It really starts with a whole different Dooney Johnson. He didn't really have a whole lot of production. He had a really hard 19 points the first game of the tournament, but he has since really taken over this game.
Yeah, I mean, 1 through 5, it looks like they're playing as hard as they can, right? Which is important in any game. One player I want to mention is number 23, Sean Blair Trotter, 6-foot senior for Juneau, the Pioneers. What they're doing with him on offense, bringing him up to the top of the key, setting ball screens, he is able to get their offense functioning and get open looks for people like Johnson and Tyler.
Johnson's three-point play is converted. And it is an 11-point ball game. The Pioneers jumping all over the Hawks to begin this one. And here comes Timmons. Back outside and looking to get that basket down as Cornelius Woodard. But it's really been tough sledding for this Hawks team. You just talked about it. Juneau had given up over 100 points in their first 2 games of the season. They've given up, I believe, 8. I forget the score of the game last night, but they've given up a little bit as well in that game. But right now, their defense has really turned the corner.
You know, I've said it before, too. I don't think Archbishop, the Hawks, they can be counted out of this game just yet. Head coach Errol Goff.
Oh, what a pass. That was inside Gabe Timmons. And what a pass that was out of the inbounds.
Right on cue. No, you're right on cue. I think this team, they're going to be able to make a comeback. Will they win? I don't know. I can't predict the future, but I'm certainly going to say that this will be a great game.
Johnson is fouled on a three-pointer. If there's one foul that coaches hate that be committed, it's fouling a three-point shooter, regardless if he misses it or makes it. It's not a foul that you'd like if you're the defensive coach.
Yeah, no, definitely not, because Dooney Johnson, especially most players, are able to knock at least two, if not 3 free throws down.
Well, he's going to have 2 chances after his first one is made, so he can definitely go 3 for 3. I might have just jinxed him, but we'll see what happens. He's got 11 points out of the Pioneer 18.
Johnson's shot is just so pure. I mean, it looks almost professional. I'll say that.
It just looks so fundamental, and you've seen that out of some of the players in this tournament. It's the fact that you know when you see a shooter, you see a shooter. As he misses his third.
You jinxed him.
And I did jinx him. 67% from the line as a pass up ahead, and that was Gabe Timmons again. And he gets fouled.
Timmons must have some pretty good genes, both of them. Same 6'4" and 6'6". I'm only saying it at 6 foot, if that. I would love to grow a couple inches.
Charlie, I look at a lot of these players and my height, and I'm thinking they're like the Eiffel Tower. I mean, you talk about sophomores, and as Gabe Timmons misses his first, but you talk about sophomores that are 6'4". I mean, this kid, you can probably mistake him for a senior. He's still got 2 more years left of high school, and he can definitely fly out to be someone that's just a great athlete.
Yeah, for sure. I can think of so many different players that fit to that example in that category. James Johnson, one of them for the Panthers.
Yep, James Johnson, definitely the hometown school. Cornelius Woodard checks back in for Hannan. There's a foul call. Harold Goff, the Archbishop Hannan Hawks head coach, kind of questioning that call.
Hawks have 5 fouls, Pioneers 3.
That's a good point. The Pioneers will be shooting 2 for the rest of the first quarter.
Michael, what do you think about resetting fouls quarter?
I like it. Obviously it adds an element to the game. I think, I think it adds a little bit more aggressiveness on the defensive side. If you're playing defense, you know that fouls aren't going to be a half anymore. It's going to be for quarters. So you can definitely be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that even if you commit 5 fouls in a quarter, it's going to reset. It's a little different. Obviously, personal fouls don't reset. It's just team fouls.
Yeah.
As Tyler misses his first.
No, I agree with you. I think that
there's a foul there on Gabe Timmons. Or excuse me, no, Dooney Johnson, or no, number 5.
Corey Collins.
Corey Collins.
Hear this stat. The 6'8" freshman.
Yeah, you'll see that here.
Ooh, that's impressive. He's standing next to Collins. He's towering over him.
3 more years left of him. Keith Tyler kicks it out of bounds.
There's so much young talent at this tournament. I mean, you can look around. A lot of the freshmen, sophomores, juniors too. I mean, they're obviously seniors, but you look at that freshman, sophomore class, there's so many of them that are on the top 30 to watch in the TOC. It's very impressive.
A lot of very young high school players are ones to be looking out for as their careers be going on. But for right now, it's the Hawks with the basketball. They're looking to cut into their deficit. It's Timmons on the top of the key. Back out. That's a 3-pointer from Dantzler. No good. Rebound by Juneau. That is Dooney Johnson. Kicks it back out. That's a 3-pointer. That's good. Wow, what a shot by Case Tyler.
That might be the most impressive pass that I've seen at the Tournament of Champions so far. I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. Charlie Shimmerhorn on air says that was the most impressive pass that he's seen at the Tournament of Champions.
Well, Dooney Johnson's been showing off his passing ability with his scoring ability as Timmons and 1. Nice take there from the Archbishop Hannan Hawk big man.
Lots of outside to in. What I mean by that is the perimeter is passing inside of the paint. Gets Timmons lots of nice looks down there, which is really where he thrives.
Coach Shermerhorn in the house, in the broadcast booth. This is great. This is great. Timmons ready to shoot his 2 free throws. Sub going in. I guess they're going to let him shoot the first. Or no, this would be an +1 opportunity. They're going to let him see if he makes it in order to get the sub in.
So far, Michael, lots of fouls. Nope. Combined 10 in this quarter.
Second chance effort is no good, and Pioneers, Dooney Johnson. Behind the back, drives in, kicks it out. That's a 3-pointer. No good. Rebound. 3-pointer again, no good. Another offensive rebound. This time it's Techie's Tyler from downtown, no good. Another offensive rebound, a 4th chance, and he finally gets fouled. That's not going to make Coach Goff happy on the Archbishop sideline.
You know, I think I might take back my statement about the most impressive pass. He's had another one right there.
There's some great passes here being made pretty much all tournament long, from Tuesday to now, and we still have a few more games to go in this tournament. The best is probably going to be yet to come. There's going to be St. Francis or St. John Bosco later, and that's going to be a great game.
For sure. Bosco is always so entertaining and fun to watch. I mean, I bet 80% of Bosco, I don't have actual stats, but I would take a guess, an educated guess, that 80% of Bosco's points come from dunks. I mean, I don't think that's too far off.
Well, I think you're right. I think you're right. I think Brandon McCoy might have that as well for his own personal self. A lot of the dunks he throws down are just effortless, and he's a great player. Here we go. 20 seconds left to go, a little bit less. And the Hannan Hawks look for the last shot. Gotta talk about Trey Jackson. He'll take the 3, and it's good from downtown. That's not Trey Jackson, that's Cornelius Woodard. 3 seconds left to go. Takis Tyler driving in, loses it, and the shot will not go off. It's the top of the backcourt. It won't count anyway. The first quarter ends with Juneau with a 9-point lead, 23-14. Charlie, your thoughts after a great first quarter?
You know, I think the Pioneers, one of my keys for both teams was to come out early and to get some points on the board. Pioneers did that. Okay, on pace for 92 points. I think I wouldn't be surprised if they got to that mark. But Dooney Johnson just looked absolutely incredible. Lots of great passes, lots of made shots. So certainly should be a fantastic game to come.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. We also want to talk about Kep Sports Bar. Kep Sports Bar, check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. We feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like us on Facebook for more information. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions and is the official pre- and post-game stop for butter burgers and frozen custard. We have 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, and Peoria. Let Scoopy know we sent you. And PJ Harris again proud to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Great first quarter, and we should be ready to start the second quarter. It's Takis Tyler with the ball for the Pioneers. Pioneers a 9-point lead. Playing some great basketball. As Sean Blaine-Terre drives in. Drives in. Oh, an off-ball foul on the other side of the court. I believe they're going to be offsetting the fouls. Yep, they're going to be offsetting the fouls. So a foul on both sides.
You know,
it's like flag in football when you have a flag in the offense and the defense, they all offset. Pretty much what happened there.
You know, I can't say that I've seen that double foul.
Yeah, it's not really much of a common occurrence. It's pretty rare, but it does happen. But no harm done so far. It's fairly early. Just one team of one foul, like we had said before. Team fouls reset after each quarter. And the officials will take a second to talk things over, making sure they got it all right.
Looks like it is going to remain Archbishop Hannan ball.
Nothing changed after the reconvenience. And the Hawks will take possession with Timmons bringing the ball down. Oh, nice crossover. Ooh. But picked his pocket was Takis Tyler. Tyler lobs it up. Oh, goodness. Woo-hoo. That's Jaden Hardiman throwing it down. What a sequence.
That was impressive. Oh, we might have another
steal.
One.
Here comes Hardiman, lobbing up once again.
Hey!
He throws it down again. That was Dooney Johnson with the assist that time.
My.
And a timeout for Archbishop Hannan. Oh my goodness.
This place is going crazy. Look at the Pioneers bench. Absolutely insane sequence of events there. I don't think the Hawks head coach Errol Goff is real happy with that one, but I mean, that was so impressive.
Man, a lot of electricity, and speaking of electricity and energy, Enercon. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and enjoy your future with us. Yeah, what a sequence of events for the Pioneers. A team that hasn't really played great defense to start their season, and they've come into this game not only playing as aggressive and as intense as they are, but they're playing a really great defense, and it's really been a great team showing so far for them.
I mean, the energy levels just from the Pioneers, look through the roof. I mean, all 1 through 5 there. Johnson, Hardiman, Trotter. I mean, every single one of them just looks like their energy is through the roof right now, and I think, in my personal opinion, that's why they have the lead.
What a game it's been so far for the Pioneers. What a game it's been so far for Hardiman. 2 straight alley-oop dunks. You don't see that often. As the Hawks look to settle things down after the timeout. Kicking it out to Anthony Thompson. Swinging across the floor. Back to Timmons. Timmons all alone down low, and he'll get fouled. I believe they'll get that on Johnson.
just go-to move down there in the paint by Timmons over one of his shoulders, either right or left. Just a little hook shot there.
Get Hardeman with the foul.
Maybe he's kicking himself a little bit. He didn't make it, but certainly go to the line. Appears to be a good free throw shooter, what we've seen so far.
Yeah, a lot of these great athletes and a lot of the great athletes that are showcasers for these teams, a lot of them just can score in any which way possible. There's not really a flaw in these guys' games. As Timmons knocks down 2 out of 2. And Tyler will set things up for the Pioneers, looking to extend their lead. Already at 11. That's a three-pointer. No good. Rebound goes to Timmons. He'll push it up. Layup is up and no good, but another rebound attempt was no good, but ultimately it falls.
Yeah, that was an interesting turn of events there. Even though Raylan Jones didn't make the shot for the Pioneers play before that, I would still like to think that that's a shot that head coach Aaron Spearing wants. Nice little down screen by Johnson.
Johnson probing his way to the lane, and he gets fouled, and he'll go to the line for 2. Yeah, we've been saying it the whole broadcast long. This feels like a different Juneau team than what we've seen in the past. And it's definitely worked out for them. And 9-point lead against a very solid Archbishop Hannan team. It's Johnson at the line for 2.
Yeah, no, you're completely right on that. I think that later down the line, the Hawks are going to mount a comeback a little bit. It's only a 10-point game where it might seem like it's like 15 or 20 the way that this energy is going. But at the end of the day, it's only a 10-point game.
The way the teams have stopped the Pioneers is that they start to double team Dooney Johnson, and when they start double teaming Dooney Johnson, they start to fall apart offensively. So you got to think the Hawks have some sort of adjustment for that. As here comes Timmons, he'll go to the basket and he'll score.
I mean, what a move. He was just able to spin off that quickly. It's like a point guard skills on a 6'6" guy. Very impressive.
Tyler kicking it out. That's a three-pointer. That's good. That'd be Raylan Jones downtown. A nice clean stroke for him as well. And Pioneers. Oh, there's Dooney Johnson with the steal. He'll turn it back over. No, he won't. He'll end up going out of bounds off of Archbishop Hannan.
Johnson, obviously one of those very skilled, athletic guys. But I think a lot of coaches would agree with me in the sense that he's also a very high motor guy out there on the court. He plays as hard as he can every play. He's diving on loose balls. He's jumping to get steal passes.
Dooney Johnson, a step back 3, no good. Rebound goes to Archbishop Hannan. Zach LaRoe go and pass it up forward, and Gabe Timmons will score. Or Drew Timmons will score, pardon me, his brother. It's kind of hard to see those Archbishop Hannan Hawk numbers.
The Hawks haven't really relied on the 3 ball as much as they have in the past couple games. More of centering their shots and attacking inside of the 3-point arc.
Yeah, I credit that more to the Pioneers defense, I feel like. They've been high-flying. They get turnovers. They've been playing really good defense themselves. They've made it hard on the Hawks. It's only a 10-point game. Far from over. So here comes Raylan Jones. Giving it to Blaine Trotter. Hardeman back to Trotter. Blaine Trotter.
I really like what Archbishop Hannan did on that ball screen there. They just blitzed it and double-teamed that ball handler. Took away the roll, took away the pop.
That keeps Tyler at the finish. Yeah, it seems like the Hawks have been playing a little bit better basketball. Just Juneau right now is just on a different level right now.
The Hawks are so well coached, too. You can just see what they do on the floor. The ball movement.
And that's a three-pointer from Brenton Gordon.
Right on cue.
And that is money.
Inside out pass there from Timmons. You love to see it because one of the most high percentage shots that a shooter can make is the inside out pass. When you're able to step into it cleanly, and he happened to be wide open there too, which also helps, a lot. But you're able to set your feet and just get the ball off clean.
Yeah, you got to pass it into the shooter's pocket, and that's exactly what Timmons did. As Johnson drives in, kicks it back out. Blaine Trotter back to Johnson. Oh, goodness. All over Johnson, and it ended up being, they're going to call it an offensive foul. Johnson ended up pushing
Looked like
Hawk over his head, and it ended up being a foul on him.
maybe it looked like he extended an armbar a little bit.
Yeah, he looked like he did. It
That
looked
was
like
called an offensive.
looked like he grabbed his leg and ended up just pushing over his head. And ended up getting called for a foul for that. I'm sure he probably thinks it could have been the other way around, but
I think arguably any player a foul is called on.
oh,
I
Tyler.
know I did.
Oh, Tyler, you got another steal. He's been a pest on defense, and he gets called for the foul. He's been all over his offensive counterparts, and he's been getting a lot of steals, and he's just been very active.
Another one of those high motor guys in Tyler. Loves to play defense. How many steals is he up to? 2 or 3 maybe?
He's got to be up there in terms of being in the second quarter. He's got to at least have 3 or 4. Johnson. Tyler, not just the defense, he's been a great ball distributor on the offensive side.
He's playing like a true point guard.
Been a pest, and the Pioneers love it. Here's Raylan Jones. Slips, and I believe he was out of bounds before he passed the ball, and he was. And the Hawks will take over.
One thing that I've sort of picked up on is the Hawks do something different on every ball screen. Rather they switch it.
Oh, nice save by Timmons, using his strength to get to the bucket, and he'll get to the chance for an and one.
That was pretty impressive.
Yeah, you got to say it. I think as a senior, and obviously he's not only a great athlete, but he's also very strong. He's just a well-built kid, and shows it off there.
Yeah, just the overall body strength of him, enabling him just to get up high and score right around the backboard. Led to that and one.
Here come the Pioneers the other way, very quick. Tyler kicks it out. Johnson left open. He thought about it, just drives in. Thought about getting Paul in the foul, but he's not getting it. And Hardiman gives it back to Tyler, and Pioneers settle things down. 34-28, 3 minutes left to go here in the second quarter. Coming up at halftime is Upstream Tournament Central. Is a 3-point shot there, no good from Johnson. Timmons and Johnson fight for it, ultimately won by Timmons. Driving in, oh nice, wrap around the defender's head, and he scores. Well, what about that from Drew Timmons?
That was a very impressive move. He took the ball around, carried it maybe above his shoulder there, and just was able to put the ball in the bucket. So very, very impressive. You know, he reminds me, honestly, if I had to.
Oh, Johnson left open to the basket, and he'll score. I honestly thought he would have thrown that one down, but he'll settle for the easy two. Trapping down there. Talking about the Juneau defense feeding off their offense. A 3-point shot there, though, is no good. Rebound Timmons, and he'll struggle with it, and nothing out of him. And the Pioneers take possession.
Going back to my point a little bit earlier, I think Timmons, if I had to assign an NBA player comp to him, I would say Nikola Jokic. Now, obviously, he's not 6'10", 250 pounds, but just his overall play style. He can shoot the ball, he can pass the ball really well, and he moves like a guard in a big man's body.
Oh, Tyke Tyler ended up pulling on the jersey of Jay Dantzler, ended up jumping the passing lane, getting the steal, and the folks right in front of us want a foul being called, and they certainly have a fair point to make, but
yeah, the bleachers got a little bit rowdy there.
Aaron Spearing talking things over to the official. Arrow Goff isn't too displeased about that. I'm sure you can just let that one go. A little bit of sportsmanship going on, gamesmanship. Been a foul being called, and we'll go on Juneau.
Not really sure. Foul on 11, it looked like, an off-ball foul.
So Jaden Hardiman with the foul, and it's off-ball. And now the Pioneers are at 5 fouls, so for the rest of the quarter, would it be the 2 minutes and 1 second left to go, the Hawks are going to be shooting 2 at the line. Now it's Zach LaRoe at the line.
Important free throws. They could cut the lead as he made it. Could cut the lead down to 4 only for the Pioneers. I mean, just like that, you can't count the Hawks out, even with a rough start.
Very rough start, but This Hawks team, just like all the teams here at the Tournament of Champions, very talented. So no game is won or lost in the first half. It's all going to come down to a full, complete game as Johnson sizes up his defender, tries to push off. Hawks defend them well. And
there it is again. He blitzed it.
Blitzing the screen. Oh, what a Euro step. And the
what
finish
a move
there from this, Bryce Daniels. That was a great finish there.
What a move
junior.
by the big fella.
And the Juneau Pioneers will call a timeout. All out of sorts here on their side of things, and this timeout is powered by Enercon. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and enter your future with us. Yeah, this is shaping up to be just like how all the other games have been so far tonight. Just very good. Two teams that match up well with each other in terms of the athleticism of Juneau and the whole team complete effort of Archbishop Hannan. This should definitely be a doozy.
You're right. I mean, this Hawks defense has really turned up the past couple minutes. You know, what they're doing to the ball screens, you know, I mentioned, I've been talking about it earlier, but it's just so important because it leads to buckets like that. When they're able to blitz that ball screen and double team it, get some steals on a very, very talented Junie Johnson, mind you.
Yep.
And not allow him to pass it to the dump down guy and have all the other defenders, rotate over and take the guys who would be Junie Johnson's next pass. It's just so important how team defense is able just to switch up a game like that.
And not every team has that level of team defense. A lot of teams, when they come to Thanksgiving tournaments, they're not as, chemistry-wise as, playing well as a team, but that's where the good teams come in. They're in midseason form in Thanksgiving tournaments. That's the hallmark of a really good team. As the Pioneers, with 90 seconds to go here in the first half, have possession is Takis Tyler. And he'll be fouled by Jay Dantzler. Coming up at halftime, we'll have Uptraining Auto Group Tournament Central with Jonathan Michael. He'll be the very special guest, I'm sure, and he'll be coming up at halftime. Takis Tyler, both teams had 5 fouls, so we're going to be finishing in terms of fouls at the line, shooting 2 for the next minute 24.
Michael, I didn't realize it, but I'm looking at the scoreboard right now, and Junie Johnson has 16 points.
Yeah, he was on fire in the first quarter. He definitely set the tone. And
pretty impressive feat given it's only the first half.
Here's Timmons. No good. Gets his own miss. No, he doesn't.
Smart.
It ends up being batted out to the Pioneers.
Smart defense to double team Timmons down on the block by the Pioneers.
Here's Takis Tyler. Oh, what a move. Getting to the basket. Penetrating, no good. Batted around, but out to Johnson at the top of the key. Under a minute to go. 38-34. The Pioneers up by 4. Johnson, turnaround jumper. Good from the free throw line. Great move. Junie Johnson up to 18. Takis Tyler up to 13. So it's been pretty much a Batman and Robert kind of effort for this Pioneers team.
You know, Michael, I hate to keep comparing people because they're all their own players.
Oh, Timmons, nice cut to the basket. He'll score.
Nikola Jokic at it. No, I'm just kidding. But if I had to do one for Junie Johnson, he reminds me a lot of DeMar DeRozan.
That's a really good comparison.
Very athletic, likes to shoot the mid-range shot a lot.
10 seconds for Johnson. Kicks it out. Braylon Jones back out to Johnson. He looks like he's going to take the final shot with 2 and 1. The 3 is no good, and that's how the first half ends. The Pioneers up on the Hawks, and a very good game so far. 40-36. Charlie, what did you see out of that first half?
Yeah, no, I saw a lot of great offense, especially from the Pioneers in the first and second quarter. But in that second quarter also, I saw a good Hawks team start to emerge. Right, you saw Timmons get more involved, get some more looks down on the block, and be able to put the ball in the bucket rather. But also defense too. You know, we've talked about it a little bit, but defense is just so important, and that was one of my keys to winning. Right, whichever defense is able to dominate, normally that team wins. So right now, it would appear that even though the score suggests the Pioneers are winning, it looks like the Hawks defense is on the rise.
Yeah, certainly. If we look at Juneau, and we already talked about it, their first 2 games of the season, they led up over 100 points in each of those games. That's going to win the other team basketball games. You're not going to lose very many games scoring 100 points. But now the Hawks are on pace to have 72, so you can already tell from the score that they're playing better defense. But with all that being said, the first half is over. We're going to be sent into a commercial break, and after that, our own Jonathan Michael is with Morton Varsity Boys basketball coach Abe Zeller. That'll be the upstream Auto Group Tournament Central, but for right now, we're sending to a commercial break. We'll be back with you the second half momentarily.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Healthcare Cancer Institute. Scary and Coach Kevin Brown is a tough team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. OSF can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. To request an appointment, visit their website or call 844-OSF-4-HOPE. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome into Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central here, halftime of our game between the Juneau Pioneers and the Archbishop Hannan Hawks. Boy, it's been a great day of action here from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Lots of close games all around. And I'm joined now by Morton Potter's head coach, Abe Zeller, who we're going to see in the game after this. Potter's a big game coming up against the Vashon Wolverines. But, Abe, we were just talking before this. It's been a nice start to the week for you guys. You guys have played some great competition. Overall, how would you sum up your guys' experience at this tournament so far?
Oh, it's been great. It's been great for our guys to go up against some really, really good competition and just gain. I think we've learned a lot about ourselves. So I mean, like being in battling back and forth with some of the both games that we've had, having a little bit of lead, a little bit of a fight and scratch to get back. It's just been good for our guys to try to learn and grow through the games we've had.
Most definitely, and again, you guys, gave Gibbs a really good game yesterday. Gibbs is obviously one of the top teams in the entire state of Florida. What a nationally recognized team as well. And I mean, again, I know there's no moral victories, but you guys probably had to have felt pretty proud of the way you guys were able to compete last night.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt our guys fully confident and thought that both games they had opportunities to win and going into it believe that we could win. But like you said, the competition is very, very, very good. And again, just the learning curve that our guys have is I couldn't ask for it. 10 miles away to come here and play in this great tournament is a blessing for our guys in our program.
Most definitely, and again, great start to the season in terms of just the competition you guys get to face, and really, I mean, this is going to not only do, I'm sure you guys good, but also Metamore and Washington. It's going to prepare you guys for, well, I think it's going to be a very tough Mid-Atlantic this season. Boy, I think it's going to be a very tight, very tough competitive conference this year.
Oh, absolutely. The Mid-Atlantic always is, but I mean, there's no doubt that Washington, Metamora, and the other teams, I think East Peoria is going to make some noise and do some things also with their young group, and there's a lot of competitive games to come in the Mid-Atlantic for sure.
No, most definitely. And again, last night that game I was on the call for, Gibbs was obviously a very big team. You guys is, largest players, at least height-wise, 6'6". You guys were able just to really compete well. Again, despite being outsized, we were just some players, you've been really just impressed with. You guys have been a very deep group too as well. It feels like you guys have gotten contributions all over the board so far.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it starts with our returning guys with Wes Goodeman and Tripp Rugard and Kel Boker and Grant Selke. I thought has played some huge minutes and knocked down some big shots. Yeah. Silas Steffen has been a phenomenal defender, guarding some really, really good high caliber guys, and the rest is just we're a deep team that look forward to using that depth throughout this season, no doubt.
Yeah, most definitely. And, just we were talking about this on the broadcast yesterday. And, again, I know you're in your second year at Morton, obviously with Roanoke Benson beforehand. Just overall, I mean, now that you're a year in, what's the change been like? I'm sure you're probably fully settled in the Morton program now. But just zooming out, big picture, what's just the change been like as a whole?
It's been good. I left a good place, or a really good place too. So yeah. I mean, Morton is a great community that cares about their sports and has great kids, and so it was, year one was, transition for even the family and myself, but we definitely are feeling way more comfortable in the community, and just year two, excited for year two and beyond.
Most definitely. And again, you guys are coming up again right after the halftime, or right after this one finishes up. We're at halftime, obviously, of Archbishop Hannan in Milwaukee, Juneau. A tight game going on right now. But you guys have a big test coming up here against St. Louis Vashon, a very, scrappy athletic team. What are you kind of telling your guys before this one?
Their speed and athleticism, I think, is we've played, every team we've played is really, really good and really, really athletic. I think Vashon is even a step above the two teams we face, so we're going to have to handle some pressure, and our transition defense today is going to have to be great. So we're going to have to really get back and guard. Sure.
Well, again, if we learned one thing in this tournament, and I'm sure we knew it because we obviously get to see you guys a lot, but for the people watching at home and say, hey, well, Vashon's really good, they're going to win this game, you can never count out the Morton Potters. You absolutely cannot. It's a tough, gritty group that's been really impressive so far. And, Coach is kind of looking down the road a little bit. I know this is your last game here at the tournament. What are some other maybe games, other tournaments you guys are going to this season that'll kind of looking forward to?
Yeah, we beefed up our schedule a little bit. We added Normal Community. We got Springfield Landfear in a shootout. We got St. Ignatius. That's got Kendall Gill's boy, Phoenix Gill, in a shootout. The Pekin Holiday Tournament added Mount Zion. Richwoods is back in it, and Moline's going to be really good. There's a lot of really good teams at Christmas time. So. And then obviously the Middle Illini is a grind. So we're going to be this prepares us for the battles that we have coming up. We got Peoria High in 2 weeks, and then Emmanuel are in the championship after Peoria High having a big win against Bolingbrook.
It's huge.
So we're excited for our season, and this start just prepares us for those big games that we have coming up.
Most definitely. Central Illinois basketball strong as ever again this year. Boy, how about Peoria High taking down top-ranked Bolingbrook last night. So a lot of great teams in the area, and you can't have a conversation about the great teams in the area without the Morton Potters and head coach Abe Zeller. Abe, appreciate you joining us in the studio. And guys, we'll send it back up to you in the booth after a quick break from our sponsors. You're watching the KBM TOC on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within one business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back inside Raymond Oratory Gymnasium, where Juneau up on the Archbishop Hannan Hogs by 40-36. Charlie, we saw 2 quarters of action. We saw 1 half of action. And, we both took some things away from this quarter or this half, but you have some keys for the second half.
Yeah, no, certainly lots of great basketball, and that can't be undermined here. But for the Archbishop Hannan Hawks, one thing that I really noticed is that they have to keep team defense alive. Keep it alive. Ball screens. Do what they're doing. Blitz it. Switch it. Generate some steals, some turnovers for the Pioneers there. Also, don't be afraid to move the ball. When you saw the Pioneers fire Drew Timmons down in the post, don't be afraid to kick that ball out to the perimeter and get some threes. They also need to start to limit their turnovers. For the Pioneers, it's pretty simple. Stop Drew Timmons. He's been killing them inside. If they can stop him, they got a pretty good chance of winning this game. Also, let Dooney Johnson and Takis Tyler take over. Don't be afraid to let Johnson and Tyler be the duo like you mentioned earlier, Batman and Robin sort of way. Let Johnson do all the athletic stuff, score the basketball. Tyler, great defensive player. He can also shoot the ball. And also just one thing for both teams too. Keep the energy intact. If both squads come out here, play energetic, play with passion, I think it should make for a very, very good second half.
So you see a couple fans there. And this gym has definitely filed out the more this night has gone by. And it's shaping up to be more of a sellout now. Obviously not a sellout right now, but later on it can definitely reach that type of capacity. So here come the Hawks. Timmons down low. And Hardiman, I believe, will be called for the foul. 11 on 11.
So there was that double team that I was talking about. It's called firing the post. When they kick it down to Timmons on the block and they double team him, that normally leaves somebody open on the perimeter.
Hardiman bats it away. I can definitely tell that nails the three. Anthony Thompson.
There it is. Great ball movement on the perimeter. That one was the inside out. That was more of a perimeter pass. Still a fantastic shot there by Mr. Anthony Thompson.
From the Pioneers the other way. Braylon Jones back out to Johnson. Tyler Johnson, a little bit of miscommunication, but Tyler ended up getting it back up, but not enough hardwood before the paint, and steps out of bounds.
You know, Michael, I think something that's kind of interesting, I can see Dooney Johnson being a DB in football. Do you see that?
Yeah. He's definitely be a very tall wide receiver too.
I mean,
he can
yeah,
definitely play both sides of the ball.
I guess I was kind of forgetting he's 6'5", but I mean his just sheer athleticism though is just through the roof.
Johnson unable to get the steal there, unable to lay it up at first was Bryce Dangles, but getting his own miss and finally putting in the basket. And the Hawks have the lead.
Say just like that, 41-40 in favor of the Archbishop Hannan Hawks.
They're on a 5-0 run to start things here in the second half. The Pioneers look to respond with Tyler right on the Panther head. Drives in. Tyler scoops it up. No good. Couldn't put enough English on that basketball. Gives it to Anthony Thompson. Thompson looking for Timmons. Timmons unable to get it, but he will, and ultimately just gets fouled.
You know, even though Tyler missed it on the opposite end, I think that was still a good take. And that's one of the things that you see when you switch ball screens like that. Sometimes the defender that's on the ball screener can't switch over soon enough. And I think that's kind of what happened there. And they were in kind of scramble mode, left to a wide open layup, just couldn't finish it.
Timmons unable to get there, but now puts it in. And Drew Timmons for the bucket. As Bryce Dangles unable to finish. But no harm, no foul. You have Drew Timmons getting that offensive rebound. And the Hawks have a 3-point lead now on a 7-0 run. Sets the start of the frame. Here's Johnson sizing up. Anthony Thompson gets fouled.
You know, I really like that, and I'll tell you why. When they're able to get him that ball one-on-one on the block, everybody is on the island, right? There was little to no help defense, maybe backside help from Drew Timmons there. But that was about it. So if he can even just spin around him, that's a pretty good layup. And I think he can finish that, given the skilled athletic player that he is. But also he can shoot the ball, right? So that one didn't fall, but was he able to do? Draw the foul. So I really like that there, that look.
That's what you see a lot in the professional ranks, especially in the NBA, that isolation game when you have your best player size up one of their best players, one of their best defenders, and you just leave them on an island. As Dooney Johnson knocks down 2 out of 2, and it's a 1-point game. Oh, what a screen set. First of all, and the finish made by Bryn Gordon.
That was a great back screen, and I think what Coach Errol Goff there recognized that there was no help on the backside, and Drew Timmons absolutely laid the screen down and was able just to generate a wide open look.
Johnson able to hit the three is wide open for a moment, but here come the Hawks the other way. Archbishop Hannan. Bryce Dangles kicks it out to Timmons. Timmons for three, no good. Rebound though by Archbishop Hannan. That was Bryce Dangles, and they'll have another life as Timmons. Oh, that's a good idea. He's wide open for a second, but just a little awkward of a pass, and Timmons not able to corral it. Turnover for the Hawks.
Michael, I can feel sort of a shift of momentum here going from the Pioneers to the Hawks. I think that the Hawks offense is starting to generate a little bit more energy here. Lots of great ball movement, great passes.
Tyler pulls up from the elbow and hits. Nice move there to get that separation. Nice stutter.
What a great pull up there. Skilled move to elevate over the defender and get that shot off.
5'11" junior is Takis Tyler, and it's fouled there by the Pioneers. I believe that was Sean Blaine Trotter.
See head coach Errol Goff on your screen there.
Trotter will take a seat. And the Hawks will look to inbound. Bryce Dangles looking around, no good. I think it's an over the back foul on Timmons.
Just reached over a little bit there.
Big story for at least this quarter is Juneau is already at 4 fouls, and we're not even halfway through the quarter frame. Be something to look out for.
Right, fouls can definitely change the momentum of any game. You know, if you have one of your star players foul out, I'm not saying that that's happening right now, but if that does happen, any team can just be devastated by that.
Here's Johnson. Looking to score, throws up an awkward shot, hoping for a foul call. He'll get it and he'll shoot for 2.
And there was that ISO again, Michael, but he was able to generate sort of a mismatch down below because of an off-ball screen that caused the Hawks to switch there. Off-ball screens, some teams have different philosophies on them. Some of them just try and get through that screen, some of them go under it, some of them go over it. Other teams switch it, and when you switch it, sometimes they can create mismatches.
Dooney Johnson knocks down his first. And we're now up at 45, folks.
I can't wait to see how this rest of the third quarter and the fourth quarter play out, given that we're at a 1-point game right now.
Oh, nice cut down low, and he'll get fouled. That was Zach LaRoe. Nice job there, cutting to the basket and able to at least not make the shot. I bet he'd love to make the shot, but at least get fouled and he'll go to the line for 2. And that also puts the Pioneers at 5 fouls for the quarter.
Yeah, that was great. Just skilled offense right there. You know, 13 Raylan Jones for the Pioneers was just sitting in that gap, maybe predicting a perimeter pass to go steal it. Maybe he wanted to dunk. I mean, I would too. But he was able to get backdoored there and then draw the foul. So maybe if I'm Jones, you want to start kind of easing that pressure in those gaps.
Here's Dooney Johnson, gives it out to Takis Tyler, and the Juneau Pioneers look to set things up and extend their lead. Tyler looked to do just that from downtown, no good. But how about Dooney Johnson getting a rebound for them? And Raylan Jones tying it up with a Hawk, and possession arrow will go with the Pioneers.
You know, just another example of Johnson's sheer athleticism there. I also just realized this, Michael. I think it's pretty interesting to point out. Look at his shoes. I think those shoes, bright pink. I've never seen them before.
Definitely make him stand out.
I kind of like them though.
Bad inbounds pass. Drew Timmons picks it off, and the Hawks will go the other way. Oh, nice pass. Driving in, back out. Bryce Dangles scores. Nice move there from number 24 in Navy.
That was great pass, great ball movement, great finish. Maybe there could have been a foul there. I don't know. I couldn't hear. Certainly, Coach Goff wants one. He's still doing the foul sign on the sideline.
The Hawks are A little more energetic on the defensive side, turning to offense and the defense, driving in again. Good Hardeman, not able to put it in. And they will call it an offensive goaltending. That could have been something else there.
I believe they called over the back.
No, they had that signal that waving signal. So unfortunately for Hardeman, it could have been a highlight reel, but turned into offensive goaltending.
That might have been one of the most impressive dunks that I've seen.
In other words, basket interference, but still Hawks ball, and they end up missing a 3, and the Pioneers look the other way and launching it out of bounds, a fastball out of bounds. Johnson had a good idea, but unable to do it. Incomplete pass. Wild pitch.
At least he didn't throw an interception.
Well, that's a good thing, and I mean, it kind of is an interception when you think about it, because he had turned the ball over, but good way to think about it.
Sounds better.
Brandon Gordon. Out to Anthony Thompson. Timmons. Nice pass there to get Timmons away from his defender, and he got an easy finish.
And that was a gamble there by Johnson, trying to go pick that screen off. Unlucky for him, though. That was a great catch by Timmons. And it's an even better pass there by Thompson.
And how about this? The Hawks have a 3-point lead. They've definitely won the third quarter for now. They come out ready to make this more of a game for them. As Johnson looking for any kind of space. He's being hounded on defense. Gets a shot off though, but it's not before a travel is called. And the Pioneers will turn it back over to the Hawks.
Johnson wants a foul there.
It looks like the Juneau Pioneers want to talk things over. Coach Aaron Spear.
You're completely right. I think, I don't know, maybe at halftime, Coach Errol Goff maybe ignited a flame in that locker room there, because it just looks like the Hawks are coming out with more energy, more passion for the game, and I love to see it. Right, I think so. Even though that the momentum switched a little bit and that now the Hawks have a 3-point lead, I don't think the Pioneers go away. I see Dooney Johnson, he's trying to take over the game right now, and I'm fine with that because he's doing it the whole first half and it worked.
Certainly has made a difference from halftime locker room. The halftime adjustment certainly would have worked as Bryce Daniels looking for Zach LaRoe. Back to Timmons down low, backing down his man. Looks to have a foul, but no good. But Anthony Thompson there to clean it up, and the Hawks score once again. It's a 5-point game.
So they did. They fired Timmons down there, and it looks like even when they double team, he's going to go put the ball up. So with that being said, I mean, he can make them, but you got to think also that maybe he would look to pass outside on the perimeter because somebody's got to be open.
Dooney Johnson scores back, and the answer right back, and I feel like he's probably talking some trash.
Maybe.
A little bit of emotion.
Able to turn around, beeline towards the angle, or take the angle, and almost intercept that pass.
It was a foul on Juneau as Anthony Thompson at the line.
Maybe I'm not going to compare him to DeMar DeRozan. Maybe I'm going to compare him to Kevin Paideia.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
A little bit of football being added in basketball. I like it. I guess you can have different sports comparisons. I think it makes for an overall better athlete if you think about it. The athletes are just great at every sport they play.
I mean, there's so many people who are professional athletes that played multiple sports. Kyler Murray obviously went #1 in the NFL draft, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you can fact check me at home, he was like number 6 overall in the MLB too.
Yep, he got drafted by the Athletics.
There's so many examples. I mean, look at Bo Jackson, people like that.
Yep.
Football, baseball.
Deion Sanders.
Deion, yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, well, it's all fun and games while we're talking about Dooney Johnson. I mean, it's true, though. There's so many athletes that play multiple sports, and it's spectacular.
Pioneers inbounding the ball. Shot clock is off. We got 25 seconds left to go in the third. The Hawks have a 5-point lead. Juneau Pioneers trying to cut into their deficit. Johnson not in any hurry to do anything. Trying to size up his defender, and he definitely is looking to take the last shot of the quarter. Got 5, 4, drops it off. That is a 3-ball from Riley Jones. No good. Rebound. Hawks have a chance to put the shot, and I believe that counted anyway. It did not. It didn't go in to begin with. But here we go. A 5-point lead for Archbishop Hannan over Milwaukee Juneau, 53-48. Charlie, your thoughts on what was kind of a switch of momentum kind of quarters in the third?
Yeah, no, you're right. I think some of the keys that I have, I mean, not to toot my own horn or anything, are being executed by the Hawks. Their team defense, what they're doing with ball screens, even off-ball screens too, a little bit, it's right. It's correct. It's what didn't the Pioneers, they had 40 points going into halftime?
Yeah, they had something like that. They had kind of a trouble start in the third quarter.
So to put up 40 points in one half and then in the third quarter with 48, that's gotta tell you that the defense is just absolutely suffocating their offense. And also Drew Timmons, he was able to pass the ball out to the perimeter and get some shots up, but also score himself.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Gotta get some fans. Gotta get some fans shooting, and both coaches.
It's like Coach Errol Goff
He's been doing that all tournament long. He's locked in right now. He's making sure that his message to his players gets to his players, and no one doesn't understand anything. Everyone has to understand their adjustments. And yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do to win these games, especially these close ones, because Milwaukee Juneau, I mean, you got to think about a team that's just so athletic. They can just score in a heartbeat, especially number one in gray. Been unbelievable. Dooney Johnson, that is. 24 points. He also got 3 fouls, so something to look on to too, as Jaden Hardiman nearly got the steal. Ends up being Drew Timmons. Oh, goodness. He almost put a body in a poster.
Sort of a broken play there, but it almost worked out for the Hawks. Great hustle by Anthony Thompson to dive on that loose ball after it was almost stolen.
This place is fouling out, and the more fans there are, I feel like the more these players want to show out for these people. Drew Timmons at the line, got a foul called. Drew that call, and shooting 2, he missed his first.
So much talent across the board in this tournament.
Timmons misses both. So we're still at 8, we're still at 5 points. The difference in this game, 53-48. We're just starting the 4th. And what is the 5th game out of a slate of 8 to finish out the 2024 KBMTOC. As the turnover there from the Pioneers back to the Hawks. That is
Gabe Timmons, the brother of Drew.
Timmons. I almost forgot their last names for a second. I had to double check. Gabe Timmons, the younger brother to sophomore, 6'4" sophomore. So you gotta think that Timmons' parents are probably pretty fairly tall.
I would say so. I'm sure they're also very happy and impressed with the way that their boys are playing. Shout out to both of the Timmons.
Shout out to the great state of Louisiana, the state that, I would say I had never visited Louisiana, but a lot of great things, a great vacation spot.
I have never visited Louisiana either.
Been to Texas, but not been to Louisiana.
I have been to Wisconsin, though.
There you go.
So, I mean, maybe a little bit of connection.
There's Braylon Jones at the top of the key, gives it to Johnson. Johnson, oh, nice crossover to a shot, no good. The rebound goes to Timmons. Drew Timmons, bringing it up, kicking it out, and not before a foul is called. And there'll be a foul on the floor, so they'll inbound the ball.
I think Zach Lauro is maybe wishing there wasn't a foul as he drained the 3 from the corner.
Yeah, he was wide open. He definitely would have had a great shot there. Oh, nice inbounds play to Drew Timmons, and 1.
Michael, that was a perfectly drawn up and perfectly executed inbounds play. Wasn't the most complicated thing ever, just a little off-ball down screen to Drew Timmons, but they're able to execute it so well that it got him an open look and led to the and 1.
Timmons at the line, and it feels like he's shooting his 20th free throw tonight. It kind of feels like he's lived at the line at certain points. Drains it. It's a 10-point game.
I mean, you're right. He's lived at the free throw line because he's able to get down on the blocks, but he just draws contact. He doesn't shy away from it. He knows that his best bet is scoring, is by drawing contact, and if he makes a shot, then maybe he gets an and one also.
Tyler putting on the moves and able to at least put a floater up that was no good. But then Juneau ended up fouling. And how about this? The Pioneers are at 5 fouls, while the Hawks have nothing, and that might be a story of at least this quarter, but it feels like at least the second half, that's been a pretty good story. We're not even 2 minutes into the frame, and the Pioneers are at 5 fouls. Not a good sign if
Michael,
you're Milwaukee Juneau.
one thing I want to point out, Dooney Johnson has to be very careful. He has 4 fouls. I don't know if you noticed that, but he has 4. He's like their best player by far. So he's got to play smart. He can't get fouled out, or else that would be very bad for the Pioneers.
Not only Dooney Johnson, but Jaden Hardiman, probably the Robin to his Batman, also has 4 fouls. So very risky time to be a Pioneers fan. You got to be chewing on your fingernails, thinking that there's a chance that your star players will not be in this ball game given one more foul. As for the time being, Takis Tyler gets fouled and he'll shoot 2.
Almost looked like Gabe Timmons there was going to square up and take a charge.
Would have been a Jody Brown State Farm charge. She's been a very fine lady, a very fine businesswoman, and she's also a very good sponsor of this tournament.
You're right.
Obviously State Farm, proud sponsor of this tournament. So
all my respect goes out to Jody. People like this, just another KBM TOC plug here. Volunteers make this tournament, and Jody is one of those volunteers. So all my respect goes out to her and every volunteer that works there and is able to put this tournament together.
Certainly, well said. And Thompson loses it, but Timmons gets it. He uses his strong upper body to create space for that layup.
He just plays with so much finesse. It's absolutely incredible because being at that size, 6'6", you wouldn't expect somebody to be able to move around the court like he does.
Here's Johnson, open lane, and one. It's a blocking foul, shooting foul, so Johnson an and one opportunity at the line.
I think some Archbishop Hannan fans wanted the 5th foul on Johnson.
Yeah, Arrow Goff also not as pleased. He thought that maybe it was a charge. It would have been, once again, a Jody Brown State Farm charge if it would have happened. But Johnson, with the other way around, a foul on Archbishop Hannan, converts a 3-point play. So it sets up a 9-point lead for Archbishop Hannan, 62-53. 5:45 left to go here in this one.
Something interesting, Michael, maybe to
Gabe
try and
Timmons scores.
maybe to try and deal with some foul trouble there. The Pioneers just dropped back into a diamond press. Whoa!
Jaden Hardiman throws it down.
It's like they're in, what would that be, 1-2-2?
Yeah, more like, I'd say a
2-2-1.
I'd say a 2-1-2.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell. The way we were just looking at it, it's kind of hard to tell. They were kind of motioning in certain ways. Here comes Gabe Timmons down low.
For that Gabe Timmons bucket last possession, they dropped out of the zone coverage, back into man.
It was a good idea by Brandon Gordon, just wasn't executed as Juneau the other way. Dooney Johnson from downtown buries the 3. He walks right into that jumper and buries it. And how about Archbishop? Man, they need a timeout, and Arrow Golf wants to talk things over.
Look at the way he was able to set his feet there. I mean, just catch the ball so smoothly, get both of his feet down, shoot the ball. Absolutely impressive.
This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and enjoy your future with us. Yeah, this game, I mean, we always like to say momentum this, momentum that. It feels like it's the go-to saying for anything, but I feel like this game kind of exemplifies that. Talk about Juneau in the beginning of the game, they jumped out to their big lead. All signs pointed to them winning this one because they just had the momentum to begin with the game. But then Archbishop Hannan outside the halftime locker room that jumped out to, I forget what the ending run was, but at one point it was a 7-0 run and they'd taken the lead. Mm-hmm. And now obviously the Hawks still have the lead, but the Pioneers have been putting some runs on their own, but now it's a 6-point game.
Yeah, just an excellent bounce back by Archbishop Hannan there. You'd have to think that something was said at that halftime speech, if you will, by Coach Goff. They've just looked like a whole new squad. They're shooting the ball a lot better. That obviously helps too. In the first half, they weren't shooting the ball as well. They have been of recent, but just playing with a lot more energy. And I'm excited to see how this game finishes.
Yeah, Errol Goff, you can already tell from the way he talks to his players during timeouts. He's a very intense guy, but I bet he just loves his players. As here comes Hannan. The other way, here's Drew Timmons. Kind of struggling there, kind of stuck. And they'll look to set things up.
That was a little bit different look there by the Pioneers. In a 1-2-2, kind of hot zone there. Jump back into man coverage.
Zach LaRoe had his pass tipped, and he'll stay with Hannan. 5:25 left to go. A 6-point lead for Archbishop. Hannan setting up to be a very, very good finish. All these games so far this Saturday, the end-all be-all in this tournament has been fantastic. As Drew Timmons, that's the shot clock expires, and it already expired before he let go of the ball, so it'll be a turnover back to the Pioneers.
Maybe not the look that Coach Goff wanted there, but nonetheless, it was almost a close shot. Would have been very impressive if he would have made that.
Here's Tyler. Oh, nice step back jumper, creating separation, but no good. Good box out there from Drew Timmons. And it'd be Hannan basketball.
Timmons is that one utility guy that you can rely on to pretty much do anything on the court. He can pass the ball, he can shoot the ball, he can score inside, he can box out, as just shown. But he can pretty much do it all. So whenever Coach Goff needs something, I know he definitely turns to Drew Timmons.
Coach Goff, it's not like what he's seen. His offense is all over the place, and he quickly called a timeout as soon as Brandon Gordon picked up the basketball. He really does need to talk some things over. This timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging, graded power beer career. Visit EnerconPower.com and enter your future with us. Yeah, Errol Goff is not the happiest camper right now. He saw that Brandon Gordon had picked up his dribble. He immediately called a timeout, and he just knows that, obviously his team has the lead, but they just can't slip up against this Milwaukee Juneau team.
Yeah, I mean, the Pioneers, definitely, they're showing that they can still compete with the Hawks, even at a high level, when both teams are playing at a high level, given that. Johnson, a little bit quiet in this fourth quarter, but given that he has 4 fouls, it's understandable. He's still sitting at 30 points, which is very impressive.
Big storyline is Jaden Hardiman and Dooney Johnson both had 4 fouls and are still playing, so that might affect how they're playing. But Drew Timmons pretty much double teamed, and this time he's no good, and Dooney Johnson will bring it up for the Pioneers. A little bit over 3 minutes left to go in regulation. 6-point ball game. Almost forgot how to do math there for a second. 58-64 in favor of Archbishop Hannan out of Covington, Louisiana. That 3 ball there, and that's good for Juneau.
There it was, Michael. Another inside-out look to the 3 ball. Inside penetration, kicked it out to the perimeter. Easy, wide-open 3.
Anthony Thompson the other way for Archbishop Hannan, answers back, and Archbishop Hannan has a 9-point lead.
And that's just a solid take. I mean, he was able just to blow by the defenders and get an easy floater there, and he executed it.
Johnson the other way. Oh, that might be a charge, and it is a Jody Brown State Farm charge. That time, Dooney Johnson. You already had a feeling he already set his feet up. A great methodical, great mechanical charge there, and Archbishop Hannan, great job.
And with that charge, looks like that's going to be not 5, maybe 4 on Johnson. I don't know, maybe if they had it wrong on the board.
I feel like that's what they're stopping play for. Yeah, they're going to be talking to Aaron Spearing about whether or not he has 4 or 5. And it looks like, yes, he is subbing out of the ball game. That is it for Dooney Johnson.
I'm sure he's frustrated, but a fantastic game, though, for Johnson. 30 points. Can't be mad at the performance. I'm kind of looking forward, though, to, Michael, how the Pioneers respond, given that their best player's out.
Hannan a little bit of trouble with the full press that Juneau's putting on, and oh, that's another offensive foul. That time on Bryce Dangles. Ended up using his shoulder to get some separation.
Maybe some good acting there, too, by Tyler. He did a really good job of selling that foul. Now, I'm not saying that it wasn't. I'm not. I'm just saying that.
Telling from your point of view, it might look like that way. It certainly could have gone both ways. I certainly saw something there that might have induced that as well. As here comes Tykees Tyler. Oh, nice finish at the rim. Facing contact and not shying away, and gets the two.
If the Pioneers are going to win this game, one thing is for sure, and that Tyler is going to have to step up. Doing what he just did there, he's going to have to keep on doing it, given that Johnson's out of the game.
Nice save there from Drew Timmons, and it's an 8-point ball game. It was once a 3-point ball game, or excuse me, 5-point ball game. 63-68. The kickball violation there on Archbishop Hannan.
Dooney Johnson just so important, both offensive and defensively. As soon as he fouled out, Timmons already 2 quick buckets. Does that show you, Michael? Because I believe it does, yeah. Does it show you just how much of an impact he has, not only offensively, but on the defensive end, too, to be able to guard a star player like Timmons?
Well, I always say that there's a difference between an athlete and a basketball player, and you know, obviously basketball players are great at basketball. That's why you call them just straight up basketball players, as there's a missed shot there. But athletes can pretty much do it all in any sport, and that's what Drew Timmons is. He's someone who can do it all in every sport he plays. There's a turnover there, Tykees Tyler the other way for the Pioneers.
Nice deflection there by Sean Blaine Trotter, the 6-foot sophomore. He's been kind of a key depth piece for the Pioneers here over the course of this game. Use him mainly as a big man to be able to set some screens, get some pick and roll high-low action going also.
Blaine Trotter gives out to Hardiman. Hardiman with 4 fouls. Juneau Johnson already fouled out. His night is over at 30 points. So Hardiman's going to have to ride the ship for this Juneau team.
Get a shot quick.
It's kind of tough there, and shot clock did not expire, no violation, but Drew Timmons able to stop it, and Archbishop Hannan get the ball.
Maybe not the possession that the Pioneers were looking for, especially Coach Aaron Spearing there.
Oh, it's kind of an awkward fall there from Anthony Thompson. Kind of did a little bit of the splits there.
Hopefully he's okay, but I couldn't imagine that felt very good.
I couldn't do that myself. I'm not that flexible. I can try, but once I'm in the splits, it's going to be hard for me to get up.
I wouldn't even try.
38.4 remaining and 5-point ball game. These free throws, now you look at how the time is working out right now. The shot clock not being off, but it's still very close to being over. 38.4. These free throws are huge. Anthony Thompson shooting those, and that's good. Thompson, a 6'4" senior, number 2 in Navy.
Pioneers, miss or make, they're going to have to go down quickly, and they can't stall at all. They're going to have to go down and get a shot. You don't need a 3 yet. I mean, it would be great if you could get a 3, but you don't need one. Get to the bucket. Now you might need one.
Oh, they were trying to get a charge, but no, it'll be a block foul. They were trying to get Hardiman his 5th foul as well, but ended up going against Archbishop Hannan and Hardiman.
Now, Michael,
foul.
Now you do need a 3. Because given that there's 30 seconds left, if you capitalize on the 3, you foul them, that already runs off a little bit of time from the clock. They're going to have about probably 22, 25-ish seconds left. Then get a shot off quick.
Shot clock is off. 23 seconds left to go. Blaine Trotter for a 3. That was an awkward shot that will not go, and Drew Timmons will get the rebound. He'll get fouled. They're going to play the foul game now.
And I would say, Michael,
no fouls to give.
If Timmons makes these free throws here, it's pretty much going to seal the deal for the Hawks.
Yeah, you think about it. If he misses both of these free throws, it's still a 2-possession game. That's 2 3-pointers, and this Pioneer team can shoot it with the best of them. As it's not anymore. If Drew Timmons nails his first, a 7-point game. Be a 3-possession ball game. I mean, to solidify the 3-possession point, it's an 8-point game.
Timmons might have just iced the game there.
Yeah, Juneau, no hurry to shoot the ball, but they'll make a 3. And head coach Aaron Spearing will call a timeout. Oh my goodness, the game's not over. Oh goodness. Tykees Tyler.
5-point game, anything can happen. You know, Michael, I'm a little bit surprised of the lack of maybe urgency to stay there to get a shot.
Yeah, it felt like they were just conceding the game almost, and they were just going to throw up a shot just in case it went in. Obviously, it goes in, so a little bit different now. But this timeout and all the timeouts here at the KBM TOC are going to be sponsored by Intercon Engineering. We salute them for being a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. 8.3 left to go, a 5-point game.
8 seconds left, 5-point game, 2 possessions. In the correct idea.
Oh, they changed the clock to 10.5.
10 seconds. Okay, Michael, we might actually have a little bit of a situation here. Now, the ideal thing that the Pioneers would want to do is get a quick steal. Then get a steal, put a shot up quick. Hopefully, for the Pioneers, it goes in. If it doesn't, okay, so be it. Got a foul right away, get the ball back. By then, though, you would think that probably 6 seconds, have gone off.
Corey Collins, a 6'8" freshman, guarding the inbounder.
It's like they got a safe man, too.
Looks like
so nobody gets burned.
Looks like we're seeing one of those traditional football plays.
And
Jimins, you got a foul at this point, yeah, you will.
so
And look at that. That is Jaden Hardiman with his 5th foul. So Jaden Hardiman's side is done as well. That is the 2 best players in terms of just overall production from this Juneau team, and he'll sit the bench as well with Johnson. That is a tough break for Juneau.
They couldn't get the steal, which is what needed to happen. 4 seconds expired there. If he misses both of these,
it's going to be very tough even if he misses both of these, but we don't have to worry about that anymore. Now it's a true two-possession ball game, and the icing on the cake. 6.6 remaining, and now the Pioneers won't be in such a hurry, even though Takis Tyler pulls up a 3, no good, but the time will expire. It is the Archbishop Hannan Hawks defeating the Milwaukee Juneau Pioneers 73-66. Dooney Johnson's 30 points, not able to get the job done as he follows up midway through the 4th, and the the Hawks are walking out of Washington victorious.
yeah, just a great overall comeback. Didn't start the first half, specifically the first quarter, to their liking, probably. I think that it's safe to say that. But just the determination and the grit that all the Hawks players showed throughout the course of that game to be able to come back. I'm not sure of the maximum deficit that they were at. I believe it was like 10 to 15 probably. That'd be a safe range to go with. But just a overall great performance by Drew Timmons there as he's able to come back, get some buckets, get some assists, and they're able to make a second half comeback. Great defense also by the Hawks in the second half specifically. Didn't come out real hot in the first half, but I mean, lots of great team defense going on. You can just see how well coached Archbishop Hannan is.
Certainly is. We're getting the look out at the awards. Both teams played a fantastic tournament. Milwaukee Juneau, I mean, it's a team that had struggled defensively. They struggled defensively the first 2 games of the season, but a team that has taken a lot away from this tournament.
Yeah, just
like a lot of the teams here in this TOC.
A great game, Michael. I mean, I'm glad that this could be the first game that I called. It was a pleasure calling it with you as always.
You did fantastic. A really good job.
I appreciate it.
See the awards. Drew Timmons being
a lot of fun.
Recognized. He had a great tournament himself. A great athlete, not just a basketball player, but just someone who's a great athlete. And for Juneau, Takis Tyler, very underrated player on this team. A lot of people would probably look at this Pioneers team and just think about Dooney Johnson and even Jaden Hardiman, but Takis Tyler, especially in this game, he really set the tone and really made it a very compelling game.
Yeah, you're completely right. Tyler, I mean, he can do a little bit of everything. He's obviously an excellent defensive player. He's a great true point guard. He can shoot the ball, he can pass the ball, and he can finish, too, inside the lane. So just an overall, just a great skilled player. I was glad to be able to watch him, and I think that he's just a super exciting player.
Anthony Thompson, the 6'4" senior, being recognized. And also Dooney Johnson, and we talked a lot about Dooney Johnson, 30 points. losing effort. He had fouled out in the middle of the fourth quarter, but that wasn't before a great showing in this game and honestly the whole entire Tournament of Champions.
Dooney Johnson has professional talent, but he also has Hall of Fame athleticism. I wouldn't be surprised if he can make it very, very far in his basketball career. He can do it all too. Just a high energy guy, super high leverage, super fun to watch, and I'm excited to see what he does later in life.
Drew Timmons honored as the MVP. Great showing from him, as we already talked about. But coming up in the studio, we have Marcus Williams. He was a St. John Bosco assistant. He was a former NBA player and a 2004 NCAA champ with University of Connecticut. He's one of those coaches that I feel like can have a lot of experience being shown on these players. And St. John Bosco, number 5 team ranked team in the country. But he'll be in the studio, and we'll be sending it to him here in a second. But first, we'll have a commercial timeout, and then we'll get to that studio hit.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. What a game between Archbishop Hannan and the Milwaukee Juneau Pioneers. It has been a fun day of action here from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. As we're now here in Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central, I'm Jonathan Michael, joined by a very special guest, Marcus Williams, the assistant coach for the St. John Bosco Braves and former NBA player and national champion at the University of UConn. Marcus, appreciate the time.
Appreciate you having me.
Definitely, and Marcus, again, I know you've had a long playing career, was in the game for a long time, and just tell me a little bit how you got into coaching, how you got connected with St. John Bosco.
Well, my dad is on the staff. He's one of the assistant coaches, and I kind of just started showing up when I was done coaching, or I was done playing. Like 2019, pandemic hit. I didn't continue to play, and kind of started showing up about 2 years ago.
Yep.
And just been there ever since.
Definitely, and and you guys obviously have a very talented team. What is it like coaching, not just any high school team, but one that is, getting national attention and has so many guys that have bright futures in the game?
It's been exciting. I mean, because these guys have a bright future, and I mean, this year especially has been a challenge for us because we know how good we can be, but you don't want to tell them that. So you want to kind of continue to build and help these guys get to the next level. And like I said, it's been fun, but it's been challenging as well for us.
Most definitely. And again, I know you guys are not just here for the basketball, but also here for the great cause as well. Again, the KB Strong Foundation to help defeat glioblastoma. Again, a cause I know is very near and dear to your head coach, Matt Dunn. I know you guys have been pretty active around here as well. I know earlier today, I think you guys were at the Children's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yeah, we stopped by there for maybe an hour. They gave us a tour, showed us the building, gave us a brief kind of thing of what they do, and just the whole experience was pretty exciting for us.
Definitely, and again, just this whole this whole tournament for you. I mean, again, not only you guys here, but coming a long ways as well. I mean, I'm sure you guys have seemed like, at least on the court, long travel has not hurt you guys whatsoever. I'm sure that probably helped though. You guys all going to China over the summer as well.
I didn't get to make that trip.
Oh, man.
But now they went to China for about 17 days.
Yeah.
They were in about 6 different cities.
Wow.
So yeah, they were moving around and got a really good experience. And and as far as us being here, I mean, this is a great tournament for us. I mean,
Yeah.
4 games in 4 days. Pretty good flight. We had a bit of a drive here from Chicago.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's been a great experience for us and our team.
Most definitely. And, Marcus, I know you have obviously won championships before. You've obviously very accomplished player as well. What in your mind, again, since you've done it before, what in your mind do you think is some important things that I know as you guys strive for some championships in the state of California this year as well? What is it going to take for you guys to win these championships this year?
I think with our group, it's just not wasting any days. We know that most times we'll probably be more talented than the next group, so we don't want to go out there and I guess have the mindset to play that way. We still want to take it serious. We still want to go out there and accomplish certain things for ourselves. So I mean, practice, we don't want to waste days, and games, we don't want to really waste any days.
Definitely. And, I got to ask, I was thinking about this earlier today, with so much talent on your team, your guys' practices have got to be probably some of the most competitive of any team in the entire country because, these guys are going up against, they're not just going up against scrubs. Everyone on your team has got, very good basketball talent. I mean, what is the practice like? It's kind of the iron sharpens iron type of thing.
Yeah, we have a group of 10, 12 guys where practices and scrimmages can get a little competitive.
Yeah.
And guys get a little chippy, but I mean, that's what it's about. Getting better and helping your peers get better.
Most definitely. And, also I wanted to ask as well, again, with your career, again, you've played a lot of different places. What's maybe one of your favorite parts of your career that you kind of look back on and maybe one that you kind of say, hey, that was really one of my best moments of my career?
I don't know.
Or multiple. Maybe there's a couple.
That's a good question. I've experienced a lot as far as basketball goes. I think being at Connecticut as a whole, from being from Los Angeles and not really knowing the landscape that much, that was pretty exciting for me. Playing in Europe, I think, was an underrated experience for me. I was in a lot of big cities, played for a lot of big teams. I don't know, man. It's a lot.
I know.
It's just a lot, but I'm grateful for it all.
Yep.
And hopefully the knowledge that I do have, I can spill on to these guys, and it'll help them with their careers.
Definitely. We were talking about EuroLeague basketball on the broadcast a couple days ago, and just the atmosphere is crazy. I mean, it is unbelievable to see how much they embrace it over in Europe and all the talent over there as well. Again, I know the NBA is obviously the primary destination. Everyone wants to go there, but there is absolutely no shame at all. It's really fun, I'm sure, to play in Europe as well. What was maybe the favorite team you played for there overseas?
I really enjoyed my experience in Serbia.
Yeah.
I played for a team called Crvena Zvezda. And just the atmosphere there, man, it was unbelievable. It's better than any rivalry you'll see here, as far as like Duke, North Carolina. Those were like the intensity of those games. Soccer, basketball. It's unmatched. It was unmatched.
Definitely. Real quick, kind of a fun question. I was just curious about who's the most famous contact you have in your phone?
Famous? I don't know, man. I don't talk to too many people. Let me see. I don't know who's famous. Let me see. I don't know. Jim Calhoun?
Okay. Jim Calhoun's a pretty big one. I mean, coaching icon over there at UConn. And, who is what was maybe a strong lesson that you learned from him? Maybe there's a young basketball player watching, maybe a strong lesson you learned from him or any other of your coaches throughout your career.
I think Jim Calhoun's, or the biggest take I took from him is his attitude towards winning. I think a lot of times you might see him yelling on the sideline or getting a little animated. I think that was just his way of expressing how much he wanted to win. And that kind of – I mean, I already was like that, but seeing him in his element, I think kind of heightened me wanting to win just as bad and wanting to take that same approach.
Most definitely. Well, Marcus, appreciate you sharing your wisdom and sharing more about your basketball journey with us. Again, basketball can take you so many places. It can take you overseas. It can take you to Los Angeles, California. It can take you to Washington, Illinois, and anywhere in between. But Marcus, again, really appreciate the time. Good luck to your St. John Bosco Braves. You guys have been just wonderful ambassadors for this tournament, and really appreciate that you guys have been able to make the trip, and we're looking forward to your guys' game tonight.
Appreciate you having us.
Thank you, Marcus. And guys, we'll set it up back up to the booth after a quick word for our sponsors. Again, for Marcus Williams, former NBA player and UConn national champ, I'm Jonathan Michael saying so long, and we will toss it back up to the booth for Vashon and Morton right after this on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Where we're getting you set for the Morton Potters taking on the Vashon Wolverines. No, it's not Milwaukee, Juneau, and Archbishop Hannan. That game just happened, but we'll get you set for the proper graphics and scorebug and whatnot. Alongside a hustling Jonathan Michael, I'm Larry Larson. John, nice little interview down there.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Got to talk to a former NBA player and national champion at UConn, Marcus Williams, now an assistant coach at St. John Bosco. As I try to catch my breath here, I was sprinting up these bleachers, man. We have gotten our steps in this week, that is for sure. But again, St. John Bosco coming right after this, but this game is going to bring plenty of heat as well. Vashon and Morton, two teams that are just really gritty competitors, and really looking forward to this one.
I know you've watched both these teams throughout the week, and John, quick note, they teach you in broadcasting school never to run to an open microphone, so I guess you must have missed that day of class. Starting lineups about to be introduced here. First for the Morton Potters, we'll get you those as they're the ones that we can see on the scoreboard up here in our perch. Alex McKee starts it off, 6-foot junior at guard. Silas Steffen, 6'3" junior, also at guard. Trip Rugard, do-it-all, 5'10" senior guard. Cal Becker, 6'6" senior guard. And then, of course, Wes Gudeman, a player who's in the middle of everything for the Potters.
Yeah, that Potters group, again, we mentioned, very gritty. And, you look at it on paper, some people may have not given them a chance against either Gibbs or La Mirada, their games earlier this week, but Morton was ahead on a very, very strong Gibbs team, a Gibbs team that was much bigger than them yesterday. Ultimately, they came away with the loss, but a strong sign for the Potters so far, and they got one more chance to make a statement here against Vashon.
Indeed they do. I think statement is a great way to put it, because even though Morton hasn't necessarily won their other games, like you mentioned, they have been right with some of the nation's best, even though, to be frank, they're not a team that is a headlining team in this event.
Yeah, and they got put into the National Classic, which has just been absolutely loaded with talent. 4 teams, and you can make the case that maybe aside from St. John Bosco, these might be the top 4 teams in the entire tournament. So again, great test early on for Morton. I was talking with their head coach Abe Zeller before I was talking with Marcus Williams, and he just said this is just a phenomenal experience for our guys. We're so lucky that we get to play in such a good tournament. It's only about 10 miles down the road.
The Potters fittingly in the home whites for this matchup. Just a handful of miles down the road. You mentioned Abe Zeller. He's done a nice job with this program. Historically successful program in the Mid-Illini Conference here locally. You want to talk about historic success, got to talk about the Vashon Wolverines. Not only one of the best teams and programs in the St. Louis area and the state of Missouri, but also the Midwest as a whole.
Yeah, again, 15 or 16 state titles. I believe it was 16 just as a program history for Vashon. They won one last year as well. And boy, this team certainly that we've seen this week, small sample size we got, has what it takes. These guys can just flat out hoop.
Indeed they can. Their starting lineup as turned in by head coach Jimmy McKinney. It starts with Jimmy McKinney, the third. Trey Williams, the 6'2 senior, also starts at guard. Doria McCaskill, 6'4 junior. At forward, DeHiro McCaskill, the 6'4 senior. Ball is up. Jump is won by Vashon, and their starting lineup is rounded out by Terrion Garrett, the 6'6 senior. Starts with the Wolverines. Set it up for Williams. McKinney hands off now. Garrett, the inside, back out. Three from the corner from McKinney is too strong.
And Morton nearly learned an early lesson that you cannot leave any of these Vashon shooters open. They were knocking down some very high percentage looks in their first game of the week against Gibbs back on Tuesday.
One key for Morton here is going to be pace of game. Vashon picks up the pace off the steal. McCaskill in the corner, catch and shoot from Garrett, in and out, but the putback is short too. McKinney was right there, couldn't quite slip it over the rim.
And Morton saw right there what we saw yesterday. This Vashon team loves, just absolutely loves to crash the offensive glass. The Pirates have got to find bodies once the shot goes up.
Gudeman, the senior star on the baseline with the hook and the touch. Morton strikes first.
And Gudeman, just such a throwback big man for them, and he's going in the early going. He is a lot stronger and bigger than he looks.
Dealing with a brief technical difficulty here. We'll try and get you through this game here. My goodness. I don't know what's happening on the back end as McKinney is too strong on the jumper.
A little bit of a rough start for McKinney. He's got 3 high percentage looks. He opened 3, a putback. He hasn't got any of them able to fall just yet. I'm sure they will eventually.
Cal Boker downhill, Steffen. His layup is off. Rebound snagged by McCaskill. A dish, a little bit too strong for Doria McCaskill. McCaskill brothers on the floor for Vashon. You figured that would be a connection that they've worked on a time or two in the driveway, perhaps.
That was probably one of the best brotherly duo of hoops players probably in the entire St. Louis area. Right there, we've seen them as Castles multiple years through this TOC. And again, both of them very active on the glass, very similar players for Vashon.
Here's Trip Rugard, trots to the basket, not enough English on the layup. Rebound for Boker, and it's going to go with the Wolverines. This is a Vashon team very familiar with the TOC. Their 4th TOC appearance. Only 1 loss coming into this year's action.
Can't even remember when that loss was, Larry. We have a spreadsheet of all the records of teams that have played on Clutch Sports Media. Vashon right up there near one of the most successful teams we've ever broadcasted.
McCaskill left it short. Potters run the break. 3 from the wing is buried. Alex McKee drains it. Morton opens with a 5-0 lead.
We found out last year that Alex McKee is a very strong shooter. He was a sophomore player that played a bit. He was a JV demon. Also played a bit on varsity. Now this year he gets the full start on varsity, and he's going to be a player really to watch for the Potters going forward.
Extra pass, triple from McKinney. There's the answer.
Oh, we said they'd eventually fall for McKinney, and there it is. These Morton Potters can't really afford to leave any of these Wolverines open. They're all just such strong shooters.
Rugard trots it up, and it's pickpocketed. Williams jets to the bucket. He's got the deuce. blink of an eye, we're tied up at 5, and the Morton crowd is fallen silent, at least for now.
As Vashon team is probably for the first time this week feels like they're playing in a true road environment.
Gudeman on the baseline, double team comes, and he is smothered, but it's a foul. McCaskill was looking for the jump ball. Dorian McCaskill, that would be, the junior. But it's going to be a foul on McCaskill.
That was a Gudeman sandwich right there, and Garrett just got a bit too much of him. I think he got a little bit of the ball, but he also got some of Gudeman as well. So now we'll see the big fella shoot from the line. He's a pretty strong shooter. I waited till after that shot went down to say that.
Another thing they teach you in broadcaster school, huh?
That one I remember.
Cal Boker checks out for the Potters. As Gudeman connects on the second. It's Morton with a 2-point lead over Vashon. Leon Powell Jr. enters the ball game. Williams from the corner. He'll shoot 3 times.
Flying back there nearly into the fans, and Williams, arguably, I would say, one of the best shooters on this Vashon team. Again, highly touted recruit for them. Vashon is just one of those teams, one of those programs. Again, there's a difference between a team and a program. Vashon is definitely a program, and that's because they just send so many players to the Division I level. I know one of the McCaskills is going to SIUE. They've had multiple players in the past we've seen now playing.
Kennard Davis Jr. at
Yes.
SIU.
Player that I'm sure you're very familiar with down in Carbondale.
They call him Moo. That's his nickname. I don't know why that's the case, but it is. Kennard Davis, a player who's played here at the TOC.
Moo Davis, got a nice ring to it.
Williams, third, is good. Wolverines bring pressure. Rugard bodied up on the baseline by Williams. Whirls past him. Steffen around the screen from Gudeman. Back to Rugard. 3 from the corner is a little bit off. Rebound ripped away by Powell. Here's the pace. Williams buries it.
That's 8 quick points there for Trey Williams. And it's Vashon team. Anybody can urge on any given night, but right now it's looking like Trey Williams is going to be the catalyst for the blue and white.
Aptly named Williams. Selke on the baseline for Morton. Now back out to the perimeter. McKee has it jarred loose. Falling out of bounds, he finds Gudeman. Excuse me, that's Rugard. The 3 is too strong, and a foul on the board.
A great play there from Steffen in the corner. It looked like he was dead to rights for that. He was either going to go out of bounds or he was going to deflect off of 2 Wolverines that had just built a wall, but was able to find Rugard, and obviously we get a foul out of it. As Rugard, a little bit more of a distributor, but can show that he can knock down the 3 ball as well.
Rugard sets up the offense. Full on shot clock for the Potters here, all 35. Now down to 24. Selke backtracks. Potters certainly taking their time. Probably going to do this a lot in this game, trying to slow it down. Steffen slices and scores.
They were slowing down that entire possession until Silas Steffen just with a snap of a finger gets to the rack.
McCaskill, a little bit of jelly. Too much on that reverse attempt. Gudeman walks it up. A guy who would be listed on rosters as a forward, but he's got strong guard skills. You saw right there.
Gudeman almost reminds me just a little bit of a player that we saw last year. Rich Woods' Lathan Somerville, a guy that you look at and you're like, that guy doesn't look like he could be a ball handler, but boy, he can really put you in a blender if you're not careful.
Gudeman's teardropper misses. Physical battle for the board. Gudeman recovers out to the perimeter, and it's good. Silas Steffen from deep.
And Larry, plays like that is why Morton has been able to keep these games close against Gibbs and La Mirada. Just those second chance points. Looked like that possession was going to lead to much. What do you know? Wes Gudeman's there, and Silas Steffen buries it.
A foul there on Morton, and Abe Zeller is gobsmacked with this officiating crew. Still early yet. Padres lead by 1 in this first quarter. It's 12-11 Morton. 3 from the wing from Williams. He's got another.
It's our score 14-12. We'll try and fix that there on our screen. Not sure why it's still showing 5-5. Vashon is in front.
Owen Adams into the contest for Morton. Here's McKee. He responds. 15-14 Potters. 3 is down. Armand Aaron. We're going punch for punch. Adams over to McKee. Gudeman with the left gets the roll. Vashon on the perimeter. Powell lost the handle. It's 17-14. Morton leads over Vashon. 24 seconds left in the first quarter. There's the score. It's updated now. Working through some difficulties here. Morton with a steal, trying to add on to an early lead. Potters across half court, and they can hold for the final shot of the quarter. It's not to say that Vashon's defense is going to sag back. Give and go off the fake, it drops. Alex McKee, that's nasty. Half court heave from McKinney, just misses to the right. My goodness, what a first quarter. Morton leads 19-14 over Vashon.
And yes, about as good of a first quarter as you're going to get for the Morton Potters. Now he's got to sustain it for the final 3, but what a good sign there from Abe Zeller's squad. Again, you got Steffen making plays, McKee hitting shots, Gudeman's going to work down low. Again, biggest key I think for them is going to be the defense, but a very strong offensive showing for Morton in the opening 8 minutes.
And that gives us an opportunity to thank Enercon. This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Also brought to you by Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out their menu on their website. They also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7, and they also feature Texas Hold'em on Sundays at 6. Follow and like Keps on Facebook for more, and by Culver's. Culver's, a proud sponsor of this year's KBM TOC and the official pre- and post-game stop for butter burgers and fresh frozen custard. $1 for every concrete mixer purchase this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria. Let Scoopy know we sent you. And PJ Hare is once again proud to be a supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. It's Morton basketball as we get started in the second quarter. Glad you're with us on your Saturday night. A good one here in the National Classic bracket. Morton out to a hot start against one of the best teams and programs in the Midwest in Vashon. Foul there on the reach from Jimmy McKinney.
That's the one thing about Vashon, again, they play very aggressive on defense, which more often than not it pays off. But sometimes if you're not careful, you can rack up those fouls pretty quickly. So Vashon has got to be careful being behind. They don't want to put Morton in the bonus too terribly early here in this second.
Owen Adams on the inbounds, finds Gudeman. Needs to find an option, and he's got one. McKee launches, left it short.
Our student section was ready to erupt after that one.
Williams has been a big-time scorer for Vashon. It's reversed to McKinney. His corner three is pure. Back down to a 2-point game. Here comes full court pressure from Vashon. And Wes Gudeman takes a timeout for Morton. 7:14 left for the second.
And you saw Abe Zeller and Morton Silent. They were clapping it up after that play. They didn't mind that timeout. They were one bit, and you gotta you gotta treasure every possession here against Vashon. This game is gonna be all 32 minutes. You're gonna need it if you are the Potters.
I know the lights aren't off in the gym. Drawing up to press break. Gudeman will walk it up.
Potters have been very active in those off-ball screens, getting those guys open like McKee, like Owen Adams. This Potters team does have shooters, and we've seen a lot of guys knock down some big shots already.
McKee from steps behind the line, well short. Going back to the Wolverines, they've got a chance to tie or take the lead.
It's easy in that situation. You don't want to hit the big shot. You've already hit a couple, but again, you got to remember that you got to play within yourself. Not saying that McKee can't drain those shots. He certainly can, but not saying you got to play hero ball, force up shots. Just work it down low, get some good looks off of pick and rolls, get to the free throw line.
McKinney lost the handle, going back with the Potters.
You're going to look at Vashon head coach Jimmy McKinney, and again, we talked about it being a program versus a team, and I think another reason why he defers more towards the former is the fact that Vashon can very well keep out this success with a new head coach this year. Again, Tony Irons no longer around for Vashon. McKinney taking over. So far, they haven't missed a step.
Steffen charges downhill, and a block is called. So Silas Steffen will go to the free throw line. It is on the shot.
Now Mopfing getting some good work tonight.
It's on the floor. Excuse me. No, wow, all kinds of confusion. It is indeed on the shot. Looks like everybody was lining up for an inbounds play.
And going on Trey Williams, that's his first. I think for Vashon, they got to get some people going besides McKinney and Williams. Most of their offensive production has come from those two. Haven't really seen much from either of the McCaskills so far, and those guys were huge keys to their win yesterday. And also, Teron Garrett taking a while to get going, but again, still can definitely do so later on.
3-point advantage for Morton. Garrett. Back over to Williams. Step back, contested three. Bit off the mark, but a long rebound for Terrion Garrett. Garrett driving a dish. McKinney all alone. Tie ball game at 20.
Larry, I don't know about you. I've learned that there's two players you can't leave open on the court for a shot right now. That's Jimmy McKinney and Alex McKee.
Probably a few more.
Yeah, I would say so. Those are the two that are sticking out the most so far. That's some good offense in this game.
Gudeman slips it through. Gudeman will try. Rebound to McCaskill, ahead to Williams. Floater, count it, in the harm.
That was an impressive bucket there from Williams. Wasn't quite sure if they were going to call the and one on it, but and a player like Williams of his caliber, you got to know that he is able to finish those off through contact again. This Vashon team is just tough as nails, and it shows in multiple aspects, that being one of them.
So Williams going to the free throw line. He's already got 13. Make it 14. Here on the free throw, and the Wolverines lead by 3.
And Morton was kind of in the same position yesterday. They had a lead for a little bit.
Selke swirls the iron.
Yeah, again, they had the lead for a little bit against Gibbs and had about 5 or 6 point lead, and looked like maybe they're going to pull off the win. And again, it's one thing to try and play in front rather than play from behind. Now we're going to see how they took that lesson from yesterday after having that 5 point lead after the end of the first.
Cameron James just into the ball game. He gets to the free throw line. Off the nifty pass, Doria McCaskill. First one's good. 2-possession lead for Vashon, their largest tonight.
Looks like Goodeman's going to get a breather now for Morton, so now we'll see if the Wolverines try and again attack that paint, because Goodeman and Boker, both of Morton's top largest players, now on the bench. But and both these teams really more just guard heavy. There's 5 guards on the floor now for both sides, I'd say.
Steffen sets up the offense. Rugard on the perimeter. Pass along the sideline. Williams glides to the bucket and scores again. 16 points for Trey Williams. Still 4 minutes left in the first half. Drive and a dish. Adams off the iron, out of bounds, and it stays here.
Trey Williams looked pretty majestic flying into the air for that floater, didn't he?
Man, looked like a glider.
Looked like the spirit of St. Louis.
Oh, good one. And Morton turns it over off the inbounds. Steffen couldn't reel it in.
A lot of big aviation history down there in St. Louis.
You ever been to Lambert Field?
I have been to Lambert before.
Solid airport. Aaron, left wing, Williams is off.
Now Vashon's going to bring some pressure here, it appears. With Dario McCaskill guarding the inbound. I believe Dario McCaskill, number 5 for Vashon. Also, he also goes by King McCaskill as well. Again, 2 similar names. Not sure why he's called King, but maybe he's just still kind of different in the 2 similar sounding names, Daria and Dario.
Goodeman in between the arcs. 1-on-1, this is a mismatch. Goodeman lost the handle. Reset over to Rugard. Cross court, fine. In and out. Lid on the bucket right now for Selke and Morton.
And Selke's a guy that can knock down shots. Abe Zeller said that he has been knocking down some big ones.
Now it's too strong for Marmon Aaron. Morton able to track down the board. This time continues to dwindle away in the second quarter. The game has had a good flow to it. Goodeman, strong off the window.
And that's what Morton needed again. You needed a higher percentage look down near the bucket, one that you kind of got earlier in the game, from your big guy and Goodeman again, while there's not a ton of size other than Garrett on the floor for Vashon right now.
McCaskill from 17.
That was a pretty looking shot, but again, back to what you were saying, Larry, about it's going to having a nice flow. You know it's a high-level basketball game when we got only about 2 minutes left in the quarter and there's only 2 fouls on both sides, and I think maybe less than 10 for sure the entire game.
Deep three from Rugard, little too strong, rebound poked out of bounds, and the Potters can't save it. Dario McCaskill checks out. And so does Cameron James. So Sean nursing a 6-point advantage here. Trailed at the end of the first quarter. Competitive battle here in the National Classic presented by Uftring Auto Group. Jimmy McKinney. Downhill over 2 defenders. Shot not there. Guterman is for the rebound.
And Guterman is, again, a tough rebounder, and some there fighting for positioning, and again, that's a big part of rebounding. It's not always about height.
Guterman whirls in the lane and scores. Vashon pushes up the make. McCaskill lost a shoe and the ball. Oh my goodness. Yard sale.
I'll tell Vashon player today, maybe next time lace it up just a tiny bit tighter.
Guess so. Maybe a shoe size half smaller.
Or that too.
Matching blue Nikes for the entire Vashon squad. In the corner, Williams drives baseline, left it short. Battle for the rebound. Garrett trapped underneath the hoop. Escapes. Garrett dribbled the ball off his foot. Morton bench loves the defense from Cal Boker.
And it's funny, Larry, he has got maybe about 2 centimeters of space when he was right there underneath the basket. He was able to get out of that. And he was in the corner, had a little bit more space, and then lost it out of bounds. Again, great defense, though, from Boker. That was all him on that possession. Again, Morton's defense is really getting played well. They've been rising to the occasion and adapting to this very fast Vashon offensive attack.
Again, goes back to the key for Morton.
Oh no.
Oh my goodness, Silas Steffen. But who wins the battle? And it's a hammer! Dorie McCaskill, hello.
Larry, I was looking at my toolbox this morning. I was missing my hammer. Well, it sounds like McCaskill just found it right there.
Oh my goodness. Guterman loses it. It's getting a little scrappy. Guterman comes off the ball.
That's not what you want to see there.
Things are getting a little testy.
Both teams get sent back to their bench. And you know this Vashon team plays intense. That is definitely their brand, but same thing for Morton. They also play intense sometimes as well, but again, you can't let this spill over, and the Zebras are going to talk things over. And this is going to be an important huddle up right here. I think it's going to define how this game is going to be called the rest of the way.
It's a good point, John, and it's interesting to see what they'll decide on that extracurricular. Now, Guterman was kind of flung off the ball. The play was already blown dead, already ruled a jump ball. So here's the call. So Guterman gets a first, and Vashon has been teed up.
And I think that's probably the right call there again. You know, Guterman did get them on the original foul, but again, there is clear that sort of kind of that push, that elbow was thrown after the whistle had occurred. And again, if you want to get another look at it, you can rewind the broadcast. But I think that was the right call there. And especially in these bigger games, last day of the tournament, we're going to have one of the better refereeing crews here in the area. So again, I think that sends a message too that, hey, you know, we're not going to tolerate any silly business here right now. You know, if you're doing extracurricular stuff, it's going to get called for. And that just keeps players accountable, right? And that's, you know, people just want to see the game being played. They don't want to see any extracurriculars. I think it'll help keep both teams in line the rest of the way.
And McKee misses the first. Vashon probably thinking, ball don't lie. among other things.
Oh, I bet.
McKee's second. Rattles off. Oh, my goodness. So, like you mentioned, you bring up a good point. It comes down to kind of game control, too. It's not necessarily the play in a vacuum. It's also the big picture of the game. You had a nice discussion with the head of officiating earlier today in Tournament Central. Those discussions.
The Vashon player doing push-ups over there in the corner. Looks like that might be Garrett. Now that's Armand Aaron.
I believe it was Aaron who was called for the tee. Goodman wiggles his way inside and finishes with the left hand.
Holding that ball as if it was on a platter and then getting it off the glass.
Serving up a pizza.
That's not good.
Under 20 seconds left in the first half. It's been a fun one. It's been a feisty one. Williams leads all scorers with 16. Drives on the perimeter, steps back, too strong, and that's it for the second quarter of action. Vashon takes a halftime lead to the locker room, 30-26 over the Morton Potters. John, a little bit of tempers flaring, but far from the highlight of that first half.
Oh, no, definitely not. No. Definitely don't want that last play to overshadow what we saw again in that first and second quarter. And again, not really surprising to see Vashon in the lead, not really surprised to see Morton again still in this game, very much so. Either way, Wes Goodman having a really strong game for the Potters, and Vashon's got to find a way to eliminate him from the ball game. But the tough thing is, you double team Goodman, you're going to leave one of various shooters for Morton open, and for Vashon, Trey Williams. I mean, 2 words has really summed up that first half for them. Again, incredible first 2 frames, 16 for him, 12 for Wes Goodman, and I'm excited to see how Vashon comes out of the locker room, maybe hit the reset button and get right back to it. We've seen a lot of games decided right out of the locker room here in this tournament.
That's a great point, and one thing that makes this matchup so enticing is a little bit of small ball, maybe 1 in and 4 out. We will toss out to a break and then head into Updrink Tournament Central. Right after this, you're watching the TOC on CSM.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
And welcome back to the F-Train Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Schermerhorn, joined alongside Washington basketball player and a friend of mine, Luke Kaminsky. Luke, it's good to have you here.
Thank you, Charlie. This was very quick and unexpected, but I'm ready to do this.
Yeah, well, we appreciate you filling in, a little bit low on time, but I believe were you just going to shoot in the West Gym or warm up or
We were
something
been
like
getting
that?
a lot of shots up lately. Use the West Gym to our advantage. Use the home court to our advantage.
Yeah, home court advantage, certainly something that plays out. Luke, you guys play. Who do you guys play tonight? I don't even know. I'm so out of sorts.
I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, but the Paideia school, Paideia.
Oh, yeah,
From
okay.
Atlanta,
the
Georgia.
Pythons.
The Pythons, yes.
So far, to your knowledge, what is your guys' maybe keys to victory, or how are you going to approach this game against the Pythons?
Our keys to victory are definitely just toughness. It's been a main talk in our locker room, toughness. Out tough whoever we can. We got guys who are ready to go out there and just tough it out, really.
Yeah, I mean, that's like something that you see within any Washington basketball program. Luke, there's so much talent here at the TOC. St. John Bosco just passed us by a few minutes ago. I see people like Brandon McCoy, and there's just so much talent here. And you can look anywhere in the gym, and you can just see the array of athleticism and just this absolute skill that these players and teams bring to the Tournament of Champions. Talk us through, what is your view on this tournament so far, and how just well prepared the teams are?
I mean, growing up, you know, I came to this tournament every single year, and it was always my favorite week of the year. I mean, seeing all these future college players, future NBA players, getting to watch them as they're young and as they're growing, I think it's just so cool to me personally. And I know I was a ball boy for like Walker Kessler, Hansel Emmanuel, dude who had one arm, went Division I. So like, it's always just been really special to me, and it's for a great cause with the KB Strong Foundation. And overall, I think it's just one of the best weeks of the year, hands down.
Yeah, for sure. I did not realize that you were a ball boy, but I'm not shocked. I mean, I look around and I see people like Alec Peters, Andrew Wiggins, Anthony Davis, people who have now gone on, played in this gym, gone to the NBA, and there's probably going to be a few more in this tournament. One I mentioned earlier, Brandon McCoy. Just one of the most talented players to ever step foot in this gym. Going back to your sort of ball boy experience, though, I know that one of my good friends on the Clutch Sports staff interviewed some ball boys. Larry Larson did. What was kind of your experience, and how did that sort of prepare you for this tournament?
I mean, yeah, it kind of always, like, again, growing up, looked up to it always, and being a ball boy got me, like, right in the action, got me to feel like I was helping these teams, helping them contribute to the success that they were achieving. And then obviously as it comes now, I mean, it's like surreal to think that I'm the one now playing in it. Like, there's ball boys who are ball boying for me now, which it's just weird to think about because I used to do it all the time. But yeah, I think overall it's a good thing for the kids, good thing for the players. You know, they get to connect hand in hand.
I see one of our young ball boys here, Corbin Hathcock, just staring at us watching. But Corbin's a great ball boy. We've seen him in action multiple times. But this tournament, though, it's beyond basketball, right? I mean, I've done so many interviews that I could talk about for days of what this tournament means to me, what this tournament means to my family. KB Strong, though, is just such a great organization. Luke, what is your viewpoint on KB Strong and what it's doing to help everybody?
I mean, yeah, me personally, like, before this tournament or before KB Strong or anything, I've never even heard of this disease, glioblastoma. And I think this tournament right here especially is helping with the research of it so much, because I don't hear about anything else that helps glioblastoma like this tournament does. All the money raised, all the time put in, all the volunteers put in. I think it's just so good for the cause of glioblastoma and defeating it.
Yeah, glioblastoma, it's absolutely horrible. My dad lost his best friend. I lost a good friend of mine, and a great mentor to a lot of people. Coach Brown, obviously, my dad takes his spot now of coaching, but Coach Brown was just so much more than a good coach. His impact is so large and so vast in so many different ways. Luke, anybody who's maybe on the verge of whether they should donate to KB Strong or whether they should buy a ticket and come out and watch some great basketball, what would you tell them? Why would you tell them to pull the trigger and come watch some basketball and donate to KB Strong?
I mean, it's a great foundation. It's a great cause. I mean, it's going against something that nobody likes. You get to see good basketball. You get to see good people, good basketball players, good coaches, good teams come from all around the country. It's your one chance to see them. You might never see these players play again. So, you know, it's just great tournament, great cause.
100%. Luke, it's been a pleasure here. For Charlie Schimmerhorn, Luke Kaminsky, we hope that you enjoy the second half of basketball. Before we go, though, we're going to send it up to an ad break. Appreciate it, and have a great rest of your day.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Inside Torrey Gym, Vashon 30, Morton 26. As we barrel towards the third quarter, barreling towards the end of the 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. John Michael, Larry Larson back in with you. And John, Vashon with a big response after Morton came out strong in the first quarter.
Yeah, certainly. Again, some big nuggets from Jimmy McKinney, and you got Trey Williams with 16. I haven't really seen a ton from either of the McCaskills aside from that big dunk in transition that really helped get the Wolverines going. But again, this is a very deep Vashon team. This is a deep Morton team as well. And if we're gonna get deep into this game, maybe get some tired legs. Both these teams have very strong benches as well. I really liked what I saw from both teams.
So many times. Vashon so often wants to get out and go. Where the contrast in this game lies is the pacing. And I think whoever can dictate the pace in the second half will win this game.
Definitely, and obviously Vashon's going to want to speed things up. They like playing at a fast pace. Morton, they can play at a fast pace as well, but Vashon's definition of fast is probably more faster than many other teams' definitions of fast as well. So we'll see how the Pirates have been able to handle it, but I gotta say I've been impressed with them so far, even when they've had to play at turbo speed.
Wolverines open with possession. Trey Williams, leading scorer in the first half for the game. He's got 16. Jump pass from McCaskill. Back to Williams. Hangs in the lane. It's off. The follow is also off from McCaskill. Morton pulls in the rebound. Rugard directs traffic. Gudeman in the high post. Pops it back to Rugard. Now it's McKee. Made some noise from the outside in the first half with 8 points. Silas Steffen underneath. Too strong, but he draws a whistle.
I think for Morton, again, I think on some of these drives, they know that they're going to get contested pretty hard. And again, maybe you're not always driving with the intent of, hey, I think for sure I'm going to get this layup. Sometimes you just want to go in there and just try and get fouled. And again, Vashon, a very aggressive team. We'll see if Morton tries to test him on that here in the third quarter.
First free throw goes down for Silas Steffen. He's up to 7 points. Steffen, 6'3" junior. A little bit of early movement in the lane. Nothing called. Everybody held their spots just long enough. And Morton slices Vashon's lead down to 2.
Larry, I don't know about you, but I think the Pirates may not have been too upset going into the half down 4 rather than being up 4. Takes a bit of pressure off.
Williams in and out, rebound loose, bodies hitting the deck. That's been a common occurrence in this game. All kinds of hustle from both teams. McKee needs some help, needs the pass, and does just in time to Steffen. Back to McKee. Vashon doing a good job sealing off the inside. One dribble from Boker. Back out to Rugard. Shot clock down to 5. Rugard with 3, fading away, left it short. Steffen with the board. It's a jump ball.
And good defense by Vashon on that play. Gudeman was almost completely taken out of the play by Dario McCaskill up until there was a switch about with 10 seconds left to go, but Gudeman is drawing tons of attention on defense.
Bounce pass, Gudeman is fouled. Going to the free throw line.
Gooderman again's got a pretty good free throw stroke, and that's 2 fouls on Vashon here in the first 2 minutes. So that definitely favors Morton.
Gooderman's first rolls down. John, I got to be honest, there have been a lot of great players here at the TOC this week, but Wes Gooderman has one of the most unique all-around games that we've seen. To get it done on the inside like a true old-fashioned post player, but also has those guard skills.
Yeah, you know, and watching him play sometimes, you know, he almost looks maybe sometimes a tiny bit out of control, maybe a little bit kind of loose, but I mean, whatever he does, he gets it done. Like, he can make kind of a weird-looking move and, you know, completely fake out a defender. He's got an interesting kind of shot fake. They get so many defenders to bite. You know, he get it done.
Garrett, and one from downtown.
There, I think this might be the opportunity for, could be the first 4-point play, I think, of the entire tournament. What a shot there from Garrett.
Hand in his face to the extreme. No problem for Terrion Garrett, 6'6" senior. Good length on the outside. He converts the 4-point play.
That is absolutely massive for Vashon. Gets this back out to a 5, I should say, a score struck on the scoreboard here, 34-30 Vashon.
McKee from deep.
I had to say that now it's 34-33, but I mean, 4-point plays, it's huge. He nearly got fouled on that 3-pointer there by Boker.
Gooderman reels in the rebound, and now Morton has the opportunity to take the lead. Selke. Now Steffen. Morton with patient possessions. Shot clock dwindles under 10. Cross court McKee. The free throw line has an open. Steffen. Too strong against the shot clock. Rebound tracked down by McKee. It's out of bounds. And he touched it last. Going back with Vashon.
That's going to be a tough shot to swallow there for Steffen. Again, obviously, sometimes if you're too wide open, sometimes you can't believe you're that wide open. You kind of line it up. You wait a little bit longer than usual to shoot. And Steffen missed that one there. But again, beat a team like Vashon, again, got to knock down those open threes.
Khalil Crane in the game for the first time. And he'll go to the free throw line. Instant impact.
Nice crowd following in here in Torrey Gym, and probably a lot of them here to get their seats for St. John Bosco, St. Francis Episcopal after this. That is probably going to be the game of the tournament, aside from Bosco Metamora on Wednesday, but that's going to be the championship for the Washington Invitational.
It should be fun. That's coming up approximately 12 minutes after the conclusion of this game, but I can't overlook this one, certainly not. Second one is good from Crane. So it's 2-point advantage for Vashon, 35-33. Gooderman thought about launching that three. Morton again content to chew up some shot clock. Selke with Williams all over him. Finds Steffen with 2, Steffen with 1. Slips it over the front iron. Knotted up at 35.
Steffen got that shot up in about 35 seconds, 34.9 seconds about.
And Williams took a hit down on the baseline as he fell. Foul on Steffen, his first. Morton's third. So those fouls now favoring Vashon after 2 quick fouls for the Wolverines in the opening minutes of the second half. First one's good for Trey Williams. adds on to his game high. He's up to 17. Jimmy McKinney digging into the bench. Jimmy McKinney the third into the game. Armand Aaron also on. Vashon back up by 2.
This game has just been nip and tuck the entire way through. I don't think the lead has extended more than by about 6 or 8 by either side. Yes, I'd love to see the amount of ties and lead changes in this game. Gonna be a lot.
Gudeman slithers his way to the rim for the Deuce. Another tie at 37.
Slithers is a great word, Larry. You know, sometimes Gudeman doesn't look like he's got an open path to the hoop, but he is very adept at making his own shot.
Powell Jr. bounces to the outside, slipped through the 5-hole of Crane. It's a turnover. Seems like every time in this game, one team or the other starts to pull away, the other one comes surging back. That's what's happened here in the second half with Morton.
That's really been kind of a theme of this entire day. I mean, we've seen some phenomenal games. You know, Hannan and Juneau. Juneau was up big earlier, then Hannan came back, and Juneau kind of another spurt, and Hannan ended up winning that one. And you know, we saw a great game, between Metamora and Wilson earlier, and Detroit Renaissance, St. Mary's. I mean, these games have been coming down to the wire today, and this one is no exception.
Absolutely have. It's been a good one between the Potters. Are looking for that first win of the season. It's an Enercon timeout. Every timeout is a power-up timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Looks like we're going to package up a foul before the ball's even inbounded.
Going on Armand Aaron, that's number 2 for him. I'll check back out.
It was a short stay in the contest for Aaron. Crane also checks out. Selke surveys as Jude Zeller. He's trapped, passes away to Trip Rugard, who slips it ahead to Gudeman. Zeller faces the pressure, and it's turned over. Pass ahead to McKinney, takes the contact, and earns some free throws.
That was an interesting looking play there, Larry, McKinney kind of looked like he was trying to or Zeller, I should say, number 1 for Morton, was trying to kind of avoid McKinney, kind of get out of the way, to give him the easy 2 without risking the and 1. But McKinney is still
decision?
Yeah, I think so, and also not a pretty smart play there from Zeller, but he was able to still kind of contort his body up in an interesting direction and still found contact.
First one goes down for McKinney. It's kind of an art that James Harden has perfected in the NBA, finding a way to manufacture contact and then a foul. McKinney with shooter's touch. Vashon back in the driver's seat, 39-37, 3 minutes to go, third quarter.
This game seems like it's really kind of slowing down a little bit, just overall pace right here in the third quarter, but I am not complaining. I could watch these 2 teams play all night long.
Gudeman matched up with Williams. Double team comes. Gudeman left it short. Williams off to the races. Zigzags all the way to the rim, and the bank is open. Trey Williams, explosive.
He is just a lightning bolt for Vashon as Zeller. That one bounced off of his foot and out of bounds. So Morton's got to be careful here at this juncture. Again, you're only down 4, but now after that turnover, chance for Vashon is stretching to as much as 7. And you got to try and stop Williams here in his track. He's done a really good job on both McCaskills. Done a pretty good job on Garrett for the most part. But McKinney and Williams lowest numbers on the roster, but making the highest amount of contributions here from Vashon.
Williams with those 20 points, part of a 41-37 lead. McCaskill couldn't get it to go. Good defense on the interior for the Potters. Steffen. Traveled. It's good defense from Leon Powell Jr.
Not only was that good defense to force the travel, but kind of good defense to be right there the entire time without fouling there. And Steffen is a very aggressive player, big slasher for Morton, and I really like his game a lot. But right there, it's kind of put the head down and lost control.
Vashon trying to dig deep and find some separation. It's been hard to come by in this game. Dorian McCaskill hands off to McKinney. Now Williams. Dario McCaskill, left wing three from McKinney, who's too strong.
Morton's got to try and bring some help up with this press. This is really starting to frustrate them a little bit. Goodeman getting hounded right now. McKee, is wide open in that corner. He's clamoring for the ball right now.
Rugard lost it. Here comes Williams. Here is the layup. Crowd was holding its breath. Maybe the booth was too for a dunk. In a game like this, you'll take your easy twos. 43-37 Vashon. And oh boy, here goes McCaskill again off the handles, the layup. Wow.
Is that two behind the back move? Did we just see that?
Oh. Dorian McCaskill. Come on. Feels like Morton needs a response. Selke. High-low pass picked off. Vashon out and running, but a foul first. McKinney was hounded. Fouls on Steffen, his second of the quarter. And Vashon is in the bonus for the rest of this stanza.
And Vashon's done a nice job of reining it in, playing aggressive defense without fouling. And again, it all starts with that trapping, that pressing there that they bring. And, Morton is going to face obviously some traps and presses this year, but I think few are going to be as intense and as well manufactured as the Wolverines.
McKinney hoists the first free throw. It goes down, and the lead is 9. Largest lead of the ball game for Vashon. Largest lead of the game for either side. McKinney's second is good. So it's a 10-point deficit for Morton. They've got the ability to hold for the final shot of the quarter if they so choose. Easy to see who Morton's looking for Goodeman, couldn't find him. Steffen left the layup short, and a unique pass from McCaskill doesn't turn into points in time. So as we go to the third quarter, it's Vashon 47, Morton 37. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with them. 8 minutes on the timer in the fourth quarter. Vashon 47, Morton 37. Matchup in the National Classic presented by Uftring Auto Group. And John, this has been a fun one. Somewhat similar to some of the other games that Morton has played in this tournament against teams that might have a little more size, might be a little bit quicker, but again, Potter's right in it, but Vashon doing a nice job in that third quarter to gain some separation.
Yeah, certainly, and again, after that first quarter, 19-14 Morton. In the last 16 minutes, they've only scored 18 points, so Vashon's defense has really been hounding. There has not been really many tough looks. You remember back in the first quarter, McKee was getting open for threes. Goodeman was getting some buckets down low with not quite as much resistance there. But now Vashon again, these teams are kind of all scouting on the fly a little bit. You know, maybe not so much in this game because you've seen Morton play 2 other games and vice versa as well for the Potters seeing Vashon. But at the same time, you're still trying to feel each other out, and usually by the 3rd or 4th quarter, you got a good idea what these teams are doing, and Vashon has done a good job of taking that away for the Potters.
That they have, and as a result, they've got a 10-point advantage going into the final quarter. Williams has McKinney. Williams, a big story in this game, leads all scorers with 22. Nice pass there to Garrett. His layup is short.
Stephen and Goodman got tied up there for Morton. Thankfully, they didn't get tangled up too much. Both of those guys have arguably 2 of the biggest contributors for the Potters tonight.
Brugard into Goodman. Goes up strong, doesn't get the roll. Gets his own rebound and draws a foul as McKinney was on his back.
There's contact there by McKinney, who's now got 3 for Vashon. No one really in foul danger at the moment.
Ball batted to the baseline on the inbounds pass. Brugard will try again. Feels like Morton needs to get that 3 ball going and want to get back into it.
I was about to say the same thing, and if I'm definitely looking at Alex McKee, maybe Stephen for those. Grant Selke's in the game, he can knock it down. So can this guy. What's Goodman?
Goes to the inside, steps to the basket, the shot goes. Wes Goodman back in the scoring column, he's up to 18. McKinney drives baseline, slings, extra pass, and a downhill charge from Dorier McCaskill. Foul before the shot. So Dario McCaskill, the senior, going to SIUE. Dorier McCaskill, the junior, 6'4", college commitment to be determined.
Plenty of interest there.
Garrett goes down. Wolverines lead is 11.
And Garrett again, 6'6", the tallest player on this Vashon lineup, but both of his buckets, aside from that free throw on that 4-point play, have come from behind the arc.
Goodman, one-on-one with McCaskill, fades. It's a long 2 and it was off. Garrett slips it back out to McCaskill. Catch and shoot 3 from McKinney, and everything's falling now for Vashon.
Larry, isn't this looking very similar to that Vashon team that we saw back on Wednesday night where they were just draining everything against Gibbs? I mean, my word, every shot that goes up finds the bottom of the net. Morton's got to find an answer here quickly, otherwise he's going to fade fast.
Brugard does answer. Cuts it down to 11. McKinney on the baseline, step back. Good move. No shot. Lob over to McKinney. He'll take the 3 in transition. Swirls out. And a timeout taken by Vashon. The Wolverines take a full timeout. So head coach Jimmy McKinney wants to talk things over, give his guys a breather before the stretch run. It's an Enercon power-up timeout. And John, this Vashon team played well in the first half, but they've taken it to another level in the second half. And that seems to be a trend that we've seen from them this week, playing their best ball in the second.
Oh, most definitely. And that's the scary thing too, right? You know, you go into the first half thinking, oh, like, okay, you know, we're playing pretty good against Vashon. And, you know, Vashon played a good first half again, like you mentioned. But, yeah, they can just kick it into another level just like that. This team is just made for the bright lights. They're made for big games, and it's easy to see why they have so many state championships. I mean, these guys, you can put them on the floor. I wish they could face St. John Bosco this week, but because you would put them on the floor, and there would be zero fear whatsoever in this Wolverines team. You can just see it, you can feel it in the way that they play.
Well, St. Louis is a basketball city, and there are teams that come to the TOC into a small gym, but a very large crowd. It's right on top of you. It's hot, it's sweaty. Fans are right in your face. some teams have never seen that before, but for Vashon, they've seen that tenfold in St. Louis and in other places.
Most definitely. There's so much talent down there in the Gateway City.
Garrett draws a whistle.
You know, we've seen John Burroughs here at the tournament. We saw St. Mary's Southside Catholic in this tournament. We've seen other teams like Cardinal Ritter come here. You know, Vashon over the past couple years. So there's so many good teams. That is not even scratching the surface. There's also teams like Chaminade, St. John Vianney as well. I mean, it really is a basketball town.
Did you mention CBC?
Oh yeah, Christian Brothers College as well. Can't believe I forgot them, but there is just so many strong teams. You've seen Pattonville as well down there. They're usually pretty good too.
Garrett misses the free throw, but McCaskill soars in for the board. Extra pass to Williams. He got it.
Vashon really feels like they're starting to run away in this game. It's still 14, still enough for Morton to come back, but again, everything is dropping right now for the Wolverines.
The scoring is going to have to pick up for Morton, and the buckets have not come at a quick rate for the Potters in the second half.
It nearly could have been an alley-oop there for a second.
Passes out of bounds. It'll go back with the Potters. We got some work to do. With just over 4 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. I don't know if we've seen that many passes on a breakaway at all this week. 3 passes underneath the basket.
It's about a 3 or a 4 on 1-2 as well.
Unselfish play. Good results for the Wolverines.
As much as we talk about, Vashon's speed and athleticism, they're also very fundamental. They're very well coached. It's not, again, just the raw talent for them. It's much more than just that.
Gudeman off balance. That would have been impressive. Knocked out of bounds, and it stays with the Potters. Strong effort from Abe Zeller's squad, continuing to coach them up. Wouldn't expect anything different from Morton, who again is hung with a lot of talented groups this week. Sounded like an inadvertent buzzer there after the ball was inbounded. Oops.
It's been a long week. It's all right. Definitely forgive it.
We all make mistakes, as viewers who have been watching tonight know. And Gudeman draws a whistle.
And Gudeman getting back to the line again. Good shooter there for Morton, but again, like you said earlier, these possessions have got to start being more urgent for the Potters, and they got to start ending in made buckets. It's hard to match Vashon's shooting percentage right now here in the final 3.5. I'm excited, or I'm anxious to see, I should say, if Vashon is going to keep this fast pace up, or if they're going to just slow things down and just milk this shot clock a lot.
After Gudeman is perfect on the pair, Vashon sets up the offense. McCaskill, finger roll. That's Dorier McCaskill. Guard cut off. Gets it back. Rolls to the inside. There's his own finger roll.
That one was kind of more just throwing it in there. Like he just kind of flipped that one, was spitting into the rim. Brugard's a shifted player for Morton. He's going to have a big year. I think he could be an all-conference player for the Potters.
Extra effort on the offensive board from McCaskill. Dario thought about a 3. Instead, Williams holds and is fouled. The Potters will go to some subs here, as McKee is back in. So is Silas Steffen.
Those are your 2 shooters, at least at the guard position, for Morton. Again, points are going to have to come quick, but it has to start in the defensive end. Morton's got to try and do some double teams, got to try and jump some passing lanes. I have a hunch that, Vashon definitely knows the time, they know the score, they know that they don't need to shoot right away.
McKinney does shoot, in and out. Rebound for Morton. Silas Steffen is fouled. Going back to that last Vashon offensive possession, it's easy to say, right? You're up 14 points, 2 minutes to go. You can choose some clock, sit in the half court. But for Vashon, why wouldn't you just keep your foot on the gas and continue to play the way that got you the lead?
Most definitely, and we've seen some teams in this tournament, and also aside from this tournament too as well, that get that in that position, and they just gotta take their foot off the gas, and before you know it, that lead's cut in half.
McKinney is open and cashes in.
Well, I think McKinney's playing like there's going to be some hardware handed out at the end of this one, and there definitely will be.
Garrett, 3 Vashon Wolverines there for the stick back, rolls off the rim. Another attempt at the offensive rebound, tipped out by Morton. Got blue jerseys everywhere on the glass.
I was jumping up in the air for a 3-way high five. That's what it looked like.
Potters will go to a line change.
Strong effort, though, from Morton starters. I got to say, I'm impressed. Again, they have been going up against one of the best teams in the country and the entire region. Even though it's going to be an 0-3 start for the Potters, nothing to hang your heads about. I think they might make the case they could be one of the Mid-Illini front runner after these showings that they've had here.
No doubt about that. Again, it doesn't always come down to wins and losses to measure your success at an event like this. You want to see what you've got going into conference play, measuring stick games to get some tape down against some really good teams. Probably going to see some similar styles and similar personnel deep into the postseason. That's where you want to go. Williams driving a dish. Extra pass to McKinney. Wow. Vashon continuing to move the ball. Their lead is 20.
You know what I'm most curious about right now, Larry, is if, nice shot there from Jude Zeller, is if Roger Holzauer, one of the tournament directors, is going to be making a late switch to add Jimmy McKinney into the National Classic All-Tournament team, because he is sure playing like it here tonight.
It's been a full team effort, McKinney included. Contributions up and down the lineup, led by 25 points from Trey Williams. He heads to the sideline, and I'm sure he'll probably take home a medal.
I would say so. There's, I think you could make a case for the entire starting 5 for Vashon to get all tournament honors. I mean, at various points, every single one of them have come up big, and even on the bench too. Again, I know it was a tough game for Armand Aram. He got some good minutes. Cameron James has also played well. It's a deep Vashon team that, and teams like this, your top 10, top 12 players all are very strong.
Layup is short, shot clock is off. Morton running the offense. Preston Sledge in. Zeller on the inside, whips his way around and draws a foul. So again, coming up next, it'll be the Washington Invitational Championship. St. John Bosco, St. Francis Episcopal, Houston, Los Angeles, a lot of good ball players.
You could say that. Only a few of the top recruits in the country are going to be on the floor here in Washington, Illinois. What a treat.
Big question is, can anybody keep up with St. John Bosco? And the answer so far has been no. Jude Zeller makes the first, misses the second, and rebound goes to James, but his foot was on the line. So it stays with the Potters.
Both teams so sound and so long defensively. Cannot wait for that one.
Sledge in the corner. Feed to Zeller, picked off. Chug ahead in transition. Crane was blocked. It's a foul. He'll go to the free throw line. John, you got to respect how these teams have continued to play. It's not just four corners offense. Both teams have continued to just do their thing. They want to keep playing.
Yeah, and you can't blame them. I mean, what a week of basketball has been. I don't want it to end. I'm sure these guys don't want it to end either. So I think Khalil Crane has still a chance to head back to St. Louis with another point in his back pocket, and I think Vashon is going to head back to St. Louis, the National Classic first place trophy in their front pocket.
It's got to be a big front pocket.
It's got to be a huge one.
6 seconds after the inbounds, Morton loses it. It's loose, and that's the ball game. Competitive 3 quarters, all of Vashon in the fourth, and they race away to a 67-49 win over Morton to wrap up their TOC trip 3-0.
Again, it's more of what we've become accustomed to from Vashon. They come to Washington, boy, they must love playing here. I mean, they are 10-1 here in the TOC in their 4th TOC appearance. So again, this is just such a fun team to watch year in, year out. What a game though from Jimmy McKinney and Trey Williams. Get it done, inside the arc, outside the arc as well. Some big threes. Vashon's strong shooting is really what kind of helped them pull away in that one. And again, like we mentioned, strong effort from the Potters. Nothing to hang your heads about as you head into more of your non-conference season, and then also the Mid-Illini slate, which is coming up pretty soon as well.
I'm sure there's a big Morton contingent tuned in, and for the folks who are, you got to be excited about this group.
Most definitely, and we're excited as well. We definitely want to see the Potters every chance we can get this season. Unfortunately, I don't know if we'll be seeing Vashon too much anymore, but hey, if they ever come to Illinois, what a fun team to watch. They are definitely a team that you should keep your eye on. And if you're in St. Louis, definitely get out to a Vashon game this season. And if you have any questions about, hey, you're going to be able to repeat this season, obviously a lot left before that, but early indications say yes.
A lot of talent for the folks in blue, and they will take home that trophy in their front pocket, as you indicated. Those basketball shorts don't even have pockets. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, they'll put it in their coat pockets. It's been pretty cold here. I hope these guys from Vashon, I'm sure they brought their coats. It gets cold in St. Louis, too.
It most certainly does. Vashon posing for pictures, and they'll get the all-tournament team recognitions. We'll find out who exactly wins those honors. Dario McCaskill and Dorier McCaskill are going to earn the Hustle Award. Kevin Brown Hustle Award for these 3 players. Silas Steffen in there as well, along with the McCaskill brothers. And a tournament named after Kevin Brown. It's a nice honor.
Most definitely is. And again, Kevin Brown just really embodied hustle. He embodied the hard work, just doing the little things. And these 3 guys definitely did that. Those are 3 great choices. Really been hard to pick, and I certainly agree with the chance to give it to all 3 of them. I mean, McCaskill's were both active on the offensive glass. We're all over the place. Silas Steffen was fearless on the drives, on the offensive and defensive glass as well. I can't think of 3 better guys here within these 4 National Classic teams to receive that award.
Oh, no doubt about that. And that entire Vashon team embodies hustle. Same can be said for Morton in what was a really strong matchup for 3 quarters. Coming up next, there will be St. Francis Episcopal, St. John Bosco. Looks like Jimmy McKinney will indeed earn all tournament team honors. All conference honors remains to be seen. Long way to go for that. Terrion Garrett also honored. Now Wes Gudeman will get to take home some hardware as well. Well deserved. One of the most entertaining players in this field.
It really is. And last year in this tournament. He really kind of exploded onto the scene. Probably exploiting onto the scene, though. He's already been on the scene. Trey Williams, the tournament MVP.
No MVP chants inside the building, but I'm sure if we were back in St. Louis, he'd be hearing them loud and proud. A lot to be proud of in this effort from Vashon up here in Central Illinois this week. They take home the Uftring Auto Group National Classic Trophy. And Trey Williams takes home MVP. We'll step aside for a quick break and send it on down to Uftring Tournament Central. After Tournament Central, we'll come back inside for more basketball. Just 2 games left in the 2024 edition of the KBM TOC on ClutchSportsIL.com.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Anderson. Zach, it's good to have you here.
Thank you for having me. First and foremost, shout out my mom, shout out my girlfriend.
Well, we appreciate the shout-outs. Certainly unique. I like it. Nobody's ever done that, but I think it's a good sort of way to express the love towards your parents and girlfriend.
Hell yeah. Heck yes. Heck yes.
Well, with that being said, Zach, you do a lot of interesting work here, and if you ever come to the tournament, or maybe you've been shown on screen sometimes, I don't know, maybe I've shot you before on the camera, but with all that being said, you work down as a cameraman or a photographer. I don't know if you go by something different, but you are around all of these very skilled athletic players pretty much the whole day.
Yeah, I like to refer to myself as a creative. I specialize in videography and video editing. But like being down on the court and maybe watching it on the broadcast or something like that. And one thing, I'm usually concerned for my safety. I got dudes jumping, proximity to me, but.
Yeah, well, I mean, I go down there sometimes and I get concerned for my safety too, especially the fact that I got a broken foot. But that's beyond the fact. Your work here, though, you do so much with social media too. Since you talked about it a little bit, where can viewers sort of find your product at?
You can find me on Instagram, Zande Media, Zande, or zandemedia.com. That's where all of my videography, photography work will be.
So obviously you do tournaments like this in basketball and stuff. But we were actually talking to you a little bit before about a professional opportunity that you got.
Yeah, so I also shoot MMA. That's my favorite sport to shoot. I work for a company called Gamebred Fighting Championship. It's a bare-knuckle MMA company, and
well, that's interesting. Yeah. So, what is your? So I don't know if you have to pick a favorite. I don't know. I'm not gonna make you do that on the spot here. But if you were to pick something like the best out of each, right?
Yeah.
It's like if you were to pick the best athletes out of your best MMA people. What would you say is the biggest difference, and what are some similarities between the athletes?
In terms of like from MMA to basketball?
Yeah.
I think with MMA, their personalities are very, very extreme. Like you'll either have somebody who's like super laid back and like super down to earth, or somebody who is super locked in all week, doesn't want to talk, doesn't want to be in front of the camera. With basketball, it's a little bit less on the extreme side, I'd say. But there's also a lot of similarities. I don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
I mean, one for me, I don't know. I'm not in your shoes, but one thing that would jump to my mind would be passion.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe if that's something. But your work here definitely does not go unnoticed, as previously mentioned. And, you know, we've talked about it so much before. You did not know Coach Brown. You told me that before the interview. But this tournament, though, right, it all goes back to one cause. And as you see all these athletes start to trickle in, as you see all the people in, what comes to mind when you think of the general just cause for this tournament and why it's here?
I just think it is great that we're able to get all these people together to not just watch basketball, but the fact that it does go to a bigger cause, like you said. And the Dagger Studio guys are kind of highlighting that in the documentary that they're doing about glioblastoma and the tournament itself and the bigger meaning for the tournament. I think it's great that, you know, we're arguably a football town, but you can even see, like, we come out for basketball games, so
yeah,
it's just great that we're able to get everybody here.
There's just so much community, and that's like an overarching theme that I see with all my interviewees. And there's just so much community within, obviously, Washington, but you get to see, like, towns too come in. I mean, there's Metamora, there's places like Morton. I saw some St. Louis Vashon people.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's people from all around the country, right? You look at St. John Bosco, California.
Yeah.
They were able to draw fans too. And certainly online viewership is just such a large part of raising awareness. If I had to ask you one thing, this is kind of like a personal question, not too personal, but what has been your favorite part of the tournament so far, doing what you do?
Just the crazy plays. Vashon just played. Dario McCaskill absolutely had the most insane dunk that I've ever seen in person. I think that was on Thanksgiving Day.
Yeah.
That's definitely my favorite part, is just being close to the action, seeing the crazy plays. I'm a basketball fan myself, so I enjoy getting to watch it up close and getting to be a part of the tournament.
Yeah, basketball, I mean, it's certainly it's so fun to watch. It's so energetic. One thing that I also want to shout out, so if you're viewing at home, you can see it's physical. It's a physical sport. You know that. But the moment you step onto the court, though, your front side, it's like there is so much, I'm not going to say violence, but it's not violent by any means. But I think
it
you know
is
what I
definitely
mean,
physical, yeah.
Yeah. And there's just so much strength on the court. I mean, you look at, like, people like Drew Timmons. I mean, I called a game for him a few games ago. He is 6'6", but he's built like a football linebacker.
Seriously.
I mean, it's crazy. So talk us through, from your perspective, sort of the overarching physicalness and strength that you see on the court, and how that might differ from like a YouTube view.
Just being up close to it, like, you hear the impact of dudes hitting each other. You see dudes hitting the floor, and you can almost feel it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a lot more intense up close.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think that's definitely true, too, when I go out on the floor. We got about a minute left. So one last question for you. I like to ask all my interviewees this question, but if somebody's on the fence of why they should come out and support this tournament, why they should donate online if they're able to, or why they should maybe show up to the tournament, what would you say about that?
In terms of why you should show up to the tournament, there's nothing quite like the TOC. Just the atmosphere, the basketball, and the cause is, you know, outstanding. Glioblastoma is definitely a.
You're good. It's all right. You're good.
Are we done here?
No, you're good.
I'm sorry. One last thing I want to say: stay versatile, stay hungry, and stay attentive. I'm out of here, Charlie.
All right, you're good. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Charlie Shimorn. That was Zachary Anderson. It's been an absolute pleasure here. I think we're going to go ahead and send it back up to an ad. Enjoy this next game. Have a great one.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Back inside Torrey Gym for the penultimate game of the 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. And you can make the case that this will be the best game of the event. It's the St. John Bosco Braves, top 10 team nationally, taking on St. Francis Episcopal out of Houston. The Wolves have had a strong showing. St. John Bosco has been dominant so far in Illinois. With John Michael and Jeff Little, Larry Larson in with you. And Jeff, there's no way around it. No team has been able to keep up with St. John Bosco so far.
Well, I mean, last night we really liked what we saw of St. Francis against Washington. And, you know, it may just be a matter of...
I'm going to have Jeff switch headsets here. There's Jeff.
It may just be a matter of the depth here as well. I mean, St. Francis played very, very well last night. Their 5 starters played the bulk of the minutes, but you know, it'll be a tall tale here with really a limited bench against what St. John's Bosco can run against you.
St. John Bosco, a very large, very deep, talented roster. St. Francis Episcopal, led by the big man that we saw last night, Nigel Walls, the 6'10 senior who's headed to SMU.
Yeah, Nigel did a great job against the Panthers and really could score in a variety of ways. Then on top of that, you know, you added probably 4 or 5 dunks and threes from J.J. LeBoy and Curtis Hodge, or Christian Hodge as well. I mean, they're a well-rounded group.
And John, you've seen a lot of this St. John Bosco team here this week. You know, obviously the athleticism stands out, but also their system just stands out.
Well, it's definitely, and again, you know, it's some of these games where, you know, you're ahead by 20, 30 points. It's easy to just kind of, again, run around that 4-out offense and just kind of, you know, kind of take your foot off the gas. But you can tell this team has some great plays ran. They're well coached. They play a system. They know their job. They know their role. And that is so important. We don't talk about that enough during the game. We talk a lot about the players, but what Matt Dunn does with this Bosco team is just truly phenomenal.
So they're 3-0, St. John Bosco. They've won all 3 of their games by 25+ here this week. Wins over Metamora, Paideia School, and DeKalb as well. Starting lineups being introduced right now for St. John Bosco. We'll get you theirs here in a moment. The starting lineup for St. Francis Episcopal: Corey Sion, the senior guard; J.J. LeBoy, who Jeff mentioned, a 6'4 senior guard. He's headed to Columbia University next year. Christian Hodge, a 6'4 senior. And then Nigel Walls, the big man, 6'10 senior. And Omarion Harvey, 6'7 senior. Some good size in that lineup for the Wolves.
Yeah, most definitely. And again, you're going to need size to beat the St. John Bosco team. I mean, you know, we're going to meet their lineup here in a second, but, you know, most of their starting lineup is at least 6'4". You know, you got guys that, you know, maybe are 6'6", 6'7", and play well above their height as well. This game is going to be played in the clouds, so to say. I mean, there's going to be a lot of high-flying action, a lot of stuff going on above the rim in this one for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you talked about height, but you also got to talk about wingspan. These guys are going to make passing lanes and skip passes and things like that, almost impossible for guards to handle. But both teams have had guards that have handled that kind of pressure, and this kind of competition is what they came to face.
Without a doubt about that. Both head coaches have said that throughout the week and even before they arrived here in Illinois. They play the best competition for a reason. St. Francis Episcopal, yet to lose. St. John Bosco, yet to lose. This is the championship game of the City of Washington Invitational. Should be a lot of fun. Let's strap in. Bosco out of Los Angeles area. Episcopal out of Houston. This is very much a national matchup here in Central Illinois. Christian Collins will jump it, and Bosco wins a bungled tip. And it's a travel. So St. Francis Episcopal will.
That's got to touch somebody
possession.
outside the circle before those guys that tip it can take possession. So,
whoops.
Yeah.
What a start.
Hey, Jeff Little explaining the rules. Didn't know that one.
Well, that's a
one.
Oh.
Huge block. Chris Coleman all over it. LZ Harrington walks it up and finds Christian Collins. One of the top juniors in the country has it pickpocketed, and St. Francis gets it right back. LeBoy sets up the offense. Mentioned that Bosco starting lineup quick. Brandon McCoy at guard, Chris Coleman at guard, LZ Harrington a stretch guard, Christian Collins at forward, and so is Dominic Profetti.
Two good blocks right there. I mean, both possessions were going to be good shots for St. Francis, and both of them get swatted away off Christian Hodges' legs. So here comes St. Bosco with the chance to get in the scoring column.
Scoreless in the opening minute. LZ Harrington directs traffic. Played in the TOC as a freshman. Now he's a senior and a Harvard commit. Collins with the flush to open the scoring.
The St. John Bosco team just cut so well. I mean, they can always find a guy open near the hoop, and you just have to respect them at all levels of the court.
A three from Walls is off the mark. Rebound hauled in by Collins. Coleman to a cutting McCoy. He loses it. LeBoy on the break with Sion. LeBoy all the way to the basket, and the tip falls. That was Christian Hodge on the follow in transition. Ties it at 2.
That last possession, Walls had that three and beat one guy, and then here comes another. Chris Coleman flying at him. I mean, they're making every shot tough. Even the layup that LeBoy had there was contested.
It's a Bosco team that takes pride in its defense.
And so does Brendan McCoy. That is a player that really takes pride in his defense, and he said he wants to go to a college that plays defense. And, I mean, he had so many steals in this one.
How about that block from Nigel Walls? Built his own wall there. St. Francis Episcopal has the opportunity to take an early lead. LeBoy downhill, uses the glass.
He is so good. We talked about his experience and his leadership last night. I mean, he plays with such a maturity. This game's not going to be too big for him.
Most definitely not. Again, experience play with the U17 FIBA team who won the gold medal with Puerto Rico.
A whistle before Coleman sliced inside. Foul on Sion, his first, team's first.
Also speaking of players that have played at the next level too, again, Brendan McCoy, I believe, has played, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, but I think he's played for FIBA U17 for Team USA, I believe.
A lot of guys with international experience. McCoy in the post, somehow gets the shot up, but it doesn't fall, and Walls blocks off the board. Here come the Wolves, led by LeBoy. St. Francis in the home whites, Bosco in those navy blues. LeBoy's pass was tipped. slipped to the inside, and the layup was deflected out of the hand of Hodge.
That was fantastic help defense there by St. John Bosco, I should say. I mean, Hodge was wide open for a second, but boy, that opening closed up in a hurry.
Yeah, there are times when you get the ball inside and you just know you're not as open as you feel like. That was one of those where he goes up to shoot a point blank, and here comes somebody flying and make all of a sudden an easy layup, a tough shot.
Collins wide open on the assist from Elsie Harrington.
Harrington, I don't think gets enough credit for his role as a distributor. Again, he's a smart player, knows the game, going to Harvard, always knows where his teammates are. And again, that goes back to that system.
Deep three from Harvey is money. 3-point lead. McCoy whirls and dishes. Three from the corner is off out of the hand of Perfetti. Offensive rebound and a foul on the floor as Collins got the second effort.
And Perfetti into the starting lineup for St. John Bosco in place of Howie Wu, who has been in and out of the lineup this week for St. John Bosco. We'll see if he returns to the court today or not.
Played last game, then left with an injury. Three from Collins, got it. Tied up at 7. Calling response action early.
You know, with both of the big guys of St. Francis being as mobile as they are and perimeter oriented as they can be, that might be a tough matchup for Wu.
Pass down low, off balance shot from Hodge, left it short.
Again, challenged by Collins, won't give up anything easy.
Coleman, absolutely not, says Walls. McCoy down the lane and a two-handed slam, but hold on. It's an and one.
Wow.
My goodness, took the contact on the way and finished emphatically.
And look at, and you kind of, it's obstructed right now, but Brendan McCoy is so strong. I mean, I don't need to say that. You saw it there on the dunk. But, I mean, my word, this is a ferocity he throws these dunks down is just incredible. I don't blame any St. Francis Episcopal player for not stepping in the way and trying to block that dunk. I mean, there is no stopping Brendan McCoy when he's flying in like that.
Walls, left corner, three, halfway down and out.
Good extra pass by Sion. Gets a great look for Walls. We know he can make a lot of those.
McCoy lost the handle. Sion. Out to LeBoy. Too strong. And the rebound goes to Bosco. Trying to add to a three-point lead early. Coleman, extra pass. McCoy wanted another dunk. And the ball rolls out of the baseline. Bosco, worth noting, according to the scoreboard, a foul away from being in the bonus here in this first quarter. 4 fouls on St. Francis already.
Well, and St. Francis didn't play a lot of guys last night. A few guys got in at the end off their bench, but their rotations are pretty tight. So it'll be interesting to see if someone does get into some foul trouble, how that impacts things for St. Francis.
And you look at Bosco's bench, nearly every seat occupied. St. Francis only has about 3 or 4 on their bench.
Max Ellis from deep, left it short. St. Francis trailing by 3. Harvey to Walls. 2 guys with good length for the Wolves. Walls in the mid-range, off the spin.
Good move. I hear the help came from the high side, and he made a spin move away from the double. Nice mid-range jump shot.
Who says the mid-range is dead? Moves like that from young players, it'll be around for a little bit. Harrington pestered on the perimeter. Driving a dish. McCoy takes some contact in the lane, and now Bosco's in the bonus.
How about St. John Bosco? I mean, on the flip side, they haven't had committed a single foul against this St. Francis team. Again, that just goes back to their length. They don't really, you don't need to foul if you don't get beat on defense. And this Bosco team does not get beat very often at all on D.
Well, and they've challenged the shots. The weak side help has come across and made easy what we thought were going to be easy shots, easy baskets, get knocked out of there or missed.
So Brandon McCoy goes to the free throw line, knocks in the first. He had 26 points against DeKalb yesterday. And Bosco's big win. McCoy, the top-ranked junior in the nation, according to multiple outlets, goes 2 of 2.
And about 18 or so of those 26 points were on dunks. I mean, he put on an absolute show. It was a solo dunk competition, and the only competition was himself.
John, it sounded like you were holding up the big numbers up here in the booth for every dunk.
Were. Me and Teddy Ball had a blast.
LeBoy swims to the rim, count it, and the harm. Could tie it with a converted three-point play.
LeBoy is a 6'4", and you were talking about the strength of McCoy. LeBoy is the same way. I mean, he's just a strong, young athlete. Gets the ball in the post, makes a nice spin move to his left. Of course, being left-handed, which way is he going to go? And, finishes in traffic.
LeBoy, the calm, cool, collected leader for St. Francis Episcopal. Headed to the Ivy League next season where he'll see LZ Harrington. So, future Ivy League rivalry on the floor tonight in Washington. Harrington headed to Harvard.
Ivy League's got some good basketball, too. Again, you got Princeton. They're very good. Dartmouth, usually not too bad of a team every year. So, Ivy League looked at sometimes as a low major, but there is some high-level basketball in that league.
Well,
Harrington, what a finish.
Well, and that's one conference that always seems to upset somebody when it comes tournament time, too,
Easy to see why with these two recruits on the floor tonight. Under a minute to go, first quarter. Bosco leads by 2. Kick ball. McCoy on the bench right now for Bosco. Max Ellis in the game, as is Gavin Dean Moss. Sion triggers. Up top, LeBoy. Hounded on defense by Dean Moss. Walls sees the double team. And Sion backtracks. Shot clock under 10. Sion on the baseline. Pass had a little too much hair on it.
Tough catch for Hodge in there.
Harrington skips it, and the reverse goes down. Dominic Perfetti, the Syracuse lacrosse commit, cashes in on the reverse.
That's about the only way that Perfetti was going to get that layup to go, was going with the reverse. And, Perfetti's another lengthy player for this Bosco team.
St. John Bosco leads 16-12. And a foul on the floor.
That's a good use of a foul right there. I mean, shot clock off here with 8.3 left, and you force them to inbounds here with 8.3, and no danger really of putting them on the line with only 2 fouls.
Shane Ducksworth into the contest. LeBoy with 2. Needs to make something happen. He almost did. Left the 3 short, and that's how the first quarter ends. St. John Bosco with a 16-12 lead over St. Francis Episcopal in the City of Washington Invitational Championship. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Also brought to you by Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. They also feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like us on Facebook for more information. Culver's is proud to be a sponsor of this year's KBM TOC, and it is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Sounds like I know where I'm going tonight. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And last but certainly not least, PJ Hare is again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. On to the second quarter. Bosco leads St. Francis 16-12. Glad you're with us on your Saturday night with Jeff Little, John Michael, Larry Larson, and with you high atop the Torrey gym floor. It's the Braves basketball. Out of our quarter break, McCoy bumps against LeBoy. Back to McCoy. Cross-court pass. Harrington to the rim. Missed on the dunk. Oh, that would have been vicious.
Challenged Walls with a going right to the rim and right at him, but I think Walls got a piece of it.
Gotta take some guts to go against Nigel Walls and challenge him at the rim. I mean, my word.
Most people would need a trampoline to challenge him at the rim. Hodge lost the handle, gets it back, zips it out to the perimeter, and the pass was deflected by Collins.
And that's what we talked about. You know, these passing lanes are just so narrow because of guys like Collins and McCoy. No pass is given in this game at all.
The guys you think are open, look open, you throw it. By the time it gets there, they're not open.
Gonna have to be some fastballs thrown tonight.
Zion got tripped up. Foul there on McCoy, his first foul of the quarter on either side. St. John Bosco trying to finish its run here at the TOC undefeated. Both teams are. The winner takes home a trophy on the airplane with them. St. Francis out of Houston, Bosco out of SoCal. Three from LeBoy, too strong. Rebound for Perfetti. Braves are on the break. Left wing triple, Collins left it short. Pass deflected out of bounds, last touch by Collins. Christian Collins, a guy who's really everywhere on the floor. Blink and he's in a different spot.
Absolutely. And you know, and doing things the right way, like you guys talked about. He's playing defense. I mean, I'm the #1 junior in the nation, but I'm out here shutting down wing passes, and you know, I'm not out here just to put on a show. I'm out here to play the game the right way.
Harvey from steps behind the line, left it short. And there's a good save from McCoy. So Bosco making all these hustle plays. McCoy to the rim and the jam.
It's almost funny to see Brandon McCoy when he gets so close to the rim. You think, oh, he's just going to lay it in. I mean, his vertical is just insane. He needs no momentum, he's no speed to get up there, and he just slams it in. I mean, it is ridiculous to see this guy play.
Timeout taken by St. Francis Episcopal and their head coach, Harold Baber. Going back to that dunk, a lot of players in this event can dunk. Not many can commit to a standing dunk and make it.
Right. Well, yeah, like John said, all of their momentum is taken away by the help and by the little bit of contact as he got as he went down the lane, but yet he gathers himself and just rises up. And you know, a player that can do that, you know, it comes from strength, obviously. So a credible player, but that's what we come to expect out of the TOC.
You ask head coach Matt Dunn for St. John Bosco. He says that McCoy is the best combination of competitor and athleticism he's ever seen. And that's saying something because they've had a lot of good teams at Bosco.
A lot of pro basketball players as well. I mean, there's at least 2 or 3 guys on this court for the Braves that I think will be playing basketball for the living here in the next few years.
LeBoy, a drive and a dish as the Wolves trying to respond. Walls from way downtown, left it short. Rebound volleyballed around, and McCoy reels it in.
And kind of stuck on 12. I'm sure Coach Babers called for some type of set play there out of the timeout. Good patience just didn't pay off there for the Wolves.
For as much as we've talked about Bosco, you know, the Wolves are only down 6 right now. I think they just need to get someone going in this game besides J.J. LeBoy, who is having a fantastic game. So you need to get someone else going and someone else knocking down shots.
LeBoy commits the foul there. And that's his second.
Yeah, one of the things I wondered last night as we watched St. Francis play was, if they got into foul trouble, how does Coach Baber handle that? Will they switch defenses? You've only seen them play man-to-man and a tenacious man-to-man defense at that. So do they switch defenses? Do they loosen up the pressure a little bit, or do they have to bring in some guys off the bench?
With a pretty short bench, you got to imagine that they're going to have to throw a handful of different looks. Harrington over to Perfetti. And now McCoy. McCoy can't split the defenders. Bounce pass ahead to LeBoy. The Euro off to Walls.
Reward the big guy for running the floor.
Moving like a Mustang on the open floor. Nigel Walls headed to SMU next year. Mid-range fader. Strong response from Chris Coleman.
And Coleman's kind of an underrated player for Bosco. I talked about it with Teddy Ball in my last game. I mean, you look so much at guys like Brandon McCoy, Elsie Harrington, Christian Collins. Chris Coleman, I think really, he's a great player, obviously, for sure. Has lots of skill, lots of talent. But yeah, I think he feeds off of that as well, with so much attention being given to those other three guys. There's guys like Coleman open, and he is a great shooter as well.
Inbounds pass tipped away. I think gravity is the word that comes to mind with a guy like Brandon McCoy. He attracts a lot from the defense, also Christian Collins. And then you look on the other side with St. Francis Episcopal, same can be said for Nigel Walls, and that allows a guy like J.J. LeBoy to get going.
Absolutely, and they've really done a good job on Walls. I mean, he hasn't got a lot of touches, a lot of clean looks at all.
Here he is in the mid-range. Good defense and a save, but it's right into the hands of Elsie Harrington.
Really like the way, though, that Hodge has been crashing the offensive glass. He's been in the mix almost every shot, every time a shot goes up for St. Francis.
Yeah.
Another whistle against St. Francis. First one against Omarion Harvey. 2 fouls aside in the second quarter. Harrington surveys and finds Coleman. Harrington has range to shoot from out here. Passes away to McCoy. Harrington drives underneath the basket, takes a U-turn and scores.
We talked about Wes Gudeman having patience in the post. There's patience right there on the baseline drive.
Bodies hitting the deck. The ball pops out for Bosco. Showtime for Harrington. Timeout, St. Francis Episcopal. It's a 10-point lead for the Bosco Braves.
Yeah, we talked about it in our last game, Larry. This game on paper probably going to be one of the best of the tournament, but even kind of one of the best teams in this tournament hang with St. John Bosco. Right now they're jumping out in front. They're ahead by 10, and there's been multiple times we've seen almost every game in this tournament. Team is kind of close with Bosco for a quarter and a half, and then they can just really throw down the hammer in an instant.
Well, their defensive pressure, just like we saw in the game before with Vashon, I mean, it just wears on you. We're here halfway through the second quarter, and you can tell, St. Francis is struggling to get the shots that they want to get, and it's all because of the Bosco defense. I mean, and they're running their offense right. It's just they're taking things away that are normally there. So, they're going to have to find an answer, get a ball in the basket. Then maybe you can make some plays, extend your pressure or something on the defensive end so that, you can get yourselves back into this 10-point deficit.
Yeah, and I don't think St. Francis, for them, I don't think we've seen this guy, Corey Sion, shoot the ball yet.
Sion can get it going from deep. Main job is the distributor. Bad pass there to Hodge. Back to Sion, by the way, that last time out. And every time out brought to you by Enercon Engineering. LeBoy at the elbow, back out to Walls. Whirls to the block, can't use the glass, and the follow goes down.
Wow.
Christian Hodge wrestled that ball into the rim.
And every time a shot goes up, Christian Hodge has been right there, and they try to slam that one home. The ball went in the cylinder while it was being pointed downwards.
You talk about a kid knowing his role. That's what he does. And he goes to the boards every single time.
Kind of like a Dennis Rodman type. McCoy left it well short. Walls ahead to LeBoy. He is all alone Can't connect. There he is
our
again. Hodge all over it. Harvey bounces it to Hodge. Slings it up top for Sion. Steps to the basket. Not enough on the layup.
Great move, just not enough vertical there on either the shot or the jump there for Sion. But again, you have the opportunity, you got to take it.
Brandon McCoy is going to hobble straight into the trainer's room. You just hope it's a turned ankle or a cramp. The top junior in the nation out of the game.
You know, you saw Corey Sion there on his dribble penetration. He's smart enough to know that I'm not going over these guys. Tried to go with the scoop underneath.
So Gavin Dean Moss has entered. Harrington bounces to Collins, throws over the triple team, couldn't get it, and a foul dished out as Harvey stumbled after the rebound.
Now Walls is down for St. Francis. Rather, that's Harvey, pardon there.
Harvey tripped up on the rebound. Final 2 minutes of the first half coming up. A pivotal 2 minutes for St. Francis.
Absolutely. They can definitely get themselves back into this game, and they're only down 8, but they've struggled to score. They've got 4 points so far in this quarter. I'm just interested, but no. I do know that some guys have a longer stick than others.
That's something I learned researching Dominic Perfetti. Jumper is off from Hodge.
My nephew always talks too about guys that can win the face-offs. He goes, they get scholarships all the time. He goes, there's a guy that gets 99% of them. He gets a scholarship. It's just a skill that they get.
So we've talked about, 4-star, 5-star, this and that for St. John Bosco and different guys throughout the week. Perfetti was a 4-star lacrosse recruit, in case you're curious. Halsey Harrington leaves the jumper short. LeBoy bounces ahead for Hodge. Sion, jump pass over to LeBoy, rhythm 3, too much.
LeBoy likes that step-in 3. Sometimes he kind of fades out and comes back in, steps in for a 3, looks really comfortable for him.
Aaron pass finds the hand of Ellis. Harrington slows it down. He pops the 3. He got Harrington, lost the handle. 3 from Walls, got it. What a way to end the first half.
Absolutely. That'll cut that 9-point lead right down to 6 here. And, going in with some points right there, you make a steal on a team that's holding it for the last possession, and then you come out of there and cutting this lead to 6.
So St. Francis Episcopal trims the lead down to 6. Going into the halftime locker room, a little bit of everything in that first half, all things considered, lived up to the billing.
Most definitely, and again, this is about all we could ask for, a game that's still within reach for both teams. Right now, again, the biggest story is just got to hope that Brandon McCoy is okay for St. John Bosco. Again, went into that trainer's room. Again, hopefully just a tweaked ankle, something minor. But again, strong first half overall for St. Francis as well. They've been, sharing the scoring well. LeBoy's got 5. Hodge has, around a handful as well. Nigel Wallace has a few baskets. So, again, they've been able to, even though they're not as deep as St. John Bosco, they have spread their wealth for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's the key. That's what we saw last night. So many guys contributed for St. Francis that it's not a one-headed monster by any means. I mean, Walls may be the known name and known commodity, but there are other really good players that know the roles and can step in and do things.
No doubt about that. So at the break, St. John Bosco 27, St. Francis Episcopal 21. We'll step aside for a break. Quick word from our sponsors, and then down to Uftring Tournament Central. Second half action coming up in under 9 minutes.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Matt Hathcock, and Matt, we were just talking off air. You've been pretty much involved with this tournament since day one, but this is your first time doing the duties of the mop, pretty much. So, how did that come about for you? This is your first tournament doing that, and just how did that mop thing come about with you?
Well, what they call it is a host coach, and I've known Roger for a while and Coach E, and me and my wife have been coming this for a long time, and then now our kids have been coming, and I finally just asked Roger, I said, what can I do for it? And he mentioned, well, do you want to be a host coach this year? And I jumped right on it. And it involves a lot of stuff, mopping being one of them. If somebody falls on the floor, you try to clean it up so we're not slipping everywhere. But we also let the teams know where they're going, their locker room, clean up underneath the benches in between, broom sweep the floors, wet mop, all that.
So you had mentioned that you were here since day one, as I just mentioned before. When it was at Robertson Fieldhouse,
yes.
That has since been demolished. But other than moving this tournament from Peoria to Washington, what have you seen that's changed so much with this tournament?
I think the overall talent and amount of good teams has changed. It just seems to get better and better with the teams they're bringing in, and I love the Saturday matchups because it's always usually a bunch of good games because they match up well with how they've played in the tournament. As you can see, there hasn't been many blowouts at all today. So,
yeah, they certainly matched up well, and especially in the Saturday games. Earlier on, we kind of saw that there was a lot of good games, but a lot of games that didn't seem as close as maybe the final score indicated. But yeah, Saturday's been a blast. But yeah, talking about bringing your family here. How have your kids enjoyed this? I mean, you're talking about ball boys, having a blast with this. I'm not sure if your kids are ball boys, but even if they aren't, I'm sure they've been having a blast with this too.
Yes, my son Corbin is a ball boy. He had St. Petersburg Gibbs this year. It was his 4th year. He's in 6th grade now, so he might be handing it off to his little brother, who actually got to help him a little bit this year. He might have to wait one more year till he's a little older. He's 6, so we might wait till he's 8. But they've been doing the ball boy thing. My daughter also did it a year or two, and that's a great experience. It's the teams usually treat them really well. Last year, in fact, the coolest story was he had Gray Collegiate, who he kept in touch with one of their coaches, and they won the South Carolina State Championship. And right when they got off the court, we found it on the internet and watched it. That coach FaceTimed him with the team in the locker room after they won their state championship. So that was really cool.
Oh, yeah. And talking about, ball boys and ball girls, I had interviewed Avery Tibbs, Washington junior guard, and they just played on Tuesday night, the nightcap of that game against Peoria Notre Dame. She had a blast. Jim Mattson did a great story about her being a ball girl and having, those connections with the players. So I bet the ball girls and ball boys are not only having a blast right now, but will have blasts in the future with all the players and coaches that still keep tabs with them. But just looking forward to this tournament. This is your first year pretty much, being, the mop guy and whatever you do with this tournament. Has there been one team that sticked out to you in this tournament?
I mean, I think you have to say St. John Bosco. The talent on that team that you're watching right now, it's like a college team out there. They move like they're quick. They have the height. But there's been a lot of teams that who they're playing. Episcopal, they have a height of a college team, and so. But St. John Bosco, that Brandon McCoy is something else to watch.
Certainly, and I'm not from Washington or even just the Peoria area, but this is my second TOC. And talking about Kevin Brown, obviously the tournament is now named in his memory. The glioblastoma, a very drastic form of brain cancer. And do you have like an anecdote or a story about Kevin Brown?
See, I never really knew Kevin that well, honestly. We moved here in 2013, and but he lives on through his stories from Coach Shermorn and Roger and the program he built and the mindset like the team still have from him. And I love that they've got this tournament in recognition of him.
Yeah, I talked to a lot of people about Kevin Brown. A lot of the tournament hits I've done, I've always asked, do you have one story about Kevin Brown you'd like to share? All of them are just absolutely fantastic.
Yes.
I mean, Kevin Brown, obviously I never really knew who he was, but you can just tell that he meant so much to not only just this tournament and not only just the coaches that are in this tournament, but just the community in general. It's not even just Washington, it's really just the whole area. He's had such a profound impact.
Yes, absolutely. Other coaches and everybody, they come to this, and you can hear stories left and right about Kevin, or just praising him and what he was to Washington.
KB Strong is the foundation that has a lot of the money that go towards glioblastoma. OSF Healthcare, commonly known around especially these parts as the best hospital south of Interstate 80. For those who don't know, Interstate 80 is pretty much the interstate that is the connected point between Chicago, the Chicagoland area, and the Central Illinois Peoria area. But yeah, KB Strong, the foundation to go for. And Matt, it was nice to meet you, Matt Hathaway, everybody, and we'll send it back to a commercial break and get the second half of this game going.
Is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Coming out of the half inside Torrey Gym in Washington, Illinois, just outside of Peoria, Illinois. It's St. John Bosco 27 and St. Francis Episcopal 21. With Jeff Little, John Michael, Larry Larson in with you. And first half lived up to the billing of this game, possibly being the best that we've seen this week in a 33-game event.
Yeah, these are two highly skilled teams. I mean, whatever the price of admission was for today, I mean, you got your money's worth just in this game, let alone the other ones you've seen that have been very, very good quality games as well. Yeah, this is, that was a big possession with the steal and the three right at the buzzer, and now they get the ball to come out of half.
And of note, Brandon McCoy, again, we saw him tweak that ankle. Did not see him warming up for the second half. Keep an eye on that.
It's the story we're following. St. John Bosco's McCoy, top-ranked junior in the nation, exited late in that first half. That buzzer beater for St. Francis belonged to Nigel Walls. It is the Wolves basketball, and we're back underway. Corey Sion, the 5'9 junior. He's got D2 and D3 interest. He sets up the offense. Had a scoreless first half. Kicks it out to the perimeter. Hodge continuing to make an impact.
Absolutely. There he steps outside. Dribble penetration by Sion. Doesn't really create the offense we saw from him last night, but creates a shot for a teammate.
That goes back to the importance of that shot from Walls. We were talking off air. Hey, three-pointer out of the break. It's a one-possession game. Here we are. Chris Coleman backtracks. Back to the lane. Hands off to Christian Collins. Now Perfetti. Coleman drives against Hodge in the mid-range. Too strong. Perfetti an offensive rebound. Lacrosse star back out to Collins. Cross-court find to Coleman. A beauty of an assist.
You give a shooter like that the same shot from the same spot 2 times in a row in one possession, one trip down. He'll make that second one just about every time.
Man, Chris Coleman is such a strong shooter.
Hello, Nigel Walls.
Great pass from LeBoy off the dribble penetration, draws the help, and just drops it down for the dunk.
As I was saying about Coleman again, he's such a strong shooter. He's a clutch one as well. Again, knocked down some huge shots for St. John Bosco. They played a couple summer league events.
And Max Ellis answers. Action starting to pick up out of the break. John, you can't even get a word in, my man.
I know. And, hey, I'm not complaining, though.
LeBoy off the glass.
Finishes so strong with that left hand going left off the wrong foot, but kind of creates the space from the defender to make it tough to block.
Here's LZ Harrington, headed to Harvard next year, lobs it up for Collins, takes some contact, and he's blocked from behind. Walls hands off to LeBoy, and here we go. Omarion Harvey up Gimpy as LeBoy goes up under, not in, but the stick back is there from Hodge.
That's at least 5 offensive boards we've seen from Hodge today, and he's got 11 points to go with it as well. He is trending towards double-double territory.
You 6'8", 6'7" guys, stay out of the way. I'm 6'4", and I own it.
Teardropper no good from Ellis. Pass ahead for LeBoy. Got tripped up, and LZ Harrington helps him up. Gavin Dean Moss checks in for Bosco, and Ellis comes out. Still no sign of Mr. McCoy.
Shane Duckworth checks in for St. Francis as well here. He knocked down a couple threes in last night's game.
Harvey on the bench in some pain. So both teams banged up. Fourth game in 4 days for both these squads. Walls gets the roll.
You know, we talked about the defensive job that they did. It kind of limited Wall's touches, but here, they've gone inside to him the last couple times.
Yeah, just like that, St. John Bosco looked like they were going to run away. It's been so much give and take in this tournament. We started in that Vashon Morton game. 10-point lead went nowhere.
Collins with one hand. Back up to a 3-point lead.
Collins' growth spurt has been crazy. A couple of years ago, he was just 6'1" as a freshman, and he became 6'8", and he went from a 0-star to a 5-star.
Walls flings up a shot, took a lot of contact, ended up in a barrel roll. Collins on the other end. It's going to be a jump ball.
And who's there to tie it up? Christian Hodge.
Mr. Everywhere.
Yeah. I don't care how much you've grown, I'll guard you.
Harrington fades against LeBoy, and he's fouled. And a matchup of future Ivy Leaguers.
Has 3 on LeBoy.
Now
he was looking for an explanation from the sideline official and got none. And the other official gives him his case. Harrington makes the first free throw.
That'll be key. We got 4.5 minutes here in the third quarter. If that's his third foul, if he's got to go out, that'll put a lot of pressure on Corey Sion to be the primary ball handler, and that may not be in the best interest of St. Francis. Corey's good, but J.J. LeBoy brings the ball up the court most of the time here for the Wolves.
And ideally, if you're St. Francis, he's a guy that never comes off the floor. And with that in mind, Harold Baber will burn a power-up timeout. Every timeout brought to you by Enercon here in this ball game.
And I was gonna say, with LeBoy being with 3 fouls, Harvey was still in some pain on the bench, kind of rubbing on his kind of leg a little bit. Again, St. Francis is not the deepest team. If you have to sit LeBoy, you can't bring Harvey in. Who do you go to if you're St. Francis? There's not really many other options, so that means that you're the guys on the floor. I should say. All right, you're going to have to pick it up a little bit, but thankfully, again, Christian Hodge has been there. Nigel Walls has been starting to pick it up as well.
Well, I don't mean to downplay the abilities of those kids on the bench, but you would have an awful lot of things you'd have to do to help your team that J.J. LeBoy does, when he's out there on the court.
St. Francis with a small roster, but it's really always been that way for Coach Baber. He came from another private school in the Houston area. He was laid off from that school. Was looking for jobs all over the country, different states. He was ready to pack up and move. Then he got a call from St. Francis Episcopal, a school that just opened, by the way, and one of their administrators said, hey, we've got 7 players. Do you think we should start a basketball team? Clearly the answer was yes, because here we are years later and a state title later. J.J. LeBoy in the mid-range out of the timeout, in and out.
Every shot just looks so smooth, looks so simple for LeBoy. I mean, he really just does such a good stroke and so many different types of shots.
Gavin Dean Moss downhill, out to Collins, off the jab step, drains the triple. Collins listed as a power forward, but boy, can he stroke it.
And here we are again, the St. John Bosco kind of stretching it out a little bit both times so far in this third quarter. Oh, here's a steal, breakaway.
Oh, wow.
That'll build the lead to 10. As I was saying, St. Francis, that's happened a couple times where they've stretched it, but then they've been able to kind of get themselves right back in it.
Wolves need an answer, trailing by 10.
And usually the guy to get him back in has been Christian Hodge.
And it's Walls that time from way downtown.
That may get St. John Bosco out of that 2-3 zone. I mean, when you can move him, a big perimeter player out there, he can shoot up over Coleman.
Walls at 6'10", but don't let that fool you. He's a shooter. Harrington downhill against LeBoy, and he wins that battle again.
And I think, LeBoy had to let him win that battle. You can't afford to pick up your 4th here with 2:40 left to go.
It's a great point. Walls is going to take another. It's off. Rebound and a foul on the floor. Who are they going to get? They're going to get Collins.
And who's there? Hodge again.
Anytime I get asked anything for the rest of my life, when someone says, who's there, I think I'm going to say Christian Hodge.
He's always there.
When someone comes knocking at my door in my apartment, and I'm going to open my door and be like, Christian Hodge?
Sion needs to hurry, finds LeBoy, who slips it back out to the perimeter. LeBoy, pocket. No. Dean Moss ahead to Coleman, up and in.
Good pump fake, goes underneath the defender on the block shot attempt.
So the lead is 11 for St. John Bosco. LeBoy glides to the bucket. Much needed response for the Wolves. This is the Washington Invitational Championship presented by the City of Washington. 2 teams 3-0 in their time here at the KBM TOC. Best of this field. Harrington shows off the handles. Passes back out. Dean Moss scores. Head coach Matt Dunn pumping his fist as Bosco continues to hold this separation.
But again, if St. John Bosco, you cannot afford to let up on this lead until the buzzer sounds. I mean, this is one of the better tests that they're going to get all season long. And, again, we have seen multiple times St. Francis come back in a jiffy.
Hodge out to Ducksworth. In and out. There's Hodge again. We sound like a broken record, but he's everywhere.
If you're Coach Dunn, you're saying, hey, could we just check this one guy? We don't have to check the other 4. Let's just check this one guy off the offensive boards, please.
Harrington hangs in the mid-range and can't hit. There's LeBoy for the board. Zips ahead in transition. Sion 3 falling away. No. And a foul. That's going to be on Hodge.
Hey, I mean, with so many offensive boards, you crash the glass every single time. You're bound to pick up a foul sooner or later. So, again, Hodge, that's his 3rd, so also something to keep an eye on. But as we near this 4th quarter, again, Hodge and LeBoy have done a good job of keeping themselves out of major foul trouble.
Marley Maxwell, a sophomore off the bench for the Wolves for the first time today. So 2 key players for St. Francis playing with 3 fouls. It's J.J. LeBoy as well as Hodge. Easy bucket on the inside for Collins.
Great sequence there, weak side screen. Collins comes across the lane. Elzie Harrington shows his passing ability, a wide open layup.
Big possession here for the Wolves. Can you end your third possession on a bucket? If so, get it to below 10. Again, that does, I think, something just a bit psychologically to get to single digits.
Shot clock off. LeBoy. Jump pass. Ducksworth. Cross court. Maxwell, 3 off, no tip. And that's how the third period ends. St. John Bosco trying to pull away. Their lead is swelled to 11.
You know, I thought partway through there, especially after LeBoy got his third foul, you saw LZ Harrington. We talk about being a smart player. You know, he knows with LeBoy guarding him, he's got 3 fouls. He looked to penetrate a lot more in the second half of that third quarter. And LeBoy kind of had to back off. I mean, he's still trying to defend and guard, but he certainly wasn't going to draw any kind of foul there. And, you know, that made a little bit of difference. It created some shots for himself and his teammates.
And, Jeff, you coached high school for a long time. That's not something that every player picks up on.
Well, we had a game the other day where one team had gotten their 5th foul with 5 minutes to go in a period, and they never shot a free. I think they shot 2 free throws in that period. You would think a team would take advantage of that and say, hey, we can get ourselves to the line if we can get the ball in the lane, if we can dribble, penetrate, or rebound. So, you know, he's smart enough to realize, but then again, he's going to Harvard. So, you know, that shows it.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Washington student section starting to fill up and filter into our camera shots in anticipation of the final game.
Free
TOC
T-shirts
next.
will do that with high school kids.
They will.
We were throwing them out there.
Free anything will even
food might be even better,
food,
right?
Oh my word! They start throwing pizza in the crowd. Oh my word! This place would be jumping.
Yeah,
I know you'd be jumping, John. You're probably pretty hungry.
I'm sure you are too, but you are right. I am very hungry. But hey, this basketball could feed families, including myself.
LeBoy, a no-look pass. Maxwell from the corner. There's that single
He's a nice
digit.
young player. He hit a couple outside shots last night, so I mean he can help keep the St. Francis Wolves in this thing.
And again, you know, St. Francis may have to go to someone that's maybe not their main guys, especially with LeBoy and Hodge with 3 fouls and Harvey in some pain.
Collins uses the rim. Lead back to 10. Again, St. John Bosco still playing without Brandon McCoy. Top junior in the nation, has his jersey and his shoes off, if that's any indication. And here comes St. Francis. Maxwell back-to-back trays.
And bench points are so huge. We see it in multiple games this tournament again. Your starting 5 can really take you far, but, you know, it's those guys that can really step up off the bench and just get, you know, kind of take the pressure off. And again, you haven't seen Maxwell during this game. Bosco is kind of wondering, okay, well, this kid's coming in, what's he doing? He just banged 2 triples on him.
Yeah, so now your defensive rotations will be a little tighter on him, and that's going to open up something for somebody else.
Harrington gets it back off the inbounds against LeBoy again. Oh, wow.
Good patience.
Elsie Harrington doing everything, and now it's going back to Bosco.
A one-man press there. Coleman stays up and pressures Maxwell, throws it back, but it got tipped and off of LeBoy's hand out of bounds.
Collins against Walls. Coming up on 6 minutes to go in the game. Collins from downtown. My. Christian Collins, come on.
How do you defend that? I don't think there's a single way you can.
That's a little Michael Jordan on Byron Russell, the little push off, step back, and shoot it in your face.
Christian Hodge plunges into the lane and slams it home.
Wow. Through traffic. That's incredible.
Somebody's got to make it happen, and Hodge will. Perfetti answers. timeout, St. John Bosco. Matt Dunn wants to talk it over as the lead is 13 for the Braves.
That was a pretty shot from Perfetti. I mean, it was just a very comfortable looking shooting stroke from him. Not a huge jump there on that jumper, but boy, he was about as wide open as you can get in this game that features so much length on both sides of the floor. I don't know if you've seen Omarion Harvey for St. Francis in some time.
He's standing up, and he has his shoes on the bench. So that's a positive sign, more than Brandon McCoy can say. So it appears as if Brandon McCoy, top-ranked junior in the nation, is done. And at this point in the season, you always want to be more precautionary than anything.
And, you know, for McCoy right now, I'm really curious to see what his role on the bench is going to be. You're the star player for this team, one of many for St. John Bosco, but just because you're not playing doesn't mean you still can have an impact. You know, you obviously his knowledge of the game is very good. He's been out there firsthand. He can be that extra kind of coach in the huddle and on the sidelines for the Braves.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and Coach Dunn is in a situation early in the season, hey, am I going to put this kid back out here when he's tweaked an ankle or whatever it is, you know, and run the risk of him being out for maybe a couple weeks? Or do I let him sit out the second half, the second quarter, and the second half of this game when definitely I've got players on the bench? They're not his caliber, but they're awfully good, and they step up, and they've all contributed.
Feels like it might be do or die time for St. Francis. Back to the inside. Hodge on the hook, too strong.
Disadvantage when Hodge shooting, well, probably the only one, is it's tougher for him to grab his own miss.
Yeah, it's easier when someone else shoots it.
Harrington up, under, and in.
What this is showing now is that, again, this St. John Bosco team,
Walls from a different zip code. Hit that from the volleyball line on the floor.
what a shot there from Walls. Truly a new age big man. But what I was going to say about Harrington and St. John Bosco is it shows that, hey, we can lose one of our best players and still be just fine because we have guys like Harrington and Collins that can carry this team.
We saw some inside offense from Walls early in the third quarter, and there he steps out, like you said, deep for a three.
What a find from Harrington. Pass back out, deflected away. The boy cruises ahead. Ducksworth left alone. It's a triple, and it's a 9-point game.
Every time St. John Bosco starts to stretch it, gets it to double digits, seems like St. Francis has a couple of answers, gets a stop and a couple baskets out of it, and cuts it back, right back.
Perfetti in and out. Collins battles for the rebound and sticks it back.
And you hate to give up the second chance points there if you're St. Francis after getting the stop initially, but it's easier said than done against Christian Collins, who again just so long, like Brandon McCoy.
Well, he gave Christian Hodge a little dose of his own medicine there by rebounding that over him, but it's not like Christian Hodge was in the wrong spot.
Christian Hodge in a shooting spot there. And the rebound goes to Ellis. 3.5 minutes.
Bosco team, probably below 70 for sure. And maybe one or two more buckets is about all you can give up.
70 was the number I kind of had in mind. If they can somehow hold them here in these last 3:28 of the fourth quarter, and convert. That's the key. Sometimes you expend so much energy on the defensive end getting the stop that now your offense struggles a little bit because you've exerted so much energy. But it's been a long tournament. These teams, like we've talked about with other teams, you're playing top-notch competition, and now here you are in this game. A short period of time, 5 days, and guys are legs are getting a little heavy at this point, and so on. So this will be kind of a gut check here in these last 3.5 minutes.
Both teams running on E.
Good defensive sequence. You thought maybe they had forced him into one of those stops we talked about, but then he steps back and shoots that in.
53, Sion bounces into the paint for Hodge. Back out to the corner. How did that pass get through? And Maxwell capitalizes. But hold on. A whistle as that shot went up, or just after it went through. What's going on here?
Is a 3 going to count and they get a keep possession? I guess that's one way to get yourself back in the game.
Wow.
All right. It's lobbed up for Walls, and so it does stay here with St. Francis.
Big sequence here.
It's one thing to have the opportunity, it's another to make it happen. LaBoy, a tough shot. Probably not the shot you would have liked there if you're St. Francis.
Now, I was about to say, I think, this is the time that J.J. LaBoy needs to start getting it back in gear again. He was very active in the first half, but, again, maybe not the shot I would have taken there if I was LaBoy. No need to panic quite yet.
No, I thought maybe he was going to penetrate and try to find the open guy. He's done that the last couple times with the skip pass across or find that cutter to the basket.
Collins, open look, left it short. Walls changed the board. LaBoy in transition, over to Maxwell. He's been hot, and he stays hot.
Oh, my word. That's 12 for Maxwell off the bench.
All in the second half.
There was some patience from LaBoy. He had a runner on the right side coming up the floor. He sees the weak side, left wing wide open for a wide open 3. Maxwell has been huge here in the last fourth quarter here.
Full timeout taken by Harold Baber and St. Francis. This power-up timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enercon.com, enerconpower.com, and engineer your future with us. And of course, the cause behind this great tournament, the KB Strong Foundation, raising funds to fight the battle against glioblastoma, a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer. Scan that QR code on your screen to learn more. And this is a cause that is very close to St. John Bosco. Great story with Bosco in this tournament. Their head coach, Matt Dunn, and the rest of the team, they were here for Thanksgiving in 2021, their first time playing in this tournament. They were at the Thanksgiving banquet, and Jody Brown and some of the other folks were up speaking during the banquet about the cause, battling glioblastoma, and Matt Dunn thought, this kind of sounds familiar. He had lost his dad 19 years ago to brain cancer. He texted his mom and said, hey, what did Dad pass of? It was glioblastoma. He didn't know what type of brain cancer it was. And now there's a connection between Bosco and this tournament, and they have joined in the fight against glioblastoma. Turnover forced by St. Francis. Trying to keep battling back into the contest. Walls straight away, you bet. Another timeout for Harold Baber.
Great behind the back pass there from J.J. LaBoy to a wide open shooter up top.
My goodness. Things have gotten interesting inside Torrey Gym.
It's just deja vu all over again. Yet you cannot count out the St. Francis team. And, Walls is the guy you want shooting threes, not just because he can shoot it well, but because he's one of the only people that can shoot for St. Francis that could not have their shot easily blocked. I mean, that's one thing that Bosco doesn't have on the floor right now is a 6'10 guy, and then Nigel Walls. And, boy, he has been big with, I think he's got 18 for the Wolves.
John leaning to take a look at the scoreboard, take some flexibility from our vantage point up here.
Yeah, you've talked about St. John Bosco being without Brandon McCoy. St. Francis has also gone here for a long time without Omarion Harvey, one of their key starters as well. So, both teams down a starter, but, you got guys who step up, step in. I get my chance, I'm going to take advantage. It's been Maxwell, it's been Walls, it's been LaBoy, been Christian Hodge, Ducksworth made one. I mean, that's what makes high school basketball fun. When you see it, it's not just one guy out there. It's a team. It's a team sport. It's the way it's supposed to be played.
Marley Maxwell, one of the unlikely heroes for St. Francis Episcopal, has come off the bench in the second half, and he's gotten hot. Got him back into the ball game, along with Walls, LaBoy, and company. Now the Wolves need to stop. And that's a foul. Harold Baber wanted an over and back. Gavin Dean Moss kind of slipped across half court, but a foul called first.
And only the second there on the Wolves. Probably not going to see either team in the bonus unless we get to a need to foul situation late. So not the worst situation in the world here if you're St. Francis, but a stop here would be so massive.
Dean Moss connects with Harrington. Part of Bosco's big three. Bucket would go a long way in sealing this one off, and instead it's a turnover. LeBoy back over to Maxwell, has an open look. Too strong, and the rebound goes to Harrington.
Little thing on defense there, just to run that guy flying by him, made him kind of pump fake, and a difference in whether you shoot it in rhythm or not.
Foul doled off by Walls.
That would have been huge right there if that would have gone.
Oh.
And Walls almost came in on again off the follow as well. He was way up there.
Wolves at 3 fouls right now. LeBoy probably not the guy you want to have dish one out, and he will. He's up to 4 fouls.
Yeah, not much of a choice there. They weren't going to run somebody else to come foul. He had to take it, but he'll have to be careful here. If he, for the St. Francis to have a shot, he'll need to be in these last 37 seconds.
Who do you foul here for St. Francis? No good answer.
Yeah.
And the answer is Chris Coleman, starting guard. So he goes to the free throw line. 5-point game as it stands right now.
This
Bosco
is one where,
in the bonus.
Yeah, as a coach, I'd like to have the scouting report. I'd like to know. I'd like to see some stats that have been compiled. Who's the guy we want to foul. Sometimes in these tournament situations early in the year, you're just kind of guessing.
Timeout taken by St. John Bosco. In between free throws, Matt Dunn wants to set things up. Another power-up timeout brought to you by Enercon. And for St. John Bosco, it's an interesting situation because you don't know who you want to dish the ball off to because this is their first close game. And their first 4 games of the season, they blew everybody out of the water.
Yeah. Sometimes you hear, if you don't have one, or if you have 2, you don't have one. Quarterbacks, sure. Whatever. If you don't have one, if you got 2 scorers, you don't have one scorer. You do have to know who you're going to try to go to. But you know what? This team's so well coached. I'm guessing they know what they're going to try to do, and they know what the options are off of it. So if the option we're looking for is not there, the second one will be, or the third one will be. I mean, that's what I see from watching St. John Bosco.
And hey, for St. John Bosco, again, you're in the lead right now. Again, this game is still not decided yet, but at the very, very least for St. John Bosco, great experience here getting to play a close game because they, again, like you said, they have not had one this year. And I don't know how many they'll have when they get back out to California. Some strong teams out there, don't get me wrong. They will get tested. But it's nice to have this early on in the season rather than midway through.
Yeah. That free throw makes it a 3-possession game here, too. Unless you do
Wolves
something crazy
got to go quick,
like
and they turn it over. Collins Euros into a dunk. That's the exclamation point. Bosco by 9. LeBoy too strong. Rebound to Harrington. He's fouled. The celebration can start for St. John Bosco.
Better hope they brought some extra room for in their luggage for a trophy when they go back. Well earned.
You hear those stories about the guys in the British Open when they come back with the claret jug and they buy a seat for it to ride alongside.
St. John Bosco is going to fly out of Chicago on Monday, going to do some sightseeing in Chicago tomorrow. Harrington misses. Rebound goes to St. Francis. Sion launches. It's short, and that is going to be the ball game. St. John Bosco comes to the TOC for the second time, and they come away with a championship trophy going back to California.
And again, so well earned, such a deep, such a talented team. And, again, credit St. Francis Episcopal for every time they were able to come back, whether it was Maxwell, Hodge, Walls, LeBoy, all making big plays for them. the Braves always had an answer right back. And again, they built a lead in that second and third quarter that got them in front. And now I think was the big difference in that one. Again, despite playing without Brandon McCoy for the second half, that makes this win feel even better for the Braves. Hopefully he is okay, though. #1 junior in the country, but boy, what a tournament from St. John Bosco. What a tournament from St. Francis Episcopal. Would not be surprised whatsoever to see either of these teams hoisting up state championship trophies here in a few months.
And look, maybe you're tuned in and you're thinking, man, I really loved watching St. John Bosco on a national stage. I wish I could do it more. Well, good news is they're playing in Hoop Hall West. Of course, they're from the West Coast. They're also playing in Hoop Hall East. That just shows you how good this Bosco team is and where they'll be down the line. And just such a great fit in this tournament. They've done so much to lean into the cause. It's an unfortunate connection that Bosco has to the cause in the battle against glioblastoma. But the Braves also visited OSF Children's Hospital this morning before the game. They've been such great ambassadors for the tournament.
Yeah, John, you mentioned it. They had a close game. I mean, they had stretched the lead. It kind of looked like it was over, and all of a sudden St. Francis makes a couple plays, bangs in a couple threes, and then they're right back to a 5-point game and nearly got a turnover. So, it was a situation, too, where I think both teams are better for having played this game. I'm sure St. Francis will be upset that they came up 10 points short, but at the same time, this will help them somewhere down the road. So, that's what this TOC is all about. Coming here, playing these kinds of teams and these kinds of games that lend themselves to making you better.
And Matt Dunn said it in Uftring Tournament Central with Wesley Stombaugh earlier this week. He said, this is why players come to St. John Bosco, is to play games like this. Great experience as the all-tournament teams are being awarded right now. J.J. LeBoy, Corey Sion, Christian Hodge earning honors. I'm sure Nigel Walls will as well. For St. Francis, for St. John Bosco, Chris Coleman earning honors. You could make a case for pretty much the starting five for both these teams.
I was about to say.
Now you can even pick guys off the bench that you could say, wow, this kid's really good too. I mean, there was talent deep on both of these teams. I mean, we talked about St. Francis not having much of a bench, but you saw Maxwell come in and really, really contribute and kind of get his team right back in the game.
What a game.
Christian Collins awarded his medal.
And again, players like Maxwell, like Christian Hodge, like Chris Coleman, all made this a great game. And again, just such strong performances all up and down the roster. Obviously a bigger roster like we talked about for St. John Bosco. But again, St. Francis has plenty of dogs on their roster as well. So can't ask for much of a better ending to this Washington Invitational. There's still one more game, though, after this.
And the MVP is LZ Harrington. And it feels a little fitting. It's somewhat full circle for LZ Harrington. He played here as a freshman back in 2021. And now another somber connection to this tournament for St. John Bosco. LZ's dad is battling glioblastoma right now. So, again, an unfortunate connection to the tournament, but St. John Bosco, KB Strong, Washington forever intertwined in this battle against a terrible disease in glioblastoma. Here's an announcement.
Please join in applause as members of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions Committee and Board present a check to the KB Strong Foundation Board, as well as the warriors and heroes, family and friends affected by glioblastoma, for a whopping $103,290.
A check presentation for over $103,000 for the KB Strong Foundation, all funds raised through this tournament. And again, this is what it's all about right here. This check, which will go towards researching and hopefully finding a cure for glioblastoma.
just such a feel-good moment. No matter who you're rooting for, no matter if you're a St. John Bosco of Washington, of St. Francis Episcopal, this is, again, what it's all about. This tournament, the KB Strong Foundation, can't name a better organization that is more deserving, again, than KB Strong. Again, you can make a difference, too, as well. Visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com.
Yeah, if we can, we'll throw our QR code up on the screen again that we were talking about earlier, so you can scan it and take a look for yourself to learn a little bit more about the cause. So if you enjoyed this game and if you enjoyed these two teams, remember what this tournament is all about. It's about joining that fight against glioblastoma. And again, a touching moment and an emotional moment, really. Jody Brown down there, Kevin Brown's widow, doing so much, leading the charge, hugging the players from St. John Bosco who have jumped right in and contributed so willingly. And Matt Dunn down there as well. What a moment.
Yeah, it was, of course, having taught here and coached in the same gym with Kevin when he was on the boys' side and I was on the girls' side. I mean, he was such a big supporter of the girls' program, and you know, he just did everything for this school. And matter of fact, my oldest daughter taught art here, and he and Brittany had a study hall together that they had to co-supervise, and it was kind of a rough study hall. It was a group of kids that probably didn't want to utilize that study hall very well. And she came home once or twice in tears, and Kevin recognized that. And you know, to speak to his character, he was able to reach those kinds of kids as well as his basketball players. Everybody knows about his prowess on the sideline and his scowl and his stomping and everything, and his ability to coach guys to be the ultimate player that they could be. But they didn't know about Kevin and the quality of person, and he wanted every student here at Washington High School to be the best they could. And you know, whether you played basketball for him for 4 years or never played basketball for him, he wanted the best out of you and demanded it. And he made so many people here better for working with him or having him as a teacher. You know, it's such a sad story, but then when you see the money raised, you know there was a reason, because somebody like Kevin touches so many people's hearts that $103,000 are donated for the fight against glioblastoma.
He touched so many, and really in active tense, he touches so many today through the fight against glioblastoma, and that's a cause that's now being extended nationwide. And now starting in Central Illinois, stretching all the way out to Southern California, and the folks with St. John Bosco. You know, Jody Brown said it at the Thanksgiving banquet. You know, ideally this is something that becomes as recognizable as Susan G. Komen Foundation for breast cancer. So a cause that is expanding and continues to expand.
You know, and when Kevin was diagnosed, we had a Spanish teacher, Polly Fuller, who within months of Kevin's diagnosis was diagnosed the same way, and she battled for a long time and recently lost her battle as well. So I mean, you know, it's a gut-wrenching disease to watch people go through, and you know, the research is making strides. So it's important that, you know, that QR code you see on the screen, that you know, make a small donation, make whatever donation you can, because every little bit will help us fight this thing.
Indeed, indeed. So glad everybody could join us for that game, that matchup in the Washington Invitational that ends with a flourish, that check presentation for over $103,000 to the KB Strong Foundation, helping battle glioblastoma. Final game of the 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute is coming up next. It's Washington and the Paideia School to wrap things up. But first we'll send it to a break and then down to Uftring Tournament Central on ClutchSportsIL.com.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Hello and welcome back to Tournament Central, sponsored by Updrain Auto Group. I'm Michael Savoy. Now joining me is Washington Community High School School Resource Officer Troy Westbrook. And Troy, it's nice to meet you. And how's the tournament been for you as a School Resource Officer?
The tournament has been good every year. I've had the opportunity to be involved in the tournament for 6 years now, and it's always exciting.
Yeah, so, the School Resource Officer, for folks that don't know, it's pretty much an officer that I guess spends time in the school, just patrolling things, making sure everything's in a safe condition, doing a great job at that, I'm sure. For folks that might be interested in being a school resource officer, what does your job, I know I kind of give like a base breakdown of what it entails, but for folks that are interested, what can you say about being a school resource officer?
Well, it's a lot of work for one, but you get to engage with young people, teenagers, and for me it's very rewarding. You get an opportunity to mold young teenagers, mentor young teenagers, but at the same time you're kind of involved in helping enforce the rules as well. But it's very rewarding. Washington happens to have an excellent staff and an excellent group of students.
So you've been involved in this tournament for, you said, 6 years. You obviously knew Kevin Brown enough to at least say some things about him. Do you have a story about him that you like to share? Do you have anything you like to say? Because obviously I told you before, I'm not really from this area. I'm new to this tournament. I obviously know about how prestigious it is, but I'm also learning a lot about Kevin Brown and the purpose of this tournament other than just the basketball. Do you have a story you like to share about Kevin Brown?
Not a specific story, but a lot of people know Kevin as the coach out there that's yelling and very animated on the basketball court. I got to see him outside of the basketball court. He was always engaged with the students. He did a lot of stuff for the students. He was a very nice guy. When he's out on the court, it's all about business, but very personable guy. The students loved him. The staff loved him. So it's kind of two different personalities on the court, off the court. Personally off the court, very nice guy. I know he did a lot for the students. He always went out of his way to help his players and any other students.
Certainly, and glioblastoma, a lot of people have now just started to learn about it. Obviously, if you're just in the tournament for the first time, you've heard all tournament long, glioblastoma, a very aggressive form of brain cancer, and it's very rare too. I believe our fellow CSM colleague Larry Larson had said only 14,000 people in the United States have glioblastoma, which seems like a lot at first, but when you think about the big picture of the whole United States, it's not very many. And glioblastoma, very, very dramatic. It's a very aggressive form, like I said, brain cancer. Kevin Brown had it. He passed away from it in 2019. The tournament's named after his honor. And Kevin Brown, it's not even just that he's known here at Washington High School. I'm sure he had a profound impact, not only just in the town of Washington, but in the whole area too. I mean, Peoria, you talk about all these other cities. Kevin Brown had a pretty big impact as well.
Absolutely. Very successful coach. Very successful coach. Washington was not an easy basketball team to get on. Very competitive. And Kevin had made a lot of those players a lot better. And just his record speaks to that, his success in Washington as a coach.
Certainly, and we look into the tournament itself, this year's tournament. Has there been a team that stuck out to you? I know a lot of people like to say St. John Bosco, and for good reason. They're number 5 in the country according to the Max Preps. So they're legit, and they obviously are a really good team. Has there been a team other than St. John Bosco or St. John Bosco? You can say whatever you want.
Vashon I remember watching them the last time they were here, and I was very excited to see them back this year. They put on quite a show the last time they were here, and I enjoyed it.
Speaking of Vashon, they're pretty much a TOC regular now. You've been involved in the tournament for 6 years. You've seen plenty of Vashon teams in the past. I guess have you? I don't know how much you remember from your past 6 years of doing this, but out of the Vashon teams that you've seen, is this the best one you've seen?
This is not the best one that I've seen.
Okay.
No, the last time they were here, I think they were a little bit bigger. They were good this year, but I think the last time they were here, they were a little bit better.
Yeah, I got to imagine if my small high school had played Vashon, I don't think I'd even stand a chance, honestly. My school was known for basketball. My school was actually here in 2007, back when it was at the Robinson Fieldhouse in Peoria. They played there for a couple years, and then they ended up moving the tournament here. And speaking of moving the tournament here in Washington High School, this place is fantastic. They do such a great job, and obviously you've been involved with this tournament for a little bit now. Can you just speak about the whole community effort with this thing? It takes a village to do this.
Absolutely. We have a large group of the community. They spent a lot of months preparing just for this tournament, and they put everything that they got into it. There's a lot of volunteers, and they do it because they love it. They do it because that's just the way they are here in Washington. They put a lot into the school, a lot of effort into the school, and they're very good representatives for Washington and Washington High School.
Other than the teams you see on the court, obviously you're busy. You're looking at certain things. You're obviously in the gym doing your thing. What is something that's unique about this tournament that you've seen that maybe you don't see really anywhere else? I don't know how much tournaments you keep track of, how much basketball games you keep track of, but what is unique about this tournament compared to this other things you've seen?
Where these teams come from. Okay. I've seen teams come from Canada to participate in this tournament, teams from California, from Louisiana, from Florida, just the teams from all over the country that it brings in.
Yeah, I actually never knew about that. Like I said, I'm just learning about this tournament. I learned about Kevin Brown, learning about all these things. So when I saw last year, there was a team like Gray Collegiate Academy. They came from South Carolina. I'm like, oh, a team from South Carolina. Oh, no, actually, no, that's a regular thing. You get teams all over the place in this tournament. I'm looking to our left at some of the Den of Honor players and NBA players. Andrew Wiggins is right there. He sticks out to me. Out of your 6 years, I'm sure you've seen a lot of NBA talent, if not NBA players and professional players. What have you seen out of your 6 years? Who's been the best player you've seen in this tournament?
There's so many teams, it's hard to remember the names. But I've seen Emmanuel was one.
Okay.
It was amazing to see a kid come in with a disability and just be a showstopper. That was probably the best player I've ever watched at the tournament.
Yeah, and I've only been here for 2 years. None of the players that played in this tournament made the league, but there's a lot of NBA talent here in this tournament. That's for sure. There's been a couple of players in the past that have made big impacts in the NBA, or at least made big impacts in college going into the NBA. One player that stuck out to me as I was asking you that prior question was Zion Williamson. He was here in this tournament. I think a lot of the kids that look at the Den of Honor things like, oh, Anthony Davis, Zion Williamson. That's got to be so cool for these kids. The kids got to enjoy that too.
Yeah, and they still do. They still very much enjoy it. The younger the kids, the more they enjoy the players.
Well, Officer Troy, it was nice to meet you, and it was nice to get to know you and SROs and whatnot. And guys, we'll send it back to you in the booth, and prior to that, we'll send to a halftime break.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. And a warm welcome on a chilly Saturday evening to Raymond Artori Gymnasium in Washington, Illinois. The Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, now in its 19th season, concludes with a matchup between the host Washington Panthers and the Paideia School Pythons. Out of Atlanta, Georgia, they've made the long trip over to Washington to win one of their 3 games so far here at the TOC, and Washington enters play looking for win number 1 on the young campaign. I'm Joey Wright. To my left tonight, Jeff Little, Larry Larson with us in just a moment. Jeff, a fun matchup to close it out. Washington's brought a nice crowd to Raymond Torrey Gym, as they always do, and it should be an energetic matchup as we put a bow on 33 great basketball games here at the TOC.
Well, and number 33 is going to be really, really important for Coach Schimmerhorn and the Panthers, because they want to get off that offer so far, and you know, but he understands what this tournament's all about. It's about making your team better in the long run, and they've played some great teams, another one in Paideia tonight. So they're going to have their hands full, but I'm sure the Panthers are ready to bounce back.
Larry, we watched the Paideia School last night take down a good Metamora team, and that was after taking 2 huge losses to start the TOC. So the Pythons entering play today with some momentum, and Washington's going to have its hands full, particularly with C.J. Duncan.
C.J. Harper.
C.J. Harper.
It's going to be C.J. on C.J., Joey.
I made that mistake a few times yesterday. C.J. Duncan, of course, the great player for the Washington Panthers. Hopefully I don't confuse the two further. But C.J. Harper going to be a big piece of the Pythons' attack.
Yeah, of course. We saw what he could do last night. You know, got a little something going on the outside, got a little something going on the inside. So he's a fun player to watch. He can be a slasher. And where the advantage in this matchup is for Washington is the fact that Paideia doesn't have a huge inside presence like a lot of opponents have had this week against Washington. And that gives the Panthers a much better chance.
Jeff, talking about Washington, already mentioned C.J. Duncan. He's a great player. But the Panthers, they go pretty deep. They'll factor into the Mid-Illini Conference conversation. We heard from Luke Kaminsky in our studio earlier. Look at Andre Lewis. Look at Colt Craghead, who's had a nice TOC. James Johnson. A couple of impact juniors for the Panthers, an encouraging sign for Eric Schimmerhorn's group, not only this season but next as well.
Absolutely. I mean, and the Panthers, you know, their strength is their outside game, and it's really going to be important for them to get off to a quick start here, because, you know, Harper can score in a variety of ways. They got a couple other guys that contribute, and, you know, he creates some shots for his teammates on occasion. But, you know, for the Panthers, it's going to be that multi-headed monster, so to speak. And, you know, if they can knock down some shots, they should be in good shape tonight.
Paideia, Larry, only has 8 players. We saw, I think, 7 of them yesterday, and they've gone 8 deep this week. So maybe Washington can exploit, as Jeff said, they go pretty deep, so maybe they can exploit the Pythons' relative lack of depth tonight.
I'm sure that's going to be a point on tempo. There have been games this week where Washington has wanted to slow things down. Maybe tonight is a game where Washington wants to speed things up.
Well, and, you know, you're at the end of 5 long days. It's 33 games for you guys, but for these guys, you know, their 4th, 5th game, you know, they're in the short period of time, your legs go. You know, I mean, you're excited when the game starts, but all of a sudden that second half, you're going to see guys, you know, the jump shots are going to maybe start falling a little short and everything else. So start reaching on defense and that kind of thing. So it'll be key to see. Maybe that's where the Panther depth kind of helps them out here as well.
Washington preparing to be introduced, but first we'll meet the Paideia School Pythons. Again, they're out of Atlanta, Georgia. They're coached by Eddie Johnson. What do you say? We just meet the whole team. We'll see probably all 8 of them tonight. Stevie Shields is going to wear number 2. He's a 6'5 freshman. We'll see a sophomore in Tristan Mitchell. He'll wear number 3. Caden Eldridge is going to be in number 5 tonight, a 6'4 junior. Another junior, mentioned C.J. Harper, and number 11 stands at 6'4. Murphy Mullins at 6'5, a freshman. Number 13, Reggie Mormon is number 15, a senior. Beck Willingham, number 20, a 5'6 freshman. And David Oglesby Smith, Larry mentioned him earlier, a 6'4 junior. More on the Pythons in just a moment. But it's been pretty cool to see what they've been able to do here this week, although relatively short-handed. And the Washington Panthers being introduced now. They're ready to go. Again, coached by Eric Schimmerhorn, and their lineup is as follows. Will Martin will wear number 3. He's a 6'1 senior. Andre Lewis is a 6'1 senior wearing number 4 for the Panthers this season. C.J. Duncan will wear number 10. a 6'6 senior, has some nice height in the middle for the Panthers, joined by the 6'5 tower James Johnson, number 12, and in the starting lineup to round things out, Pierce Martin, a 6'2 senior, will wear number 23. So Larry, that means Colt Craghead off the bench for Washington. He has turned a lot of heads this week.
He has. He's turned a lot of heads and apparently inspired a lot of T-shirts in the student section, as we saw on last night's ball game. Sharpshooter, but you know, Washington has a lot of those, and this is the time of year where you want to kind of experiment with the starting lineup, experiment with the rotation, and rotation spots are still up for grabs. So are starting spots, and like we mentioned, depth is going to be a factor in this game. We're going to see a lot of different Panthers tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a situation for the Panthers where, you know, they are still trying to answer a few questions about their rotations. And, you know, Craighead has come in and made some big shots. He's come in and made some plays on defense, rebounded, gotten some loose balls. So, I mean, he's been a key contributor so far.
There you get a look at Paideia's huddle with Eddie Johnson leading the charge, the head coach for the Pythons, who has done such a good job turning this team's week around. For the Pythons, really struggled in their first few games, but then last night came out and beat a really strong Metamora squad, a program that's been one of the best in the state of Illinois these last 3 or 4 years. So with Paideia, there's been a little bit to be proud of with the fight from this group, and I'm sure we'll see more of that tonight.
Caden Eldridge and C.J. Duncan in the circle. Duncan fighting for the loose ball off the tip-off, but it goes to C.J. Harper, and we are underway at Raymond Torrey Gym. Eldridge, not Eldridge for Paideia. And they go to Tristan Mitchell. Mitchell, not the tallest player, but very bouncy. Good spark he provides. Harper drives. Turned away, but he makes the adjustment and finds the first basket of the game.
Will Martin's drawn the defensive assignment on Harper here to start. He played good defense. That's just a tough shot. He just kind of steps back and shoots that little mid-range fall away from the free throw line.
Andre Lewis to the corner, and Martin. And here's the first possession for the Panthers. Still looking for that first win of the season. A drive, Duncan off the glass. Nothing there except the foul and 2 free throws for Washington's senior leader.
Yeah, foul trouble could be something that would really, for Paideia, would really be detrimental, because with a limited bench like we've talked about, you know, not having somebody available to you would really limit some things.
There's really not much you can do, but as a player, you can't think that way, right? Can't think, oh, I can't get in foul trouble because we have a short bench. Then what do I do? Then you play pensive, then you play tentative.
Then you get more fouls for playing tentative. So you just got to play your game, but you do have to be smart about it.
A deep three wouldn't go. Rebound by Martin. Martin in on the three was Moorman. Now a three on the way for Duncan. Won't go. Harper the rebound. CJ the rebound for CJ. And up goes Harper. Only one senior on the Pythons roster. Harper's not one of them. He drives and draws a foul. So both teams getting to the line in the early stages. I think they call that on the shot, and they will. 2 free throws for Harper, and he'll go to the line to try and put the Pythons back out in front.
Harper took a hard hit on that foul, was on the ground for an extra half beat, and it's something that we talked about before tip-off, but hey, this is your 4th game in 4 days, maybe 4th game in 5 days if you're Washington and Paideia. That's a difficult thing to do, is to play back-to-back-to-back games. You know, some college teams do it, but these are high school kids who are still, you know, growing, and there are literal growing pains that go along with playing so many consecutive games.
Harper at the line, got them both. And Paideia, the school of about 450 kids from Atlanta, Georgia, is out in front. Thanks to the Pythons faithful for being with us all week long. Johnson drives, kicks. They swing it around. Lewis back to Duncan. Martin gets it. Johnson going to drive downhill, steps through traffic, and he is fouled.
Panthers doing a good job moving the ball, but it's really not going side to side. It's just back and forth up top. You know, I think Coach Sherman probably wants the ball to the wing a little bit more, where they can get some dribble penetration or get some inside looks for cutters.
Johnson at the charity stripe. His first is short. Great crowd on hand here at Washington. Student section coming out on a Saturday night. Washington's 4th game and Washington's 4th point of the game ties it up.
Yeah, you guys talked about Washington maybe trying to speed this up tempo-wise and wear down Paideia, but there you see a little 1-2-2 full court pressure. That's the first time we've seen that from the Panthers so far in the tournament.
Jeff, I want to see more of James Johnson for the Panthers. We saw that last possession, what he can do getting to the basket, see what kind of impact he makes on defense. Will he have a chance to get the rebound? No, the 3 falls. Mitchell stepping outside and knocking it down.
He's capable of making that outside shot. The Panthers will need to make sure that they get more pressure on it.
Oh, and how about that from Mormon? Bumped Lewis right out of the way, forces the steal. Mitchell passes up another 3, and they give it to David Oglesby-Smith. He drives downhill, does that so well. Shot won't fall. Mitchell comes in. Not Mitchell, pardon me, for the rebound. Well, I think we'll have a tie-up down there. Who is that at the bottom of the pile?
Elridge.
That was Elridge that came in, the junior.
Tell you what, David Oglesby-Smith put the team on his back down the stretch last night against Metamora and really willed the Pythons to that win over the Redbirds. Did such a nice job slashing, even shot from the outside, hit those mid-range shots like the one he just took. He's a player to watch.
Almost 3 minutes gone by. Jeff, how about that defense there in the passing lane from Mormon? Almost looked like a linebacker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no, and that kind of physical presence. Long 3 off the mark there. Yeah, that physical strength and quickness and athleticism, is something the Panthers, you want to see because it's hard to simulate that in practice with your guys. So you need to see it in games so that your guys understand what works and what doesn't.
Here's Duncan, going to see him run point on a lot of possessions. Mitchell works it down low. Stops, can't get the free throw to fall, and the rebound will carry him to Washington. There's Colt Craghead fresh into the game for the Panthers.
Fan favorite,
and great 6th man, but it goes to the corner, and it's a 3 that falls from Jackson Vanderheit, knocks the 3 in. Vanderheit's a name that Washingtonians have come to know over the years.
Jackson into the game a lot earlier than he got in last night, but he really contributed and did some good things.
Sophomore David Oglesby-Smith, no stranger to good things this week. He knocks in a 3, and we're in a shootout here in the early stages, on pace for a lot of points. There's a drive from Craghead, keeps the pivot, and can't find Lewis. A dive after the loose ball. They're still going for it on the ground, and a tie-up will favor the Pythons. Jeff, that's a little Kevin Brown-style basketball, going
Absolutely.
after the loose ball.
Jackson Vanderheit sliding across the floor, trying to corral that loose ball for the Panthers. Craig had got himself kind of stuck in the lane a little deeper than maybe he wanted to. Errant pass got deflected in the possession to the Pythons.
And talking about sliding across the floor, wanted to dispel a common misconception about sliding on the floor with the basketball. A lot of people think that's a travel. It's not. It's not if you slide with the basketball.
There you go. Jody Brown sponsoring our charges this week. That was not a charge, but you'll see Jody's information for her State Farm agency anytime we do get one of those gritty charges. And that's an excellent point you made about the travels, Larry, because we're going to see. Oh, there's a charge.
Or a block.
No, that's a block, pardon me. That's
almost
misinterpreted. Nope, but talking about sliding across the floor, blocking foul, almost a charge.
That's one thing this Washington team does well, is getting positions to take charges. They're not afraid to take contact. I'm sure that's something that they practice.
Well, I was just going to say, it's not something that happens by accident. It happens because you practice it. It happens because you expect it. You look for it. Look for opportunities where somebody's out of control, somebody's beating somebody off the dribble, and you slide over. If you can't block the shot, that's the next best thing.
Good defense from Washington forces Harper out of bounds. And so the Panthers will inbound right in front of their own bench. Stevie Shields is into the game for the Pythons. And Jeff, a point I mentioned at the top of the program, only one senior, Reggie Mormon, for the Pythons among the 8 they've brought to Washington this week. So still a relatively inexperienced team with a lot of freshmen and sophomores still finding their way.
And juniors like, C.J. Harper, I mean, that's a pretty good junior to have, I would say.
Oglesby Smith, another very talented junior, and they go to the corner, and a 3 falls for Harper.
That was a nasty move.
Yeah.
Paideia 1-2 entering play tonight. Washington 0-3, still looking for that first win. They've played a tough schedule. St. Francis, Romeoville. Driving downhill. That Romeoville opener went to overtime the other night. Was maybe the best game of this tournament. A couple good ones today to threaten it. The Area Washington team just maybe still trying to figure out how to win, and I think there's something to be said for that.
There is. It takes time and it takes experience to finish games and have those pressure spots.
Paideia, even though that 3 wouldn't go, Jeff, looking a lot more comfortable here in the early stages of this game and in the late stages of last night's win than they did in their first 2 games.
Yeah, they're very physical on the defensive end, getting their hands on a lot of things, and and not fouling right now, according to the officials anyway.
And David Oglesby Smith on a drive, and count the basket, and one for the player that's done so much for the Pythons here over the last couple of days.
I think the Panther bench thought that one was closer to a charge than the last one, and then kind of looked like it from here, but we are a long way away, so.
Jody Brown sponsoring our charges. Jody Brown State Farm. Don't know, Larry, you were paying attention to these last few games closer than I. Did we have a charge last game?
Was I? Hopefully. I do not recall a charge in the last few games. There was in Morton, Vashon, if I'm not mistaken, but there was not in St. Francis, St. John Bosco.
It was a really entertaining game, Jeff, that came down to the wire.
Oh, yeah.
To a Washington. Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, Morton gave them all they could handle, and just that pressure of Vashon just wears you down. I mean, it was. Trip Rugard will sleep well tonight for the Potters.
Was given all he could handle. Here's Lewis, steps through traffic, and a no-look pass to the corner. Bobbled and intercepted. Harper will take it up for the Pythons. About a little over 2 shot clocks left here in the first quarter.
Yeah, the Panthers offensively right now, a little bit of a scramble. They've got to get something going with a little bit of consistency, get some shots for some good shooters.
Mitchell draws contact on that shot, and he will go to the line for a pair of free throws. Don't know if we'll wind up in the bonus here before the first quarter expires for either side, but that is Washington's 4th foul. Man, Larry, pretty vocal fans we've got here in the top row on either side of us here tonight.
Yeah, the locals are pretty restless, I'll say.
Free throw wouldn't go for Mitchell. Good crowd on hand here at Torrey Gym, running about a full game's worth behind schedule. Played 9 games yesterday here at the TOC and 8 games today, 33 in total, and 3 quarters to go. See if the Pythons hold an 11-point lead into the second.
Look, when you play 8 or 9 games in a day, it's just going to happen.
To the corner, and Martin finds a lane. Bank not open. Stevie Shields on the ground and is able to get it to Murphy Mullins, the freshman finding the freshman. And Harper drives, hops through, and scores. 13-point lead for the Pythons. Shot clock is off.
Big possession here. If the Panthers can get something here, get a little confidence going into the second quarter. Against his own defense, the Panthers should be able to get some shots, but they're just going to have to get one to go in.
Big 3 from Martin would not fall. Will Martin, that is. Pierce Martin also on this Panthers roster. And also in the starting lineup for the Panthers, but a foul, and Washington's going to get another chance to inbound this. Jeff, what's your play call with 11 seconds left?
Well, I mean, you've got shooters out there. They've been in the zone the last couple of possessions. Comes their remaining freshman in off the bench here. and just get one in. I mean, knock one down. Hold it for that last shot.
Johnson, a deep three on the way, won't go. Rebound is still loose, and Harper probably should have let that go, trying to tie it up with Duncan as the buzzer sounds. And that's where this first quarter will end, with Washington down 13, 20-7 against the Paideia Pythons of Atlanta, Georgia. This is a power-up timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career. Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. By Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out their menu on their website. They also feature trivia every other Wednesday night starting at 7 o'clock. And Texas Hold'em at 6 o'clock every Sunday night. Follow and like Keps on Facebook for more information. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for butter burgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And PJ Hare is again proud to be a sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. PJ Hare wishes all teams good luck and cheers them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Joey Wright, Larry Larson, Jeff Little hanging out with you high atop Raymond R. Torrey Gym tonight. Larry, your thoughts on a first half? It's right where we picked up, right where we dropped off last night. We pick it up today, and it's the Paideia school hanging tough with a good Mid-Atlantic Conference team.
Yeah, Joey, you took the words out of my mouth, sort of.
I hope not. My goodness.
Paideia played really well last night, playing really well out of the gate, especially defensively on the perimeter here.
Here's Johnson in the post for Washington. Kick out Duncan. 3 won't fall. Jeff, the shots aren't bad looks for Washington, but they're not falling.
Yeah, and I think it's just important that they get into some kind of rhythm, get some shots in a row for C.J. Duncan, Will Martin. They're using James Johnson a little more inside right now. It looks like he's got a matchup with the freshman, and let him use his size and strength in there and see if he can draw some fouls, see if he can get some three-point plays inside.
Had an errant horn there, Larry. Looked like the shot clock was a little slow to reset. I think the Pythons are going to get a few free seconds on this possession. Not that it'll really matter, but they're going to use all of it here. Shot clock is down to 10. Shields over to Harper. Deep 3. And Harper can't get it to fall. Johnson will bring in the rebound. And ahead go the Panthers. And a foul there on Stevie Shields.
Got in there to take a charge. Didn't get the call. The officials are probably a little more keen on those blocking calls.
Yeah, sorry. I think that's where James can be effective with his strength and athleticism in there against some of the younger, the freshmen that were in there for Paideia. So
there you got to look at Eric Schermerhorn, Washington's.
Drew Lewis, nice cut off the inbounds for a little reverse layup.
And Eric Schermerhorn will like that. Rises right back off the bench. 11-point game. Still a lot of time left here in Washington as we work the early part of the second quarter. Oglesby Smith over to Mitchell. Mitchell to the corner. Willingham wide open. Shot won't go, but a rebound from Mormon, and he's going to tie it up with Lewis. Not tie it up, rather, but Lewis will force it out of bounds. So, Larry, a lot to unpack there. How about Willingham left wide open in the corner?
Yeah, Willingham, not a guy that's probably on the scouting report. Not a guy we saw last night, but look, when you play this amount of games in a short amount of time, you got to dig deep.
I think the Panthers kind of recognized that too, and I think they kind of left him alone on purpose, kind of ran his defender off to double the ball and forced him to take a shot, but just didn't come up with a rebound. Luckily, they got the turnover on the sideline when Andre Lewis pressured it.
And Lewis drives and scores. Back to single digits for Lewis.
Lewis can hoop, man. He's slippery on the inside. Just bounces off defenders with ease.
Andre Lewis now 7 of Washington's 11 points. Been a spark plug in the early stages. I think this foul is going to be on the floor for the shot for Tristan Mitchell.
Fans looking for a push-off again.
The officials had a good angle on it. Kick to the corner, 3 on the way, just a little bit short, won't go for Mitchell.
Good box out that time by the Panthers, limited the Pythons to 1 shot.
Lewis against Willingham, and now they'll give it to Craghead. Craghead, and the Panthers play and catch. Lewis, a couple steps in, couldn't get it with the right hand. Mitchell the rebound, and the Pythons will clear it.
But that's a better sequence for the Panthers because the ball moved from side to side, long 3.
And it would have done Mitchell probably good there to take a step in. They'll get the over and back. Deep 3, Jeff, but he missed it short.
It's hard to get it there from that far away.
Especially for a guy like Mitchell.
Well, and especially this late in the tournament. And, you've been playing a lot of minutes. We've talked about it probably many times so far. They're short bench. These guys have played a lot of minutes for Paideia.
And this late at night, too, by the way. 10:08 Eastern time for our fans in Georgia.
This game was supposed to start at what, 7:15? Something like that, 7:30?
Well,
that's how it goes.
Best made plans.
Tie up by Craghead down there on the rebound, but Pythons will have possession here. Pythons haven't scored here for a while. Harper back in the game. That could change things.
Their defense has done a good job not letting Washington capitalize on that.
And Duncan gets all the way to the rack, swims through and scores. Harper, pardon me, again confusing the 2 great CJs, but it's Harper all the way to the bucket and scoring. 11 points now for Harper. And Lewis for 3, short. But Cragg had the rebound, kicks it out. And a pass to nobody there. Tough pass from Luke Kaminsky, who you heard from earlier in Uftring Tournament Central.
Jeff makes a good point about shooting the 3 this late in a tournament. We're seeing the effects from both teams. Most 3s have been short.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, it's going to happen. And the Panthers there, then again, without a true post, they're kind of playing a 5-out offense. And whether it's by design or if it's just where guys find themselves on the floor. But, with that lane open, that's where it does open it up for Andre Lewis to drive. And he's finished a couple times for the Panthers. But it also, it opens up lanes for guys to flash in there and flash to the ball. So it's important the Panthers still utilize that lane area, even if they are trying to spread out on the perimeter.
Foul called there will go against James Johnson, his first and the team's second. As Harper calls out a play, sends Eldridge up top. Panthers playing tighter along the perimeter now, trying to cut off any open 3s for the Pythons. Scoring has slowed down. We were on pace for a really high scoring affair. Defenses have settled in a bit. And out of bounds. Larry, a good sign for Washington's defense, forcing a turnover. Hasn't led to offense yet, but Washington has poked a few balls loose, and they've made things difficult for the Pythons at times.
Yeah, it's a program that's built on defense, that's for sure, and their defense has been competitive this week no matter who they've played.
1-2-2 zone here from the Pythons, so the Panthers get some movement. Cragg had a tough shot, pressure down out in the corner.
But again, it's Lewis, right place, right time. Johnson can't handle the pass, and Harper comes in to collect the loose ball. Harper to Mitchell. Mitchell drives, little undersized, and he leaves it short. And a rebound for Duncan. And up goes Lewis.
You just look at Washington's offense, 5 guys on the perimeter most of the time.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Get somebody to flash inside there. Just can't finish.
Would not go for Pierce Martin, but a good look. Oh, bouncing off of contact and one. C.J. Harper bounces off James Johnson, keeps on trucking to the line and the finish.
That was impressive.
I think once they call that first charge, they're just going to start flowing. You know, I mean, that one was pretty close again. Unless he got a bump from somebody else from behind. It looked like, I think it was Andre Lewis got himself set in there.
Not often you see 2 players knock into each other like Harper and Johnson did, but Harper wins the battle and the free throw to follow. So the Paideia school, really a tale of 2 TOCs. Tough losses in their first 2 games. Really did not look all that inspiring, to be frank, and these last 2 games, I'm sure Eddie Johnson would have preferred to play like this early on.
Not an easy thing to do.
3 on the way from Morton, and the Panthers respond. Will Martin makes it an 11-point game.
Will could be key if they're going to sit back in that zone. If Will can get some movement, get to some open spots, and the Panthers can find him, he can shoot the Panthers right back in this thing.
Harper will be picked up by Johnson. Still a lot of time, and a good Washington team. A lot of folks expecting the Panthers to be right at the top of that Mid-Illini Conference conversation, and there is our first Jody Brown State Farm charge of the contest.
Yeah, that was C.J. Harper trying to make a Euro step around that, and Panthers take a charge right there at the basket. Good rotation, but getting all the way across the lane. Sometimes guys will stop with their head under the basket. You'll never get a call in there. You know, they have the restrictive circle in college and the NBA, and for safety of players. But, here we don't have that. But still, you've got to get outside where it would be in order to take the charge.
Just to circle back to that Jody Brown State Farm charge, just want to highlight all the great work that Jody does to carry on Kevin Brown's legacy, supporting and advancing the fight against glioblastoma through the KB Strong Foundation. KBStrong-fightingthefight.com is KB Strong's website. Would encourage everyone to go there and learn more about Coach Brown and the fight against a terrible disease. CJ Duncan at the rack, gets the 2 to go. And of course, we'll talk a lot about the KB Strong Foundation as the rest of our TOC coverage unfolds. Here's Harper for 3. Missed it long, and Craighead is in the right place in front of that student section that loves him so much. Now it's Duncan for 3. Can't lock in the hot streak. Johnson is there. Johnson, Harper, tough defense. Duncan will go to the line for 2. Under a minute left in this second quarter of play.
CJ's gotten some great looks here in this half, and he finally got that offensive rebound basket in down there, and you kind of think maybe that'll start taking the lid off. He's tried the 3, and Johnson came up with the rebound and gave him a nice pass, but that's what I was talking about. He makes a great dive cut to the basket. The Panthers got to utilize that area, even if they're not going to use it with a, quote, post player.
Duncan got the first. Larry, how about that? What's that train horn we've heard all week now? And they've got it in a milk crate on the scorer's table.
It's just it's an incredible sight. You know, you're going to be seeing more of that once the IHSA implements the shot clock in the coming years, something that you first taught me about last night. I did not know that was coming to the IHSA full stop.
2026-27. Every gym that hosts IHSA varsity contests, boys and girls, will have a shot clock.
Milk crate, not guaranteed.
Not guaranteed. Jeff, what's your take on that as a former coach as we see Mitchell at the line for a pair of free throws?
Well, the shot clock is obviously going to – I don't know how much it changes a game. When 33 games, how many shot clock violations have you seen? 2 or 3?
Yeah, count them on one
hand. Yeah, exactly.
If any.
And so, the way the game's played today, I don't see that being a factor. One thing I don't think people realize is that's one other person you got to hire every night to sit down there and run that. Yep. And they have to know how to run it. Do I reset it on that? Oh, that didn't hit the rim. I shouldn't reset it. Oh, oops, I reset. I think you're going to have some growing pains to go along with it.
As a 3 falls for Will Martin. Growing pains maybe for the Washington offense, but the Panthers have caught fire late in this second quarter, and it is a 5-point game.
Good ball movement, good extra pass down to Will in the corner, and he buries a three. He's a shooter that's capable of doing that. Doesn't need a high volume, probably wants a high volume to kind of get into the flow, but take what they give you, make them when you get a chance, and you get yourselves right back in the game.
This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Are you ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Seen a lot of yellow E's this week. Appreciate Enercon Power being on board throughout the TOC.
They have gotten their money's worth.
Absolutely they have.
They have.
And we thank them for it. We thank all the sponsors. I mean, they make this tournament what it is and what it's grown to, and that $103,000, you just can't say enough about, everything they provide for the teams, for the volunteers, the volunteer work, just incredible.
Over $100,000 presented to the KB Strong Foundation earlier tonight. Really cool to see. Here's Mitchell. No. Knocked around. Washington can hold for the last shot if they want to. Without a shot clock, I've seen the Panthers hold for 2 minutes at a time. Let's see if 15 seconds is too long for Eric Schermerhorn right now. Here's Lewis. Down to 6 seconds. Lewis steps through. No. Second chance. Yes. Count it for Duncan. And here are the Pythons with one more chance. A half-court prayer. Almost went in. It was just a little bit too strong for Mitchell. And a 3-point game at the half.
Good job battling back there by the Panthers. I mean, I think their defense really clamped down and made things tough for the Pythons there later in the second quarter, and then the shots started falling. I mean, it's very discouraging to play defense time after time when the shots aren't going in. But when they do start going, it makes defense easier to play.
Shooting is contagious, and we saw that with the Panthers there.
We absolutely did, and it was, a 14-point game at one point, at least an 11-point game, a double-digit lead for much of that first half, and Washington battling back late. Essentially a tied ball game here with still 16 minutes left to play. Last game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. And for the last time, we'll go down to Uftring Tournament Central. Michael Savoy is standing by, I believe, with Knox Minot, who's shot a lot of great photos for us throughout the week, and we'll finally get to hear the voice behind the camera here at Raymond's Torrey Gym in Washington, Illinois. We're back for the second half. After that, stick around. TOC coverage continues on ClutchSportsIL.com. The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Hello and welcome to Tournament Central, sponsored by Uftring Auto Group. It's the final Tournament Central of the 2024 Washington Tournament of Champions. I'm Michael Savoy. Alongside me is Knox Minot, and Knox is our CSM photographer. He's been shooting the great pictures that you've been seeing all over social media. And Knox, it's your first Tournament of Champions. How's it been for you?
It's been pretty fun so far. I've been having a good time, taking lots of good photos, watching lots of good basketball. St. John Bosco, the number 5 team in the country, was here this week, so that's been really fun to see.
You pretty much answered one of my questions about, what's your favorite team to see. Obviously, a lot of people are going to say St. John Bosco. They're ranked number 5 via Max Preps for a reason. But has there been another team that stuck out to you? I mean, there's a lot of great teams in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, besides St. John Bosco, I mean, Archbishop Hannan, I just love the way they play ball. I mean, they move the ball really well, and I mean, just fun to watch. Lots of the games today have been really close, and they were one of them, and that was a good one to watch, Michael.
Yeah, and you take the pictures. Obviously, I already said you pretty much been killing it out there all weekend long. I'm sure a lot of people that retweet our tweets and like our Instagram posts, collabs, everything, they all appreciate it. But I got to ask you, you're on the baseline a lot of these games. You're on the floor. How's the view down there? Because I think on average on our broadcast, you're shown at least once on the broadcast. You're always being shouted out. But as you're on the hardwood. What's the view down there like?
I mean, the view's amazing. Getting to be up close and personal with all these great athletes is just amazing to see. And I mean, in general, with all the basketball games, like throughout the week, it's been amazing to watch and be up close. I mean, I've been landed on a few times, but nothing too bad. Nothing I haven't dealt with before. So.
Yeah, and you obviously are not just seeing the action being played, but I can tell you're making some new friends. Dagger Media, Ethan Genders, Too Efficient Media. You get all these other media. Zandy Media. We just had him in the studio. I'm sure you made some great friends. Can you talk about that experience a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, just meeting a lot of different creative people. It's been great to get involved with more media people in the basketball sphere. And I mean, just getting to see all the videos that people are putting out too. Some of those Dagger guys, they're putting out some good stuff.
Oh yeah.
Ethan's been killing it too. He's been getting stuff up all day long, like in between games, during games. It's been crazy to see other people's work ethic and how much they put into it.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. You talk about all the media groups along with us. I'm sure we got a lot of compliments from other people, not just even in this area. A lot of people from Peoria know who we are, obviously, but I just got a compliment from someone from Louisiana saying we're doing a fantastic job, and they have people viewing from their state, so it's fantastic. And, Knox, I'd already said this is your first ever Tournament of Champions. What have you learned from this? Obviously, it's for a great cause, glioblastoma, a very rare form of brain cancer. I believe we had said that there's 14,000 people in the United States that had a glioblastoma, and that might seem like a lot to begin with, but if you think about the whole big picture of the United States, it's not really that much. What have you learned from your first ever TOC experience?
I think I've learned that there's it's a really small world. Learning how John Bosco's team was also affected by glioblastoma, just getting that connection to the tournament, I think that's been really, really experiential for me. Just learning more about how small our world truly is and how connected we all are, and just how we can all get involved to help out one another.
Yeah, and I can also ask you this: what's your favorite moment in the tournament? I can answer this myself first. A lot of it can be answered. A lot of it can be out there. I like the banquet, though. I love the banquet. First of all, the food they offer at the banquet was absolutely fantastic. The food in general has been fantastic. The people who are in the concessions, the people who are in the hospitality room have been absolutely fantastic. But I love the Thanksgiving food. I love all the people speaking about glioblastoma and all about the tournament stuff. They did a fantastic job doing that, as they always do. But Knox, what's your favorite moment from this tournament?
That's a tough question. I don't know if I can pick. I mean, I've been sitting on the baseline most days for 8 hours plus. I don't know if I can choose a moment during the day, but that banquet was good. I enjoyed getting to talk with people, getting to learn more about people, and understanding more about the causes that KB Strong fights for.
Yeah, definitely. And if I had to leave you with one more question, what's your favorite player from this tournament? I'll let you answer first. I got mine next.
I've really enjoyed watching Christian Collins, man, from
Okay.
St. John Bosco. Great. I was reading about him in the program. Said he had a 9-inch growth spurt to get to that height. Wish I could get that, but
wow.
Sadly, no. But he's something.
Yeah, and a lot of people think of people like Brandon McCoy in that St. John Bosco team. There's a reason why they're number 5 in the country via Max Preps. They're just amazing at basketball, whole complete team. But if I had to pick one, I'm 5'4". Lance Stone out of Detroit Renaissance is an absolute killer on the court. A kid's absolutely fantastic. Scored a lot of points. Can shoot the three-point ball. Even though he's as short as me almost, he's not afraid to shy away from contact. He's the real deal, and he's been a joy to watch the whole tournament going forward. But yeah, he's my favorite player. And, Knox, this is the final tournament central of the whole tournament. This tournament's been fantastic. But, yeah, it's nice to finally meet you. This is the first time we met. But, yeah, the final half of Washington and the Paideia School is coming up after this. We'll send it to a halftime commercial break.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. They had a great shot there of downtown Peoria, not far from Washington, Illinois, and Washington Community High School. Glad we're inside Raymond Artori's Gym on a cold Saturday night in late November. I'm Joey Wright. To my left tonight, Larry Larson and Jeff Little. It's halftime of the final game of the 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And this great tournament that OSF Healthcare is the presenting sponsor of. We'll see either Washington or Paideia claim what's been, Jeff, a pretty good game here through two quarters.
Yeah, it looked like Paideia was going to pull away and really put the pressure on them, and the Panthers finally responded. Hopefully got a little confidence going. Some shots started going in, and a 3-point game. We know that it can go either way for sure.
Fans are going nuts. They're ready for the second half.
There's a guy right there, Charlie Schermerhorn, that's been, I don't think he knows he's on camera. There's someone else in front of him.
There he is.
That's a guy.
I think he knows.
I think he knows now. He does. That's a guy, Larry, before we get going. He has been everywhere for us this week. We really appreciate his help, as always at the TOC. But he's been in the booth here wearing these headsets. He's been in our Uftring Tournament Central Studio show. He's been behind the computer. He's been behind a camera. Just an incredible showing from a very talented junior at Washington Community High School. Bright things in store for Charlie Schermerhorn.
Well, he definitely knows the game.
His dad, Eric, on the sidelines for Washington as the Panthers head coach. As here is Harper for Paideia. And the Pythons looking, spinning. It was Mitchell, and Mitchell gives to Oglesby Smith, who gives to Harper. And back to David Oglesby Smith. Very intentional possession here for the Pythons. Here's Harper, gonna drive, gonna shoot, and he's gonna score after a little bit of hesitation. It falls through the hoop, and it's a 5-point game.
Gets that shooter's touch when he gets going to his left, boy, he is really hard to stop.
Lewis, kick to the corner, 3 on the way from Martin. Too strong. I don't know if it was too strong, Larry. I think it was just, the angle was a little off, and here's Oglesby Smith charging toward the rack, and he scores. Pierce Martin for Washington steps through, up, nothing there. Tapped around, Washington prolongs this possession. Shot clock still at 23 for James Johnson. 3 short.
Fading away, that's a tough shot.
Shot selection here for the Panthers. They're taking some quick looks, and it's hard because you're trying to score, and you're trying to make them all go in, and it's not about trying. You take good shots, move the ball, take a good shot in rhythm.
It's one thing that Coach Schermerhorn brought up in a conversation earlier in the week. You want good shots, not necessarily quick shots, even with the shot clock.
Martin drives baseline, lost it. Duncan there to give it to Lewis, and it was almost down, and it rims out.
Ugh.
Ought to give him a 1.5 for that, Jeff. It was almost down.
And that was a better possession for the Panthers. They had the near turnover on the dribble penetration kick out, but then an extra pass got Lewis a great look there, and then, like you said, halfway down, but an empty trip.
Here's Harper. Now he gives to Mitchell. Harper's having maybe his best game here at the TOC. He's got 14 points to lead all scorers. Washington still looking for its first bucket of the third quarter. Lewis, Martin, here is Johnson attacking, and he's fouled.
Good possession by the Panthers. They get it to that short corner, and then you can get that guy at the high post to dive down, and Johnson draws a foul.
James Johnson, Larry, I think we're going to see big things from him for the Panthers this year. His junior season stands at 6'5". We've seen him drive to the basket there, misses his first free throw, and step outside a little bit tonight, too. Wide range of skills for Johnson.
Yeah, he's a guy that plays tight end on the football field, and that kind of sums it up. Tight end is a position where you do a little bit of everything. You block, you catch passes. Here on the basketball court, sort of the same thing. Can shoot, can post up.
Panthers had a pretty good run through the football season. Hunter Reed was just named to the News-Gazette's Special Mention 100, honoring the best 133 players in the state when you factor in the 33-player first-team All-State selections. And here's Harper.
Panthers with a little bit of full-court pressure here.
Driving. Stopping at the free throw line is Mormon, the lone senior on the Pythons roster. Nothing there. Lewis going to get a screen. No, Martin's going to slip through. Panthers looking for their first field goal of the half, and it almost fell for Martin. Jeff, how do you make this adjustment as a coach when the shots are almost there, but just for whatever reason, even though they're good looks, aren't falling?
You know, sometimes as a coach, there's not a lot you can do. Yeah, I mean, it's not about effort. It's not about running your offense poorly. That was a great possession, nice flare screen. You got a great shot for a good shooter that just rimmed out.
6-point game. Larry, to continue our point earlier, Paideia, what a turnaround. I mean, this Pythons team, after 2 big losses, don't want to hammer the point too much, but turning around and really holding their own against some very good teams.
Yeah, it would be easy to fold, especially with the schedule of this tournament. It would be easy to kind of turn the energy down and kind of mail it in. But they haven't done that. Not that we certainly expected them to. They made a 180 last night, and it was their effort and their grit that got them to this point.
Jeff, it helps not to play St. John Bosco.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Washington or Metamora, but St. John Bosco widely considered to be among the country's best teams, and they put on a nice show earlier against St. Francis to cap off a 4-0 run through their second TOC. Craghead to Lewis. Steps right, swims left, scores.
Oh.
There it is, the first field goal of Q3 for the Panthers, and it makes this a very compelling 4-point ball game. 8 points for Lewis.
I think the Panthers there, you know, if they can continue to utilize that lane area, whether it's dribble penetration like that or whether it's cuts and passes, I think when those outside shots aren't falling, that's one way you can get yourself back in the game offensively.
Mormon, nice feed to Oglesby Smith. Larry, he's been relatively quiet tonight. I say that he's got 8 points, but he lit up the second half against Metamora yesterday, and that's going to be a nice find if they can keep getting him the ball down low. Outside, stepping out and knocking it down, Luke Kaminsky for 3.
And again, that's ball movement. That's moving without the ball from Luke Kaminsky. Harper takes it strong but gets it blocked there.
You know, Kaminsky, one of the many guys in this deep Washington bench that can come off the bench cold and shoot hot.
Craghead on the floor does that so well also. Here is another 3 for Kaminsky. Off, but Lewis fighting for the offensive rebound, puts it up, no. Going to get a third opportunity here, and it's Craghead for 3, and he knocks it down.
Great effort by the Panthers, keeping that ball alive.
And this gym is powered up as Washington has fought back to tie it at 32. Craghead for 3. But, Jeff, you've got to credit Andre Lewis for keeping that possession alive.
Oh, absolutely. Crashed the boards. Got that second opportunity, kicks it out to Craighead, wide open in the corner, and buries it.
This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Are you ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us.
That student section was just waiting for something like that to have happen, and now we'll see, with 10 and a half minutes left in this game and a tie score, we'll see. We talked about it earlier, being tired, having your legs, sometimes that crowd can be that little bit of boost that you need.
Student section is plenty deep. Not quite as full as we'll see from the Panthers as the season goes along, but I mean, that's a great showing. 2 days after Thanksgiving at almost 10 o'clock at night, 9:40-ish, and they've come out and really have supported their Panthers. Have that group of about 60 students.
That's 2 straight possessions defensively for the Panthers that they've kind of given up easy baskets.
Duncan couldn't give Washington its first lead since early in the first quarter. Here's Mitchell. Well, pardon me, that would have just tied it as the Pythons got a bucket on the other end. Shields lost it. It'll stay with the Pythons, despite good defense from Kaminsky. Under 10 minutes left in the 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by OSF Healthcare. They've played 17 of these 19 TOCs in Washington. First 2 were at the old Robertson Fieldhouse on Bradley's campus, also the Peoria Civic Center.
Some big venues there. Ooh.
Yeah.
Don't see, at the time, of course, the Civic Center hosted the IHSA State Tournament. Don't see much high school basketball.
Don't see any.
In a venue like that, 10,000 plus seats.
I would have loved to see a game at the Fieldhouse.
Oh.
2 put together airplane hangers.
I know.
It was phenomenal. Great raised floor. It was awesome. I mean, it was fun to watch or play or coach.
My grandfather graduated from Bradley in 1963. As Kaminsky almost took a charge, instead called for the block, but had many a story of great Bradley-Cincinnati games over at the Fieldhouse, right? Bradley and Wichita State, some of those old Missouri Valley Conference powers.
I think I remember Reggie Theus coming in with UNLV, and boy, it was sit up in the rafters and eat your popcorn and watch great basketball.
There you go. Great crowds on hand here at Torrey Gym this week. Tristan Mitchell up and through. So Larry Washington able to tie it at 32. Since then, the Pythons on a 5-0 run. Saw that yesterday against Metamora. Every time the Redbirds would strike back in the second half, Pythons would have a response. I don't think they're afraid of anybody.
Certainly not. You see that in the way that they play, especially Tristan Mitchell, hard-nosed guy, maybe a little bit undersized, only a sophomore. Man, he plays aggressive.
Martin did a nice job of corralling the high pass, in trouble. All the way across to Kaminsky, deep 3, and he got it, knocks it down. Luke Kaminsky brings the crowd to its feet.
See, the Pythons have really tried to stretch their defense, pressure, and kind of trap guys in the corner. Panthers get that long skip pass, and Luke Kaminsky makes them pay.
Got a great ball game brewing here. Let's see. Pythons cannot hold for the last shot. Shields for 3 in the corner. No. Kaminsky there for the rebound. Now Washington can hold to end the third quarter with the ball if they so choose.
Or take the lead.
It's a 3-pointer. As long as they don't Eberflus it here. Let's see. 15 seconds left.
That's a low blow. Unbelievable.
Felt like a strong topic of conversation this week. Here we go. Here's Lewis. Lewis over to Johnson. There are 5 seconds left for Johnson. Drives against Shields. He's up and called for the foul as Shields, 2 at the line for Johnson, has a chance to tie it.
James, using his athleticism and quickness, or his strength there, draws a foul.
And that is the 3rd foul on Shields. He'll have to be careful. Johnson can tie it, and the Pythons can actually retake the lead with a crazy shot here to end the 3rd quarter. If it unfolds that way, we've seen plenty of highlights. A couple of buzzer beaters this week, but Johnson trying to take care of business first. Washington can tie it with a putback. Shields out of the game. No, almost. Here's Duncan. Up at the buzzer. It doesn't go. Duncan almost brought Washington into the lead, but instead the buzzer sounds, and that is the 3rd quarter of play. 1 more to go. First and Enercon power-up timeout. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and gen set packaging. Power up your career. Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. I think Larry and Jeff Washington wanted a foul on that last call.
Perhaps.
That last play, pardon me, but they don't get it. See if we can get a t-shirt up here. I don't think we will.
Joey's really trying.
Let's see.
I'll put my hands out, too.
Yeah, let's see if we can get one. Those balls are sponsored by the KB Strong Foundation.
We need one of those softball players, cheerleaders, to get it all the way up here.
I think we're out of luck.
That would take quite the throw, I will say, to make it to the top row of the bleachers. I think they're emptying out emptying the tank here. Whatever they've got left, they're throwing.
Sounds familiar.
Letting it rip here in Washington here with a quarter to play. Jeff, what a tournament it's been. You know, we talk about the great basketball here in Washington, but as this 4th quarter begins, a 1-point ball game. Yeah. As I mentioned, sorry to cut you off, but over $100,000 presented to KB Strong earlier tonight, and that cause keeps growing as more and more people around the country become aware of what KB Strong is doing to fight glioblastoma.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a top-notch tournament, but then the fundraising that goes on as well is a big part of it.
Jody Brown has been a presence all throughout this 5-day tournament. Spoke at the Thanksgiving banquet on Thursday. Has been a great presence and a great torchbearer, if you will, for this cause and for the KB Strong Foundation.
A third possession here for the Pythons to start the 4th.
Over 40 seconds gone by in this frame, and the Pythons have had the ball for all of it. Nothing there. And a foul. But a foul on the floor. So Harper will inbound.
Craighead picked that one up. He was in a pretty good spot and just didn't get himself squared up.
Guys, I neglected to realize this, but that's 4 fouls on Craighead. So a spark plug for Washington. Forced to the bench here for the next couple of minutes. Still loose. Washington cannot get the ball back here. It's been all Pythons in the first minute of the 4th. Larry, shot clock was supposed to prevent sequences like this.
Well, something about best made plans again.
And here we go, 3 on the way. Won't go, and finally Johnson's there. And Washington hauls it in. Johnson trying to move quickly, and they will draw a foul. Johnson will.
I think I see Washington head coach Eric Schermerhorn say, hey, slow down. Don't need to rush here. Only a 1-point game, 6.5 minutes left. It goes back to the John Wooden phrase, go quick but don't hurry.
Well, when you've had a hard time getting the possession back and you finally get it, you want to make sure you get something quickly out of it. And you're right. He was kind of urging the Panthers to take their time and get a good look here, down 1. I mean, you can take the lead here with a good possession.
Any field goal would tie it up. See if Washington can drop it in. Foul is called there, as it was almost an interception for Mormon, but instead, Mormon called, I think, for the hook. That's his 3rd foul, and another inbound for the Panthers. Washington still looking to score the pill for the first time in this 4th quarter. Here's Johnson. Lost it. Washington's been close, but they can't quite get over the hump. Looking for win number 1 on the season in its 4th try.
We've talked about it. You spend a lot of that energy getting back into the game, getting yourselves tied up. It's hard to get over the hump.
Harper goes over to Oglesby Smith. Tough assignment for Johnson. Oglesby Smith picks it up. Mitchell gets a screen, ducks through traffic, up and in and out. Man, Jeff, we've seen, and Larry, we've seen a few of these shots almost all the way down, and they pop right out.
It's just tough. It's the way the ball bounces. There's not much you can do about it except, turn around and play defense.
Lewis a drive, and he scores, and Washington leads. First time since early in the 4th quarter. The Panthers, in front of this home crowd, have had the edge.
Can you get the stop? Can you get the defensive rebound that you need here?
Here's Harper. Over to Mormon. And a kick out. A deep 2, fading away and knocking it down, Larry, the great David Oglesby Smith.
Those are the types of shots that he's got in his bag. Not everybody can hit them. That's a tough angle and falling away.
Pythons back out in front by a point. There are less than 5 minutes to play in the 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's been brought to you all week by OSF Healthcare. Here's Duncan in trouble. Shot clock under 10. Duncan up, and a foul, a charge. A Jody Brown State Farm charge. C.J. Harper takes it. C.J. Duncan commits it. You see Jody Brown's information on your screen, jodybrownagency.com, 309-693-1103. And Jody Brown, of course, and her team support the KB Strong Foundation in the charge against glioblastoma. Jody, Kevin's wife, and a timeout called.
Again, 4.5 minutes, and it's still a 1-point ball game. I mean, it kind of has lost its flow, especially on the offensive end for both teams, but, it's still a situation where it could go either way.
This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career. Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Look at this. They're playing basketball here at Raymond R. Torrey Gym.
Must be their favorite sport.
We love that basketball. We've loved it all week here in the 19th annual TOC.
That is unique. I've never seen that from a cheerleading squad. And I've seen a lot of high school basketball.
I wonder, do they keep score? Is it one cheerleader against the other?
That is awesome. How many pom-poms do you think it takes to pull that off?
It's like Papa-Shot.
It is.
There you go.
Based in Peoria, by the way.
It's a Papa-Shot, and they've had a presence at the TOC in years past. But yeah, it's a well-oiled machine they've got down there. I got to admit, Larry, we had one of those little balls that they're giving out to make its way over into our control room out near Upgrade Tournament Center. A little distracting this morning. Playing catch with John Michael and Michael Savoy.
For some of us more than others.
A nice distraction. Here's Mitchell. 1-point game. Pythons looking to add a little insurance. Mitchell moving away and knocking it down.
Tough shot.
That is a tough angle. Not much you can do there if you're Washington. That was good defense.
3 on the way for Morton, no. And a foul. Larry, I got to say, the great Inside the NBA crew, they do their show out of Atlanta. It's the old Shaquille O'Neal meme. Maybe I wasn't familiar with the Pythons game early in the week, but I sure am now.
I don't think many were.
Yeah.
They have a good handful of guys that can make shots early in the week. A little bit of buzz about C.J. Harper, but now we've been able to see Tristan Mitchell in the mid-range game. David Oglesby-Smith doing what he does. This is a group that, even though it only has 8 players on the roster this week, they've got some depth on the floor.
David Oglesby-Smith, I think, has been their MVP. 3 on the way for Morton, who's been right up in that conversation for Washington tonight. And the senior, another 3. Now has 9 points, and this game's tied.
Good offensive set. They get some dribble penetration, and they kick out to Morton in the corner.
Here's Harper, a response. And it's the Pythons ahead by 3. Back and forth. Under 3.5 minutes to play in the TOC. Here's Lewis driving against Mitchell. Kick out. Oh, and Martin's not quite home. You see the student section standing up, maybe blocking just a little bit of that view, but Morton was just a little bit higher up the wing than the pass was. And a tough turnover for the Panthers.
I think that was the right idea. He was looking for Morton in the corner, threw it more to the wing, and
Mitchell turns, gives Oglesby-Smith. Here's Mormon, Lalone senior. Harper, Mitchell's going to put it on the ground and drive. Double team, nothing there. Oglesby-Smith, 1 of the 3. Shot clock is down to 5 for Mormon. And Harper. Oh, they've reset the shot clock.
What on earth? What happened? Speaking of shot clock growing pains.
Did they not reset it when the Panthers turned it over? Man, that's the only thing I can figure. I didn't look at it, so I don't know.
It ultimately won't matter. Washington gets it back, but it was down to 3 before it clicked back to 35. Here's Craighead for 3, and the tying shot is short. So Washington watching as the Pythons call a timeout. And this power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Engineering. Jeff, ultimately that was a successful defensive possession for Washington. They get the ball back, and it appeared that they forced the Pythons to go deep into the shot clock, and now they've got to do it again.
Absolutely, and I'm sure they're Paideia's trying to draw up something here to get a good shot, maybe for Harper or get some dribble penetration. But, the Panthers have done a little bit better job on the defensive boards here down the stretch. But again, it's just a matter of converting on the other end. When you do get a stop, got to convert, got to get something out of it, a free throw, something with get the clock stopped. That'd be key.
44-41. Larry, what a finish it's been. We were talking, I think a lot of people were, there were not a lot of close games through the first 4 days of this TOC. Today's been nothing but close games.
It has lived up to the billing. I think every single game has been decided by 10 points or less, at least certainly 15 points or fewer.
And we had one overtime game. We had a few threatened overtime.
Well, I take it back. I remember me and John Michael, we called the Morton and Vashon game. That ended up around 20, but that was close through 3 quarters.
It was closer. You're right. That was closer than that score indicates.
They all felt close.
Morton is going to be a really good team this year. Competitive in the National Classic. Washington and Metamora were in the Washington Invitational, and Washington will take a full timeout with 2 minutes and 1 second left And this power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities.
How many years?
Nearly 50.
Wow.
So I would 48, 49. We'll have to ask the good folks at Enercon exactly how long they've been at it. They've been powering communities in myriad ways. A lot of ways Enercon Engineering has gotten the job done. And if you're ready to power up your career, visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us. What are some of those ways, you ask, Larry? Well, cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging as well. Coming at you from all angles.
Thank you.
Well, here's the situation, I think, for the Panthers. You would maybe say, hey, we'll run a set and get a three for a good shooter, maybe get Morton going, a shot in the corner where he's made a couple. But with the shot clock, you don't really have to shoot a three here. You could take a two and then go down and play some defense, get a stop, and then get a chance to take the lead. So, it does take away that being able to hold the ball and make somebody come foul you. Speaking of fouls, Panthers only have 2, so.
Craghead is not on the floor. He has 4, so he'll have to be careful. But he is not on the floor, and nobody on the floor for Washington has more than 1 foul. Or more than 2 fouls, pardon me. They drive with Lewis. They kick to Morton. He drives in for a deep 2, won't fall, and Mitchell the rebound. Larry, who does the ball go to for the Pythons here?
I think David Oglesby-Smith will draw a pretty strong matchup, and they'll probably try to switch him off Johnson if possible with a screen action.
I'm sure they will utilize all that shot clock before they take a shot, but it's going to be important the Panthers check out and not give up a second shot.
Oglesby-Smith in no hurry. Harper will drive inside, a contested mid-range jumper. Oh my, and a 5-point lead for the Pythons in the late stages. 70 seconds left in the TOC. Kaminsky out to Johnson. Johnson drives, open lane, and he missed it too strong. Less than a minute left in the TOC, and a 5-point lead for the Pythons. How does Washington engineer its way out of this one? Or can they? And a foul.
You need some missed free throws.
Yeah.
Jeff, do you like that foul there? Obviously the shot clock,
yeah.
But Washington electing not to. It would have been late in the going before the Panthers got a shot.
Yeah, they're going to have to foul here, obviously, a couple more times to put them on the line, but you're going to have to do it quickly. Give yourselves a chance to make a play. Make a steal here, tip a pass, maybe you get a fast break basket, 3-point play.
First a timeout, brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career by visiting enerconpower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Engineering. 3 fouls for each side, Jeff, to your point a moment ago. Washington still has 3 timeouts left.
And the Pythons, I think, are down to 1 now, if I can see the board correctly, so you might only have to read that 4 more times.
Yeah, well, 3 timeouts left in a close game. It's great news for the good folks at Enercon Engineering. A lot of power-up timeouts this week. How about a call to our crew? I noticed our clock was off, and now it is perfectly centered. That's the best it's looked all week.
I think Michael Savoy was on that. He was called up from the top row of the bleachers.
Sent into motion by Jonathan Michael, the quarterback of our operation here for this final game of the TOC. And Savoy took the snap and caught it for a touchdown pass here with 48 seconds left in the TOC.
Scoreboard showing 46-41, so it's just a 5-point deficit for the Panthers.
And a foul. Panthers immediately swarm toward Mitchell, and they're going to put the Pythons at the line. Looks like sooner rather than later. Shot clock resets on every foul. Jeff, and why wouldn't you foul immediately here? Maybe go for the steal. Oh, Mitchell slipped. The ball is loose. Gets it back.
Got to play for the 10-second.
And Crackhead has fouled out with that foul. Busted play for the Pythons. Offense was unable to get anything done.
Yeah, the 10-second call was definitely in play there, but still you're taking your chances of running it down.
Yeah. And you're playing against the clock here,
right.
too, and that's a good point.
So it's David Oglesby-Smith with 10 points in this one, trailing Duncan's Harper's 21 points. And these are big free throws for Oglesby-Smith, Larry, but he's not been afraid of a big situation this week.
No, he has not. Came up big last night. He's come up big tonight.
And he got the first free throw to fall. Still, Jeff, a two-possession game.
Yeah.
See what happens here.
Panthers will have to go quick and then get some stops, get some misses on the free throw line here down the stretch. Last 39.1.
Oglesby-Smith got it. It is a 2-3 possession game here.
You see the Pythons just a little bit of token pressure just to kind of slow the Panthers down.
Kick
inside out.
3 in the corner. He knocks it down. Hope is fleeting but not lost for the Panthers. Down to 27.8 seconds left in the TOC and a 4-point game.
That's the danger in using that full court, three-quarter court pressure when you know, yes, it does take some time to get the ball up the court, but once you do, you can go inside, out. You know, you've got 3 people chasing in the backcourt. You've only got 2 defenders for down near the basket. You're a wide open 3 from the corner.
It is an Enercon Power Up timeout. Power up your career. Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. Larry, I will never, ever count the Panthers out in a close game at Torrey Gym in which they're coming from behind. You look back at Clutch Sports Media's history. We saw the Panthers come back against Morton during the COVID year, against Metamora, our senior year at Bradley.
Yeah, there have been a few games that we've seen here, a few comebacks.
A couple of legendary finishes. This time trying to do it to cap off the 19th annual TOC. Trailed by 7 points with 39 seconds left. And a foul immediately. Duncan wraps up Harper, and Harper to the free throw line with, call it 27 seconds to play.
Yeah, he's probably the guy you don't want to foul. The Panthers were trying to double him from getting the ball. They were probably trying to let somebody else get it so they could foul a preferred shooter, and I'm not sure C.J. Harper's the one.
Paideia runs on Mr. Harper here. 21 points. Offense has been really revolving around him in these final few minutes. You know, David Oglesby-Smith stepped up big last night. Tonight, Harper has really risen to the occasion.
Can I say it's a quiet 22? I mean, when you tell me he's got 22 now, it's like, wow. I mean, he's had some hot stretches, but then he kind of disappears for a while, and not in a sense that he's not playing hard. He's just creating some shots for his teammates.
Here's his CJ counterpart, Duncan for Washington. Drives, kicks, Kaminsky, a 3, nearing.
1 timeout each left for both teams, so again, the Panthers trading 3 for 2 here, and you know, down to a 1-possession game.
Just under 17 seconds left. Larry, to my point a minute ago, and Jeff, I'm sure you were in the building for some of those. We've seen this exact game, I feel like, play out at Torrey Gym before.
Yeah, it's, you know, this is a great place to play, great place to coach, and you know, I don't care if it's the 33rd game of the tournament. You know, the Panthers are going to go down fighting, and dare I say, extra session.
See what happens.
Oh. Sorry.
We'll see about that. But, you know, Jeff, this was before our time on the scene, but I heard talk earlier. I think Charlie and Roger Holzhauer were talking. What was there, a 37-point comeback against Manual one year engineered by Kevin Brown?
I do believe you're right.
This wouldn't be quite on that level.
I didn't hear that story.
We'll see if a 7-point comeback in the last 40 seconds is in the cards. 37-point second half comeback. I'm not the one to tell the story. I don't know exactly when that game was. It was, I think, during Kevin Brown's tenure at Washington, and just goes to show you how hard those Washington teams played.
I was going to say, if you know Kevin Brown down 37, he was probably not a happy camper, and he probably got his point across to a few guys.
There's Mitchell at the line, got the first, and that's a good sight for Paideia fans. trying to keep this at a 2-score game. But if Washington, Larry, can keep hitting its threes, do the math.
I'm not good at math.
Mitchell at the line. He knocked it down. 5-point game. Here's Washington. Johnson scanning, and a foul is called on Oglesby Smith. Paideia, Jeff, they had one to give.
Yeah, you saw Coach Johnson call the other 4 kids over during those free throws, and he's probably telling them that, hey, we got a foul to give. Don't be afraid to take it. And, yeah, it'll stop the clock, but it'll also slow the Panthers down from that quick transition 3.
Will Martin inbound. Scanning. Looking for Duncan. Lost it. Duncan driving. Duncan floats up a 2. Won't go. Martin tries to keep it alive. Going to throw up a free throw that won't fall. And Paideia hangs on to win the final game of the 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And a slam from Harper to cap it off on the other end after the whistle. 52-47 is your final.
Yeah, a tough battle. I mean, again, a good high school basketball game. I think you saw both teams being a little tired. Shots weren't falling that these teams are going to make a lot of nights. And, Coach Schimmerhorn, I'm sure, won't be pleased with being 0-4, but he knows what the tournament's about. He knows now a little bit more about his kids and some of the rotations and people that are going to get out there and contribute. So,
got to start somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for both these teams, you can really say that. Paideia started really rough against some of the best teams in the country, granted, and they finish 2-2. A really strong effort from the Pythons, and a good sign of things to come for that group. Just a really, really impressive group for Paideia.
We'll have to fly the Pythons back out here so they can face Morton. Potters were in another bracket here at the Tournament of Champions, the National Classic, but I don't think the Mid-Atlantic Conference wants anything to do with Paideia here after this week. They take down Metamora last night and Washington tonight. And you get a look at the award ceremony being hosted by Sean Powell, tournament director, Andre Lewis, getting some hardware for his efforts this week. Washington, Jeff, you hate to go 0-4, but I think they'll be able to get things on the right track, and I think the Panthers will start winning soon.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I like I said, I'm sure Coach Schimmerhorn didn't anticipate this kind of start, but, I can remember, telling teams, hey, you don't know if you could be down 10-0 at the beginning of a game, but, are you going to give up? If you lose your first 4 games, you're going to give up. No, the answer is obviously no, you're not going to. You're going to keep fighting and keep trying to get better day in and day out and doing those little things. And, I sense sometimes, the Panthers are trying too hard. It's like confidence as coaches, you can't give confidence to other players, and they have to gain it themselves through good things happening, and it will. I mean, the work will be there. It's been put in and will continue to.
There's C.J. Harper with a well-earned medal after winning 2 games here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. And as a good crowd starts to head for the exits just after 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, I think that's a good place to leave our coverage of the 19th annual KBM TOC until another year. Larry, you just tallied it up with my help, and 26 people, we figure.
26. That's our unofficial count.
Jeff Little, you're among them. Thanks for making some time for us throughout this week.
Thank you very much. I enjoy it every time.
Where am I? Oh, there I am. I'm on this side of the shot.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Jeff, we
love it when you guys call and send an email and ask me to do this, and continue to do it as long as you ask. So.
Well, absolutely. We're happy to have you every time we're here, and we've had some great volunteer color commentators alongside you as well. I'm going to go through everybody that's helped us out this year, all 26 people in total, many of them volunteers here from Washington Community High School, a lot of them high schoolers, college students. I got to say, Larry, before I run through the list, this crew that we've assembled to do this year in and year out, some of them want to pursue broadcasting at the next level. Others will go on and pursue other endeavors in their professional careers. If I was an employer, any of these guys, I would take a hard look at if they came my way.
Oh, I completely agree. Guys and gals giving up their Thanksgiving week, giving up time with family to help us out and help bring the tournament to you, the folks at home, and we certainly appreciate their efforts. It takes a small army. We say it all the time. 26, that's a full Major League Baseball roster these days, and that's what it takes to pull this off.
With the extra pitcher on a doubleheader.
Exactly.
That's right. We went deep into the bullpen this week, and here we go for David Stevnart and Cody Schindler and Michael Savoy and Andrew Crawford, Elsa Olmstead, Mike Plunkett, Brett Parrott, Tristan Bailey, Jeff Little, Rodrigo Perez, Knox Minot, Teddy Ball, Ben Tapp, Mark Wagner, Wesley Stombaugh, Charlie Schermerhorn, Jim Lynch, Gavin Russell, Mason Dowling, J.C. Hawkins, Tristan Mullen, Cody Roskins, John Camosa, Jonathan Michael, Larry Larson. I'm Joey Wright. It's a great place to leave it, Larry. What a crew and what a tournament it was, raising money for such a great cause, the KB Strong Foundation.
Of course, a great cause behind great basketball all week long. When it's all said and done, 26 people helping out, but our production, but so many more behind the scenes, so many volunteers, so many board members, tournament board members, KB Strong board members, all the teams, the coaches, the players that flew in from across the country to participate. It all culminates in $103,000 going towards glioblastoma research and support for families that are battling glioblastoma with the KB Strong Foundation. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about.
We certainly wish Kevin Brown was still here with us, but how cool is it to see his legacy continue in the 4 years now that the TOC has bared his name. I think 5 actually TOCs have been named in his honor, though COVID pause breaking that up. But a lot of money has been raised, a lot of stories have been told, and a lot of fun has been had. And Clutch Sports Media's 4th TOC concludes with Paideia, the mighty school out of Atlanta, Georgia, winning 2 games in a row and taking down the host Washington Panthers to end it. For our entire crew, I'm Joey Wright. Stick around, we'll have more coverage throughout the IHSA regular season, culminating with the IHSA state finals in February and March. And we'll leave it there. Have a happy holiday season and a great rest of your weekend. Thanks for watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare on ClutchSportsIL.com.